trapped in your nose. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage.
In this week's Marketers Report, we learn about the value of local influencers in uncertain times. From Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
The economy is tough for everyone, and taking a step back and understanding the pain that your customers are currently going through because of a tough environment is really important. We have 19,000 agents across the country, and they understand what's going on in those very unique communities. iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, connected, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Watch for ongoing construction A1A between Old Dixie Highway and Shorewinds Drive in Fort Pierce, and the road construction Port St. Lucie Boulevard from Parr Drive to Gatlin Boulevard. That's traffic. I'm Ron Hersey.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
What could you do in 15 minutes? How about a premium oil change? At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, our certified technicians will guide you in, use only premium products, and get you back out on the road in no time. Quick, easy, trusted. That's Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Welcome to the show.
Now, because it is Monday...
Happy Monday.
What? It's Monday already?
How are you so awake?
How are you awake?
Well, I volunteered
to entertain folks.
Entertainment is just a tool that pacifies the masses.
That doesn't matter to me. That doesn't matter to me.
I do it every day.
Well, that's mighty nice. Mighty nice of you.
How do I know I'm getting quality?
You hear the radio?
Turn it up. It's showtime.
Redefining radio. This is where the fun begins. Introducing Greek.
Let me tell you something. Don't ever love more you than anybody else you love more.
Francis.
Because then you're squeezing your banana so hard every time you come in here, and then you're pounding it on the desk.
Jimmy.
We haven't had to pull it for quite a while, so we got to lube it up.
Let's get the party started. It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
Yeah, it is a Monday. I hope you wore your shades today, because there's going to be a big eclipse this afternoon. Woo, baby. Everybody's talking about it. The madness will end tonight in the men's division. The women's yesterday, South Carolina. Oh, my God. They are unbelievable, undefeated, untouched, untied. You know somebody in Oregon, might as well call them. They're an Oregon Duck, and they won the Powerball, which is huge. We're going to have a chance for you to win tickets to our tastings event, which I believe is this Saturday, which will be great at the outlets. Great food, great things for you guys to sample, and a great time. Good morning, Jimmy.
Hello and good morning. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday, and happy Monday to Francis.
Hi. Happy Monday, guys. What's going on?
Oh, just working at iHeartMedia.com.
Is that our company, iHeartMedia.com?
iHeartMedia.com.
How was Tortuga?
It was great. I went Saturday for a few hours, had a fantastic time. Lived it up a little bit, got in VIP style.
Nice, baller.
So it was nice, yeah. No,
Nice.
I have a friend who works for a company, and every year they get a beautiful little skybox kind of thing, VIP, and so.
Awesome.
Yeah.
What groups did you see?
Huh?
Who was playing Saturday?
I really wanted to see Michael Franti, which I did, and it
Oh,
was
I love
fun
him.
because I saw him, Michael Franti and Spearhead. I saw him at the very first Tortuga I ever went to in 2013, and he's played a few, and so I have a picture of him. He was at the food trucks getting food, and I was like, hey, Michael Franti, can I have a picture?
Really? Oh, wow.
And 11 years ago, right? So when I saw him walk by, because he was in the VIP area, I was like, hey, can I show you this picture? He was like, oh my God. I was like, that was the first year. I was like, can we do another one? He was like, yeah, very nice. So he took my phone and he just started snapping
nice.
pictures of us and my friends. And
Cool.
Very, very cool. Hardy was great. We saw Old Dominion. But yeah, we got there a little later, like 3:30, and because typically I'll go at like noon, and it's just such a long day, and it's just so hot. So I was like, all right, I've learned from my mistakes. But still, great time, good people. It's just those country concerts, and I know they had other acts besides country, but just everybody just gets along so well. There's no fighting, no drama, nothing crazy. At least that I didn't see any.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
And then last night they had the big conclusion, correct?
The big conclusion, yes. Jason Aldean was the closer last night. I know a lot of people that went. It's just tough to go on a Sunday all the way down to Fort Lauderdale and then make it back on a school night.
Yeah, it's tough.
It is.
You got to work.
So one day was enough for me, and it was a good time.
No, I heard a lot of people say they had a good time. I saw it on social media, on Instagram. A couple of my friends went. They said it was fantastic, and they look forward to it every year.
It is. It's a definitely a fun time. Good people, good drinks, good music. I'm near on the beach, looking at the ocean. I mean, you can't beat it.
Yep. And
Great
if
place.
we gave you guys tickets and you went, you'd like to call us and let us know how the weekend was. We'd love to hear about it. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. You could also text us at Real Radio 47142. Or you could email Jimmy at realradio921.com.
How about you guys? Anything exciting? I know you work on a Saturday. I do know that. But the rest of the weekend, anything? Baseball? I
Got
know.
my haircut after the show, and some friends came over for Saturday night, and we had a little dinner and company over, so it was really great. Other than that, yesterday was just some cleaning up around the house, whatnot. So, fairly uneventful that way.
G-Man?
Just typical. Banged around, watched a lot of college basketball, great games. Final Four, Friday night, setting records again. 15 million people. It's crazy.
Tonight's men's?
Yeah, tonight's men's.
Okay.
But it's late. That's what everybody's bitching about. It doesn't start till 9:25.
Oh, yeah, that's late.
Yeah, it's because it's in Phoenix and they want the West Coast crowd.
All right.
But a lot of people locally and East Coast are really complaining about it. It's usually it's about an hour and a half later than they usually have big games.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'd be complaining too if it was hot, big on my radar to watch, but I don't blame people. But people still tune in. It's it could be widely consumed.
It's good for the bars and restaurants.
I tell you what, you talk about the ladies. What Friday night? 14 million? I do believe they brought in more than any. I was reading some stats like more than any NBA game, and all kinds of records. Like you wouldn't believe what it did viewership wise. It's amazing.
They crushed it.
I love it.
No, well, she did it. Previously, we talked about it. They they did the out. They crushed the NHL.
They broke their own record within a week.
2 days. 3 days, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And the Major League Baseball, the NBA finals. Not an NBA game, the finals.
Yep.
They did. But again, hats off to her. Career's done. She had a great career. They have 1 week now, and they'll be pros.
Just college career, yes.
Yeah, but I'm saying her career's done there, but she's got only 7 days. They got the draft next Monday. And that draft will be watched because of her. Like they said before, the numbers were very low.
Here's a number we haven't talked about, and you know what? I'm bringing this up, and I should have looked it up first before I do, but I wonder how many 22 Iowa jerseys were sold.
Right. I forget it.
Just because, again, that's what one person can do to an entire sport.
Even men. Many men. I've seen guys with them on, too.
That's what I mean.
Men and women.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. Because a lot of times you would never see a guy wearing a girl's jersey. It's just not a big thing. You wouldn't see it in college basketball, but they did. She's very, very good. She's unbelievable, one of the best ever. South Carolina is just a deep team. They play 11 people, and they were unbelievable. I mean, they didn't lose a game. They're 38-0. And one game they lost last year to Iowa. But they pulled away at the end. But I'm sure yesterday, I'm going to be thinking that broke a record, too. I think. And they were close at half. It was only 2. Iowa got off to a 20-7 start. I mean, and people were like, yeah, Iowa +6. But then South Carolina, they're deep. I mean, they really, really are. Hats off to the coach. She had a great career when she played. And she was very nice about Caitlin Clark, like Jimmy, you said, and she mentioned her. And she said, thank her for what she's done for women's basketball. But we'll see. I mean, again, I think she'll have a great career.
Yeah, and very humble, too. I even saw part of her press conference afterwards. And, again, it's such a we mentality
Thinking that,
in her
you're
mind.
Right. I heard it too.
And it's so refreshing to see in today's day and age in sports because it's always me, 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 me.
Yeah, she's really the first person in a long time who's got recognized just for her ability on the court. Like even Reese, like I spoke to you about, a lot of people talked about her, but more about her actions, her behavior after she won last year with the ring and the hand and the face. That really got her to the next level. And unfortunately in our society, that's what happens. It goes back to Dennis Rodman. But yeah, I mean, good for ratings. But a lot of people bet on it, let me tell you that. And tonight, billions will be bet tonight on UConn.
Oh, yeah.
UConn covered again, so it's 11 in a row that they've covered. Jimmy's got them to win it all on the Hard Rock app, so we're going to pull for that. Hopefully they win. I'm excited about it, and we'll see what happens. But it's going to be a good game. Purdue ended up beating North Carolina State, and then UConn beat. Now, Alabama was close with UConn first half, but the second half they broke away. And that game was late, too. But I think it's a school night because even UConn, when they played Iowa Friday night, that started like 9:15. I didn't hear as many people complain, but it was a Friday night, like, we were sort of, and tonight, 9:20, people were like, 9:20? Like, oh, man, you know what I mean? But it's good for the bars and restaurants because the people will stay there all night.
Sure.
I mean, they definitely will. So we'll see what happens with that. And there was one winner in Powerball in Oregon.
Again, just one winner.
It's amazing.
Uh-huh.
God. And again, out west. I mean, it wasn't California, but out west, California had the most.
Start buying our Mega Millions and Powerballs out west.
We got to go there. It's a reason to go.
Right.
Not only to go see the Oregon Ducks, but California had, 3 of the top 5 ever highest winners. And now this guy who won in Oregon crushed it again. One winner Friday night. It spreads like wildflower. Like one winner, and in Oregon. So if you know anybody in Oregon, I do not. I do not know anybody, but if you guys know anybody, give them a call and say hi. How are you? And what is going on?
Mega Millions back up to $97 million for tomorrow night.
That crept up pretty quick, right?
Yeah, it didn't take
long. I feel
long.
like we just said it was like 30, like Wednesday or something.
Yeah, $97 million. That's for tomorrow night's drawing. So get right back onto the train.
Choo-choo. All right, so the eclipse is today.
It is.
The Yankee game might start later.
Okay, I thought they announced that it was going to start later.
They're not sure.
Okay.
Because, again, they're at Yankee Stadium. They're not down here. So.
Oh, all right. I thought when we talked yesterday, we said they were down here.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, okay.
No, I said that they're
because I was wondering. I was like, well, why? Why would they be doing that? Because we're only getting partial solar eclipse.
Yeah. Well, not only that, they have a dome.
Yeah, I was going to say if they're playing the Marlins,
I knew
they're inside anyway. Yeah.
Is it up?
Yeah.
And I would have got 200 text messages for tickets.
But even still, I mean, what's it? I don't. They play baseball at night,
right? Just turn on the lights,
right?
I think.
But I think they just a lot of people want to see it.
Well, they don't want people also, God forbid, looking at it and maybe getting injured. They'll sue the Yankees.
Well, that too. But I think there's a lot of interest behind it too. That they're like, all right, maybe we'll let people watch the solar eclipse and then we'll play the game after the fact.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of things you may or may not know about the solar eclipse, including what color you should wear if you plan on snapping away some photographs and taking some selfies.
To be fashionable?
Yes. If you want to stand out in your photos. But yeah, the solar eclipse, they said this is kind of a roundup for it. And we are not in the path of totality. All right, we are not, but there are some. So you could be listening on the iHeart Radio app, and I love this. They say path of totality is crossing over a few cities and towns with perfect names: Shadowland, Texas.
Oh, you have this list? Okay, cool.
Moon, Oklahoma; Corona, Missouri; Sun Valley, Ohio; Moon Beach, New York; and Eclipse Island in Canada. So those are perfectly named. But I did see this. So if you plan on taking some photographs, these are the colors that you should wear. Basically, you want to look like Christmas. They say red and green. Red and green are the colors to wear during an eclipse because they said there are good colors and bad colors. So red and green stand out in low lighting and look best in photos. Black, white, gray, and brown are the worst colors for you to wear during a solar eclipse if you find that you want to go ahead and take pictures while you're out there. Because I know a lot of people are going to be traveling. A lot of people are in that path of totality as well, too. But there's food chains that are doing some stuff. Deals. Burger King has a buy one, get one Whopper today. Oh, woo. Woo, Whopper. Chili's has free appetizers deals. Pizza Hut has a $12 pizza deal called the Total Eclipse of the Hut.
I like that.
The Sunglass Hut, I heard they got a big thing going on.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Did you guys bring your protective eyewear?
No.
No.
Well, isn't it later in the afternoon?
Well, I'm still here. That's why. We're going to get like the best viewing here in West Palm. They say is around 3:03.
Ooh. Is that it? Okay.
Yes. Right. Yeah. So, I mean, it starts like late.
As soon as we get off the air.
So, like 1:40, 1 something goes on to like 4:15, something like that. But they say like, it's going to be the peak.
I saw a map of the United States where it was showing where it was going to go, and it also gave kind of like a shaded area outside of it. Like, will be so. From what I could see, we're at about 50 to 60% of an eclipse is what we're going to see here.
You are correct.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, but they say that peak here in West Palm specifically is like 3:03 is what I've read.
Okay.
Yep.
Did you see that flight that Delta had?
They had a couple of them, right?
They created a specific flight to leave Detroit to Michigan and down to Texas, right? So it's going to go pretty much along the flight path. The flight's going to depart at around 1:15 and land at about 4:20. And the whole idea was just for people to go up and see the eclipse while they're up in the air.
And I think they give them all the protective eyewear and all that stuff. I mean, it's specifically for that,
And tickets went for about $1,100
Jesus.
for that flight for people.
I'll just stand on the ground and watch it.
I mean,
really?
I mean, there are reports are going to bring in millions and millions of dollars to the economy.
I have a girlfriend who flew into Ohio specifically for this. She was one of the ones to go travel, to go somewhere where she could see.
Yeah, that's nice.
The totality of it.
They're saying there's a lot of small towns all along the path that are overwhelmed with people coming in.
Yeah, booked on hotels.
I heard that they've never ever before.
Restaurants.
And people were doing it.
Yeah.
It was on the news this morning.
Even people tying the knot. I mean, this is a big thing. There's a lot of people who are like taking
so
this.
Romantic.
Yes, they are taking this eclipse and they want to make it about themselves. Just kidding. No, they said that, of course, it's getting a lot of attention, the solar eclipse, but this rare cosmic event has people from across the country traveling to be in that path of totality, to take it in, and then they also plan to celebrate in a bigger way. Couples are having destination weddings today. They said not tropical beaches, but in middle of the U.S., probably where they would not decide to do so before, but because they want to say I do during this once-in-a-lifetime moment for some. I know some people have seen total eclipses before, but they say Russellville, Arkansas, Tiffin, Ohio, they say that they have seen a huge spike in wedding registrations for today. They say Tiffin is hosting an elope at the eclipse, which is going to be a free mass wedding. And they say so far they have 150 couples from all across the U.S. who have registered to take part of it.
Wow, how about that?
Yep.
How about divorces? Are they up?
I don't know.
They want to eclipse the marriage. I want to get rid of it. Jimmy, do we have somebody at home?
We do. We got our buddy Pops checking in with us. Hey, Pops, what's going on, pal?
Good morning, everybody. How we doing today?
Doing good, Pops. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful, thank you. Doing wonderful. Went and got my checkup from the doctor on Thursday. He told me that the progress that I've made in 6 days was compared to what some of his patients would achieve in 3 to 5 weeks.
Wow.
Excellent. I love it.
Superhuman.
For those that don't know, Pops had rotator cuff surgery the other day. And, of course, now he's giving us an update. And sounds like you're about ready to get out on the beach and get that line back into the water, buddy.
Well, guess what? I just got done. I sent you an email with a picture of my mistress. I put a rod rack on the front of her. And I got, I'm ready for the beach.
All right. I guess so, huh?
Nice. Got the lines all, new fishing line on all the reels and rods, everything greased up, tackle box ready, cooler's ready. So just a couple more items I got to fix on the Jeep, and then she'll be ready to go.
All right. Looks good. Get back out there, buddy. Slay him.
Yeah. I mean, the doctor told me, he says, you're going to get your goal. He said, but you'll probably reach your goal about a month before what you anticipated.
It's fantastic.
Good. That's awesome. Great job.
Yeah. I'm just, rehabbing myself, doing my exercises, not being stupid and trying to lift stuff that I can't.
You're doing it right.
Just
Good.
playing it smart. So, But I just want to tell you guys, have a great eclipse day. I think I'm going fishing.
All right, enjoy, Pops.
Sounds good, buddy.
Hope you catch a whale.
I hope so, too. I love you guys, and I'll talk at you later.
You got
Take
it,
care,
Pops. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. You could also text us at Real Radio 47142 or email Jimmy at realradio921.com.
Well, we're going to see all kinds of videos, too. I can see it already because even South America, where the eclipse already happened, they've already posted videos online. So we'll be seeing those later on today, I'm sure.
That's very cool.
Mm-hmm.
It is the Penthouse. We'll come back with a lot for you guys. Don't forget, 11:45, your chance to win tickets to our Tastings event, which is this Saturday. It's always a great event, and you'll have a fantastic time. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Here's the limited amount I know about earthquakes, okay? I believe this is right. But I think it matters a lot how deep the earthquake was. I could be wrong, but I
feel it more if it's deeper.
I think
sex reference.
Yeah, I think so.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Watch for ongoing construction A1A between Old Dixie Highway and Shore Winds Drive in Fort Pierce, and the road construction Port St. Lucie Boulevard from Parr Drive to Gatlin Boulevard. That's traffic. I'm Ron Hersey.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
So, you finally have some time to yourself. Even if it is just the car ride home, it's you time. And look at you. Do not disturb set before you even got in the car? Impressive. You've earned this moment to just chill and drive. This break is brought to you by Target Zero and the Florida Department of Transportation.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code MOVE to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code MOVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code MOVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 561-390-1000. That's 561-390-1000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
If you're the victim of a car crash, never rush to settle with the insurance companies and never settle for just any attorney. Demand Anna Jar Levine. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In office, West Palm Beach.
In this week's Marketers Report, we hear about the importance of local radio from Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Are you prepared for an emergency or disaster? Because it's not a matter of if, but when. Don't find yourself saying,
when the storm rolls in, my time to find a pet-friendly evacuation center will have run out.
The scorching heat wave will leave me powerless to cool my insulin.
I'll face a hurricane without meds. Now that's a tough pill to swallow.
Let's prepare so we all have a better story to tell. Get started at ready.gov/older adults. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Hey guys, Chef Justin with Fresh from Florida here, reminding you that Fresh from Florida sweet corn is in season now. And for amazing sweet corn recipes, visit freshfromflorida.com. Fresh from Florida, there's sunshine in every bite.
Real Radio weather.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. A mix of sun and clouds will continue throughout the rest of the day today, as we do have the partial solar eclipse that will finish around 4 p.m. this afternoon. We'll still have some clouds in the area around that time. Highs today around the upper 70s along the coastline, getting into the low 80s inland. We'll see a gradual warm up throughout the rest of this week.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll have the story of the ex-slave turned Wild West lawman, Bass Reeves. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
I'm Johnny B. Good, the host of the podcast Creating a Con, the story of Bitcoin. This podcast dives deep into the story of Ray Trapani and his company, Centratech. I'll explore how three 20-somethings built a company out of lies, deceit, and greed.
I've been saying since a very young age that I was going to be a millionaire. If someone's like, oh, what's your best way of making money? I'm like, oh, we should start some sort of scheme.
Listen to Creating a Con, the story of Bitcoin, on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in The Penthouse on a Monday. Hope you guys had a nice weekend and enjoyed yourself. Don't forget, total eclipse today. Don't let the sun come down on me. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good morning.
Francis is here.
Hey, what's going on?
And it's time for This Day in History and a Trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
All right. Break up the Marlins. Break up the Marlins, Jimmy. They won yesterday. They beat the Cardinals. They got their first victory of the season. And it's going to get easier for the Marlins because they got the Yankees and then they got the Braves. So hats off to the Marlins. They are 1-9. Got a victory yesterday in St. Louis. Even they were up 7-0. I'm like, ooh, you never know. But they did get their first W of the season.
Yay!
They're going 1-161.
Going to the World Series.
Yeah, that's it. Nice.
You never know. I don't think so. But the Marlins are in New York. Yankees have had the best start since, I think, 2003. They're 8-2. So they got the Marlins the next 3-4 days. And then the Braves come to town this weekend. So Marlins could have another tough week. Maybe 6 or 7 losses. So we'll see what happens. But they did get their first victory. Tonight is men's basketball, the championship at 9:20 in Phoenix. It's UConn taking on Purdue, 2 number 1 seeds. UConn is -7 as we speak. It was 6 yesterday. The line is going up. UConn also has covered 11 times in a row in March Madness the last 2 years. So if you're thinking about betting and you want UConn, I'd be betting this morning because I think the line's only going to go up. And yesterday in the ladies, I know Jimmy might have some audio for this. South Carolina did become a champ, 38-0.
I do. And here it is.
Perfection with a touch of sweet redemption. Undefeated South Carolina has won its 3rd national championship. 87-75 the final.
Unbelievable. That's the 10th time in college basketball history for women that a team went undefeated wire to wire. Last year they were 37-1. So hats off to them. They lost to Iowa in the semifinals. Great season. Perfect. Can't get any better than that. And then the WNBA draft is next week on the 15th. So I'm sure a couple of those girls are projected to go in the top 10. And that is your trifecta. Now over to Jimmy for This Day in History.
On this day in history.
Well, today's time warp is taking us back to 1913. That's when the 17th Amendment to these United States was passed, which called for the direct election of U.S. senators by voters of the states. And it was ratified on this day in 1913. 50 years ago today, 1974, we saw a baseball record go down, and that's when superstar Hank Aaron of the Atlanta Braves broke Babe Ruth's lifetime home run record by hitting number 715 against the L.A. Dodgers.
Who was the pitcher?
Couldn't tell you.
I'll doubt it. It's a good trivia question.
It is, actually. 49 years ago today, 1975, The Godfather Part 2 won Best Picture. It also won, Robert De Niro took home an Oscar for Best Supporting Actor for playing a younger version of course, Vito Corleone in that movie. Speaking of Hollywood, Clint Eastwood in 1986 was elected to mayor on this day. It was Carmel, California, who won by a landslide of 72% of the vote. 35 years ago today, 1989, California Angels rookie pitcher Jim Abbott makes his Major League Baseball debut. Why was it such a big buzz? Well, he was born without a right hand.
It was unbelievable. I remember him at Michigan, and when he also was with the Yankees. I saw him live one day. Unbelievable to see. Like, he would take his glove off. I mean, God,
pretty wild, huh?
Yeah, you're bitching your phone don't work, and this guy's on the mound taking off his glove and pitching. And against major leaguers.
Yeah.
I was like, wow.
Yep. Very wild. 24 years ago today, in 2000, well, we heard the skit heard around the world. I got a little bit for it, I think. Yeah, remember this?
Guess what? I got a fever.
Yep.
And the only prescription is more cowbell.
More cowbell. That's right. That aired on this day, starring, of course, Christopher Walken. And
such a good skit.
Oh, it was. Still holds up to this day,
yes,
too. It's amazing. And finally, 8 years ago today, in 2016, we had some inductees into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and they include Cheap Trick, Chicago, Deep Purple, NWA, and Steve Miller. Yes, they were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame on this day, April 8th, in our history.
You know what's amazing about that skit is that I saw an interview with him, and he said that's the thing. People come up to him, and he's a great actor
Yeah,
for
he's
years.
been in a ton of stuff.
Yeah, and big movies too.
Yeah.
But he said when he gets stopped, I just saw this about, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago. It was that's what I get, And again, that was not so much from the show of everybody, sending it and seeing it, the video all over the place. Because Saturday Night Live has a good audience, but not huge. But he said, where I go, because people bring it up.
Yeah, it's iconic.
To this day.
Yeah, it's crazy. And he goes, and I've been in a few films.
Yeah, I've done a couple of other things as well.
Yeah. But your cowbell is unbelievable.
Yeah, the cowbell. And of course, that was Will Ferrell was big in that.
yeah.
And then, of
They were
course, the
all in it.
fact
Horatio Sanz. I mean, all the guys were in it.
Yeah.
Chris Kattan. It was so good.
and the fact that like Jimmy Fallon couldn't hold his, laughter
He
in with
never
it, too.
could. Him and Horatio Sanz were the ones, and I love watching them because they would break all the time.
Yeah. It's funny.
They would. So 47142 started off with Real Radio. Somebody let us know. 35.89 million is the most watched NBA game by Chicago Bulls in 98. They said game 6.
Okay.
All right. So I don't know if we were talking about the most watched game. So that's what we have here.
What Jimmy just said, we were talking about Saturday. For girls, it beat it. College girls.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they just let us know that was the most watched NBA game. And then we have here, my cousin is a trauma surgeon in Indianapolis, and he's taking his employees with him. They're going to the Indy 500 Speedway to watch the eclipse.
Okay.
Where it's supposed to cross over directly.
Yeah, they're right in the path.
Yeah, they're expecting at that location, the Indy Speedway, 100,000 people to attend that location.
Wow. I
He
believe
said
it.
he has ordered 200 White Castles to take with him. That's nice. He said, Jimmy, you should be there.
I'd love to. You had me a White Castle.
You should be
Screwed
there.
Eclipse. I've seen it.
That's amazing. 100,000.
Sure.
Yeah. And then something that happened this weekend that somebody was letting us know about, and then I did some digging about it too. But Madonna had her celebration tour, and they said that it nearly ended abruptly because, well, first of all, of course she was late.
No.
I heard she didn't come out till after almost 10:30 or something like that.
Jesus.
But I don't know what day because she was Friday, Saturday. She's taken today or took Sunday off, and she's again today. But this is her last leg of the tour, except for she's doing a free concert in Rio de Janeiro in May. But I think this is like the last of it. Yeah. But they said that she cut the concert off for a little bit, and she wasn't yelling at the fans. She was yelling at her tour crew and the staff.
Yeah.
I guess it was very hot in the venue, and they said, there was lack of air conditioning, and it was having an adverse effect on her voice. So she stopped the concert. She was like, you don't know how much I've been waiting for this whole effing show. She said angrily, she's like, I'm working my ass off. I deserve it. Respect me. The show will not go on until you respect me. She's yelling at her staff.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you think she's talking about the dinner after that?
She said, I also work very hard because I'm a mother, I'm an artist, and I am a queen.
Wow.
She said, I get really mad when people don't care about my health. This is my 71st show, and I will keep going as long as you change the air. So, yes, they said that she cracked down. But I guess the crowd was cheering her on, because she wasn't yelling at the crowd. She was yelling at her staff, but they said the crowd was cheering her on when she was cut the show off just to tell the staff, fix this AC.
So tonight, the basketball game starts at 9:20.
Yes.
You could watch the whole game and then catch Madonna.
There you go.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, yeah.
She'll be coming out about 11:30.
You might have to wait another half hour, but
with traffic, if you're leaving from here, you can watch the whole UConn. You can watch UConn, take out Purdue, and then you could go see Madonna. Yeah. And you pull in, and she's not out, and you're like, Madonna.
Yeah.
It's 11:30.
It is crazy.
Here's a bet tonight. Will UConn be champs before Madonna comes out on stage?
Where do we get that prop bet?
It's a prop bet. Or Purdue.
It's funny. I didn't see that on the Hard Rock app earlier, but let me look again.
It's one of those offshore things, I guess.
Thank you, Franny.
Yes,
I love you.
yes.
You're on the ball. Offshore. Will Madonna come out on stage before UConn or Purdue become champions? You guys, we're going to bet the odds at 6-5. You got to put up 110 for 100. Only here. Only Madonna. You know what? You're right. I only had one person mention to me Madonna was here. Like it was quietly, you know what I mean?
And it probably would have been a concert I would have enjoyed because she's doing her best of. Because I've been to a show where she did her new stuff, and I was like, come on. And I know, so you want to put out your new stuff. I do understand, but this was like a best of tour. So, I mean, when she's on there, I bet it's good. You just got to wait for her.
I think she's got so much over the years negative press, obviously about being late. Tortuga this weekend. I mean, what does that get? 100,000 3 days?
I don't know. Probably.
I
don't
would
know.
guess.
Speaking of a best of, I did hear because Jennifer Lopez secretly, like, just quietly canceled some of her shows.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, well, her tickets aren't selling. And this is like, This Is Me tour or whatever.
Yeah.
So they said that she also has secretly changed her tour from a This Is Me or whatever, her new movie that's out. It's like named after that.
Her love story.
To a best of Jennifer Lopez. So she's her greatest hits.
Yeah.
So they said she secretly changed the tour too, hoping that the ticket sales will be better.
They weren't doing good.
No.
I mean, again, what are you going to do? I mean, she's been on top for a long, long time, and, things happen. No pity party for her.
No.
But yeah, Madonna was this weekend, and I did, just one person reached out to me and said, yeah, Madonna's this weekend. And this is also, I think, a reschedule, because I think this was from a couple years ago. She was supposed to be here. And then she ended up playing. She's crazy, though. I'm out of here. It's too hot. I'm the queen.
Yeah.
My God.
And like her sound guy has anything to do with that, right? What's he going to do?
Oh, my
AC's out.
I feel so bad for anybody who works in that arena, though. Oh, because she was probably ripping them and going crazy. It's too hot. My voice sounds terrible, the whole thing. If you went to Madonna, let us know how it was. 877-927-6969. I know, Franny, you had a couple things that we were going to get into in this segment. We're going to talk about the countries where they get it on the most.
Promiscuous, yes. The list of the most promiscuous countries in the world. So if you have a hard time hooking up, maybe you want to move over to one of these countries.
All right, here we go. All right, we're going Brazilian.
Yes, there is a spicy new study that looks at the average number of sexual partners by country, revealing which ones have the most. And I've heard this place is quite beautiful. I have. It may not be something on your list, but you may want to change your mind. So on this list, they give us the top 10 most promiscuous countries. Now, according to data, the global average of sexual partners is 9 sexual partners during someone's lifetime.
Wow.
They said, but that number, you're like, wow, that's low.
I did that this past weekend.
They said the number varies greatly from country to country. And say, it may be surprising that the number one here is Turkey. Turkey is the most promiscuous on the planet. The average Turkish person has slept with more than 14 people. And they say that can be surprising since 99% of the country's residents are Muslim, and Turkey is thought to have a more traditional view about sex and relationships. So that's why people thought it was kind of shocking.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that by any stretch.
Yep. They say it's not the only surprise. Countries that are considered more liberal about sex, like Brazil and France, were not high on the list.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Maybe they lied.
France was number 29, with its citizens having slept with an average of 8.1. I was like, where's that 0.1 come from? People. Just the tip.
Nice. I like that. Good joke.
8.1.
Good joke.
While Brazil is 25th, and its citizens have had sex with 9 people on average. The U.S. comes in ahead of them on 13th. The Americans have slept with an average of 10.7 people. And we're actually tied.
Thank you, Greek.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, we're actually tied exactly with Canada, having the same stat.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
10.7. The least promiscuous country was China, where people have slept with 3.1 partners, and then India with only 3 partners.
Okay.
Yep. They're very traditional, though, right? Like they still have it where they set up the marriages.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, so if you want to go somewhere where they're just banging around, Turkey, number 1, Australia, number 2, not far from Australia, New Zealand, number 3, and they have great accents.
But not high numbers.
I'm sorry, G-Man.
Yeah.
Iceland at 4, South Africa at 5, Finland, then Norway, then Italy at 8, Sweden and Switzerland at 10.
Greece didn't even make the list.
Did not. I'm so sorry.
What's going on over there?
Right?
Very devoted.
Yeah, wow.
Yes.
Apple doesn't fall far from the tree. 877-927-6969. What do you think? Is that number right on point? 13 for a lifetime? And I also would think it would be higher because I think people are older now and having sex more, because they could be single, divorces, different things like that. But yeah, 9 is on high point. Let us know. You don't have to say if your number is higher or lower, just your opinion. If you say, hey, 9 is right on point, or that's a little low. Give us a call at 877-927-6969. Also, if you have an opinion on a game tonight, UConn or the Marlins. How many games do you think the Marlins will win this year? Jimmy, what do you think?
What's their over-under?
78.
78? Oh, I'd take the under in that. In a heartbeat.
Yeah. Yeah, they're off. I mean, this week's.
They don't have any injuries, right, or anything. I mean,
no, they got a couple.
It's not like. I mean, are there?
No.
Are they losing because of that? Do you think?
They've had a couple. They have a couple big injuries in pitchers and a couple players starters.
Okay, all right. So they could. I mean, they get guys back healthy again. They come back and maybe go on a winning streak here or there.
It's a long season.
I would still take the under though.
Yeah. I mean, after this week, they could really be in bad shape. I mean, because they're playing two of the best teams, the Yankees and the Braves.
Yeah.
So that's going to be tough.
Well, I should all sweep the Yankees.
7-0. Oh, my God. The Yankees today have to be like almost 3-1, and that's high. You know what I mean? Like $3, put up $1 to play the Marlins. You could check the Hard Rock app. I would love to see it. I meant to check it this morning. But, yeah, the Marlins are up there tonight at 6:05. Saturday Night Live did do a little spoof on March Madness. And they went after Barkley a little. It was pretty funny.
I got to watch it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Because Kristen Wiig hosted, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to watch it.
And they did a little thing about, and they mentioned, obviously, Caitlin Clark, but they went after Barkley a little. Because Barkley's doing March Madness for years. He's been doing that, him and Kenny Smith. Shaq doesn't do it. But then you see all those commercials for years with him. Jennifer Gardner's been in them the last couple of years. They're all over the place. But, yeah, Barkley is just so funny. He really is. But the Saturday Night Live skit was pretty funny if you want to check it out. It definitely had some good humor in it. Tonight is the Madness, and it is the conclusion. How is your bracket? There's a lot of people that are going to find out tonight how they did, who won or lost. I have a lot of friends who are in it, and this is the last night you can get some points in your big pool. So you might be – and if you got Purdue, I think you got a better shot, obviously, because most people do have UConn to win it all. But we'll see what happens. This is a good night, too. If you have UConn, you can bet the other way and protect your bet or guarantee yourself some money. And in sports betting, it's rare that you can guarantee yourself some money. But if you got UConn tonight, they were 5-1. You could say, you know what, I'll go. And Purdue tonight is 2-1. So if you put up $100, you get $200 back. And that's strong. So you could definitely make some money tonight and say, okay, I'm guaranteed when I go to the window tomorrow or tonight, I'm going to have money in my pocket. Again, 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. You could also text us at Real Radio 47142 or email Jimmy at realradio921.com. Have you any plans for the eclipse? You going anywhere?
I was earlier. Matter of fact, we were talking about the eclipse earlier. If you go to realradio921.com and look under the Penthouse blog, since obviously we are in an area that will not see a total quote unquote eclipse, you can go on there and there's a couple. I posted I have a post with some links so that you can watch it in real time when it happens later on today. So NASA is one of them, and of course you know that video quality is going to be great. And it's one of those things that NASA is always streaming something, so they've got like educational things. Like I clicked on it to see what was going on, and they were talking about some of the spacecraft that they're working on for the future, like a new shuttle type thing, and things like that. So they're, in other words, are constantly showing some video. It's not just sitting there waiting for the eclipse to happen. So it's go to realradio921.com under the Penthouse blog, and you can get a couple links there for you to watch the eclipse later on today in real time.
Another big event this weekend, and it's amazing the amount of people that go, is WrestleMania. It was in Philadelphia this weekend, and, man, it was sold out, obviously. Kelsey was in there, Jason, The Rock was there. Man.
And they were hyping up The Rock. You saw him in a lot of the promos, but yeah, I think Jason Kelsey was a surprise.
Yeah, I think they mentioned it Thursday or Friday.
I can totally see him being a wrestler.
Yeah, so
sure, I can see him getting involved in that. Yeah.
Thursday or Friday, I think they announced that he was going to be there. Supposedly Taylor Swift called him.
Now that's one of those things, though. Does the NFL frown upon it, or do the Chiefs frown upon it?
But it was Jason, not Travis, and so Jason's no longer with the NFL.
Oh, I'm sorry, you said Jason.
Yeah,
I didn't.
Yeah,
right. Sorry.
It was his brosif, Travis's brother, Jason. Yep.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be able to do it if he was still playing.
Yeah.
I think that would, because Lawrence Taylor did it years ago after he was retired.
But that was after, right?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, they do it. The only person who ever did it when he was playing, and again, because he had no rules, was Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman did it years ago when the Bulls were in the championship.
Oh, okay. No kidding. Okay.
Yeah, he split. He didn't tell anybody he left, and they were watching him on TV.
Was that after he got back from North Korea?
No. This is when he was playing with the Bulls.
I know. I'm kidding.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't even know where he was going. It was in the Last Dance. He just took off, got on a motorcycle and left, and just jumped on a plane. He went to WrestleMania, and he missed like practice and everything. He was just crazy. He still is.
So Jason got involved with it to the point where he was interacting with some of the guys and
he was
doing some of the moves and all that.
Yeah. And I think it was 2 nights in Philadelphia.
John Cena was back too. Yeah, I mean, it was a who's who. That was a big night for wrestling fans.
Oh yeah, and I know they were sold out completely.
It always is.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
It is, and
good for them. I mean, it's great.
And you know what's big with that sport for them? And again, you want success in anything. They are getting another big batch of young generation people going and checking it out and just loving it.
Well, and you get people like a Logan Paul who has a lot of followers, who's now wrestling too. But yeah, no, they did good for the 2 nights. Lincoln Financial Field for both nights together. It was 145,420 people.
Wow. And it was at the football stadium, which is amazing. It wasn't even where I would think where the Sixers played or the Flyers.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And they sell at football season. 70,000. Man, people love it. They do. God bless them. You want to talk about a money train? My God. And I'm sure those tickets are not cheap. It is the Penthouse, and it is a Monday. Getting ready for the big eclipse. Maybe a good place to go watch is the casino. No windows. Be perfect. Fran, we got some Florida stories. What's happening with that?
Yeah, we have a Florida woman who posed as a 14-year-old to do something quite disturbing. And then a woman was just trying to go for a nice little jog. And this guy was like, hey, look at my penis. I'll tell you about him. And then
sounds about right.
We got a villager who took a bite out of a woman. I will give you those details when we come back on Real Radio 92.1.
The bad news, the brain isn't all that great at hearing stuff and remembering it. The good news, you can watch us too. Like and follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Real Radio 92.1.
Hey, it's the Greek and Jimmy. We'd like to invite you to join us at Tanger Outlets this Saturday for tastings and unlimited food, wine, and craft beer event.
Get your tickets today at pbtastings.com, and you'll sample food from some of the area's best restaurants, finest wines, and great craft breweries. And your ticket lets you sample as much as you want.
For tickets and all event information and VIP options, head to pbtastings.com.
Tastings is sponsored by Brayman Motor Cars and presented by FAMU's Mary. Educate, learn, talk.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Heavy traffic congestion this morning, southbound on the Turnpike approaching Southern Boulevard. Northbound Turnpike delays right at Lake Worth Road. I-95 completely up to speed. I'm also looking at an accident just reported on Congress Avenue and Scanlon Avenue. That's traffic. I'm Zach.
This report is sponsored by try the new limited edition Orange Dreamsicle Frosty at Wendy's. Try the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty at Wendy's. It's like walking down recent memory lane. To have Orange Dreamsicle Frosty in our timeline is truly something special, and we shouldn't let the moment pass us by. And be quick, it's only available for a limited time.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Hayes the Greek and the greatest show on earth is this Saturday at Monroe's. It's breathtaking performances of magic, fire, and freaks at Monroe's. Sexy circus girls this Saturday. If you want to be entertained, make sure you go to Monroe's this Saturday night for the greatest show on earth. And Monroe's is open 7 days a week till 5 a.m. with beautiful ladies and a 5-star menu. But April 13th, this Saturday, the greatest show on earth, Monroe's in Palm Beach. It's gonna be magic, fire, and freaks. Peace!
Ocean breeze, tropical beach, pina colada. You can buy an air freshener to make your car smell like you're in an oceanside paradise. Or, better yet, you can point your car toward Daytona Beach and come experience the real thing. Visit DaytonaBeach.com to discover all there is to see, do, and enjoy along the world's most famous beach. Daytona Beach, Florida. Beach on.
Did you know that your largest investment asset might not be your retirement account or home? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. Most people don't realize that their life insurance policy is actually an asset they can sell. But for almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. We've even created a free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com so you can find out in seconds what we might pay for your policy. There are no fees and no obligations, just information. Knowing the value of your life insurance policy is as important as knowing the value of your home, your equity portfolio, or your finances in total. Discover the valuable information you need to understand the current market value for your life insurance, and then get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Visit abacuspays.com to learn more and use our free policy value calculator today.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
When you get nachos, tacos, empanadas, spicy queso with jalapenos, Pepto-Bismol's there. Pepto-Bismol provides fast, effective relief from nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, and diarrhea. All the things that can happen unexpectedly on vacation. So before you travel, pack the Pepto. Pepto-Bismol.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Only 1 in 5 people with autism are employed, despite many having the skill set and desire to work.
Maybe it's because employers don't know what kind of jobs they can do. Like, what about a programmer?
That's a job for someone with autism.
How about a healthcare worker?
Yep, that is too. People with autism can do a lot of different jobs, but often get overlooked due to outdated stigmas. Introducing WIN by Autism Speaks. We help businesses lead the way in inclusive hiring.
What about a ranch hand?
To learn more, go to autismspeaks.org/win.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon and Partners Weather Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. A mix of sun and clouds will continue throughout the rest of the day today, as we do have a partial solar eclipse that will finish around 4 p.m. this afternoon with some sun clouds in the area around that time. Highs today around the upper 70s along the coastline, getting into the low 80s inland. We'll see a gradual warm-up throughout the rest of this week.
This report is sponsored by the Tudor-Dixon Podcast.
On the next episode of the Tudor-Dixon Podcast, Rescuing the Innocent from Haiti, I talked to 2 men who led the remarkable effort to save lives, an episode you have to hear to believe. It's the Tudor-Dixon Podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're back in the Penthouse on a Monday. Hope you guys had a nice weekend. We always appreciate you tuning in to Real Radio 921. At 11:45, your chance and opportunity to win tickets to our tasting event, which is this Saturday. You'll have a great time and a great chance to taste some great foods and liquors this Saturday at the outlets. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good morning.
Of course, Francis is here.
Hey, and yeah, just a heads up with that tastings event. We have a few more VIP tickets available, but I mean a few more. We are almost sold out as far as VIP is concerned. So if you want that, which gets you in an hour earlier than everybody else to sample that unlimited deliciousness, make sure you go to pbtastings.com and get those tickets.
Now it's time for some Florida stories.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say Florida?
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
Yep. Well, we have got ourselves a very naughty Florida woman who decided she was going to pose as a 14-year-old. This 23-year-old woman posed as a 14-year-old girl to meet and molest a teenage boy. Alyssa Ann Zinger of Tampa was arrested for the second time and charged with additional sex crimes with minors after 4 more victims came forward. She was first arrested back in November for allegedly engaging in at least 30 sexual acts with at least one middle school student between the ages of 12 and 15, sending explicit videos to several more. They said that the accused predator allegedly created a fake persona on social media as a homeschooled 14-year-old and communicated with these minors. The Tampa police said at the time, they believe that there may be additional victims, so they want somebody to come out. But after her first arrest, she was charged with 2 counts of lewd and lascivious battery and 5 counts of lewd or lascivious molestation. Well, this past Thursday, authorities tacked on 2 counts, same thing, and another 2 counts of the lascivious molestation and battery, possession of child pornography, in-state transmission of child pornography by electronic device, and sexual cyber harassment. They said the first victim told police that the pair had sex multiple times, and she sent him explicit photos in the beginning. It first started on Snapchat. That Snapchat is one of those shady apps you gotta be careful for. Zinger and one of the victims were busted, not only having sex, but shoplifting at a Nordstrom.
Oh, good store.
Yeah.
Good taste.
She kept on with the front, though, when the cops were busting her. She kept on with that front, saying that she was born in 2009, like trying to continue on like she was a kid,
right.
Which they said cops could not verify according to a search warrant. They were able to finally find some information on her, born in 2001, but when confronted, she told a desperate lie that she had a half-sister with the same name. She's like, that's the one that was born in 2009.
A half-sister.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They did find out that she was lying by reviewing school and employment records and contacting her employer, which confirmed, yes, in fact, she is an adult.
I mean, a former employer.
Yes, right?
My guess.
I would guess so, too. Yep. So, looks like she is quite
shady.
Disgusting. Yep. And
Very.
just be careful because I think there might be more people out there. Then next up in your What the Florida, when you're just trying to have yourself a nice jog at a park, you don't expect this to happen. According to an arrest affidavit, this took place in Fort Pierce, Savannah's Preserve Park. Sheriff Keith Pearson said that witnesses detained the suspect, thank goodness. The suspect, the reason why they detained him is because he was showing his willy to everybody. They said that, of course, the sheriff applauded the actions of the citizens who got involved because they didn't have to. They just noticed this guy was doing it, and they did. They ended up getting involved. They were able to detain him until the cops came. But they said, and even deputies say that he was captured on video, a man exposing himself in front of a woman. And, he was they said it was enough. So thank goodness people stepped in, and they even said, we tell the community and the public all the time, if you see something, say something. Not only saw it, they captured evidence that we needed to make an arrest. What was done in this video is unacceptable in all levels, and he was taken into custody. And then finally here in your What the Florida, we have a villager with a history of heavy drinking, they say. John Verville, 75, of the village of Bel Air, has been placed on probation for 3 years after pleading no contest. This happened in March. He was arrested back in November after a woman said that he became irate because she was confronting him about his drinking. They said that he lunged at her, pushed her to the ground, forcing the back of her head to strike the hard tile floor. She said he then grabbed her by the neck, was on top of her. She was able to hit him with a small chair, thank goodness, and try to get him off, but that's when he bit her arm, which was holding the chair. She said the pain of that forced her to obviously let go of the chair. But deputies were able to arrive on the scene, spoke to him. They said, yes, he smelled super boozy. It was just all over the place. They said he admitted to the altercation, and he did say it was his fault. And he did say he was sorry, but that's not enough. You still get arrested. But yeah, he has been arrested plenty of times, driving under the influence in his golf cart recently in the Villages area. He told deputies who arrested him that he was on a run for some pizza. That's why he was in his cart.
Got a slice.
Did you hear about that Pizza Hut, the clips of the hut?
He was like, I'm drunk. I need some pizza in my life.
Gotta go.
He has also been arrested, charged with careless driving. He was ticketed for all kinds of stuff. So this guy, the cops were like, yeah, we're very familiar with this 75-year-old village man. And that for now is You're With the Florida.
Thank you, Francis. We do it twice a show, 11:05, 1:05. In between those 2 hours, things could change because you know what? You people are out there, and you always give us a lot to talk about.
We were talking last segment about the Rock, and I saw an article about him. We won't get too heavy into politics. We never do on this show. But apparently, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson has expressed it. Maybe he has some regrets for who he voted for in 2020. And the biggest part that I took out of this article is the fact that he is openly stating that because of that, it caused quite a bit of divide amongst the people that follow him. Since he is one of the most followed people on Instagram, right? So he openly said that for this time he is not endorsing any candidate.
Sometimes that's smart.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? And unfortunately, that's the way we are. And even at that though, he's a lot like me, where I'm very sad about how divided we are right now, as a nation.
Have been for a while.
And have been for quite a while, actually. And he feels that way. And unfortunately, even at this, where he's going to say, I'm not going to put out there, that somebody has already blamed him. Well, if you're not going to endorse Biden, that means you're endorsing Trump.
Oh, goodness gracious.
I mean, that's just how bad it is. You know, I mean, it's like even when you try not to be in the middle, you're still in the middle, unfortunately.
They take that and they're trying to read in betwing the lines.
Right.
And
exactly. Yeah. It's too bad, but that was his take on it, and can't say as I blame you, Rock. Just I hate it. I hate seeing it the way it is right now. But.
Well, you said too, he has so many followers, millions and millions of followers, and a lot of politicians and all the. He goes back to Michael Jordan years ago. He was involved. His mom was involved with a race, and where he was from Carolina, and he didn't want to get involved, and he didn't, and he always had that famous line about sneakers too. He said Republicans buy sneakers too, so never want to get involved and never said anything. And you can make any opinion you want of him, but you don't know because he's not endorsing somebody doesn't mean he's endorsing somebody else. We talk about all the crazy things that happen, but Jimmy, you got a porch pirate, I think, that got caught in his sand. Yeah, you're nailed, buddy.
Well, this guy, this was a setup, and I think we're going to start seeing more and more videos like this. So, Carlos Mejia of Queens caught a dude that was trying to steal a package that he left out front, but it was a decoy. So he set it up to where he had his, regular, I don't know if it's Ring, but he had a camera out front, right? Mm-hmm. And it was overlooking his porch, and so he had a box out there, and here it is. The video was showing that the guy walking past the fence to his front door, he's grabbing it, and just as he's starting to put the package into his backpack, he comes running out with a baseball bat, and he, gets a hold of the guy, and he never hit him or anything like that, so, it wasn't like there
just
was
scared him enough.
But it was enough, and he held him until police came, so, I mean, they did arrest the dude, but I think people are just starting to push back a little bit on some of these porch pirates, but this is a little of the audio of what it sounded like when it happened, and where was it? Right here?
Hello, you ordered groceries?
Yeah. No, I guess I don't have the audio. I'm sorry. Anyway, the suspect was identified as Victor Stazone. He's a 36-year-old dude who was allegedly seen in another video doing the same thing. About 26% of consumers said that they've had a package stolen. So this is really becoming more of an epidemic.
Have you guys ever had a package stolen?
I have not. No,
I haven't either. Not gonna lie.
Fortunate.
Me too.
Nearly half, about 49% of porch pirate incidents occur at a single unit residence home, and 42% of victims live in an apartment or condo. So about, even half and half. Among the victims, 22% had a doorbell camera and 38% believe the cameras don't deter thieves. The study shows about 25% were never reimbursed for their stolen items. I guess you wouldn't, right? I wouldn't think that you would. I mean, just because somebody steals it from you, that's not Amazon's fault or UPS or whoever else delivers it. But
I think sometimes they're pretty good about that because I have heard because maybe if you, you can report it stolen, I guess, but sometimes if you don't realize it's stolen, which it is, I mean, when you tell Amazon that you never got the package delivered or you haven't had it, they're pretty good at giving you a new one.
Do they really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Okay. Well, hey, good to know. I'll keep that in the back of my mind. I know at least our drivers, and again, whether it's Amazon or any of the other deliveries, FedEx or them, there's a pillar out in front and they usually try to put it behind there. Kind of keeps it out of sight.
Which is nice.
For
I have
people.
some.
You've got that too.
Thanks, Guy.
Appreciate that.
Nothing fragile there or anything, right?
Yeah, I think you're right, though. I think more and more people are going to make it, start looking out. Obviously when you're getting a package, you know what I mean, that you're getting it. You might not be home, but there may be some people who will be like, hey, I'm just sick of it. Well, and if it's gotten done to you one or two times, I'm sure you get pissed.
I think the surprising part, too, is the fact that we pretty much, maybe it's not. Is it well known that people have cameras everywhere, right? I mean, it's something that we talk about with different incidents and different types of things. But, I would naturally assume if I go up to a house and I'm going to rob somebody, I'm going to be on camera. I mean, this dude that did this, he didn't have a hoodie or mask or anything on. He just went, right up to it. And, of course, he was caught. And I think we're seeing more and more of that. But, I mean,
I think it's out there, like you said, but I don't think it's – obviously these people don't think about it. Like, hey, I'm on camera.
Or they don't care.
Yeah, or they don't care, obviously.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, we talk about cameras all the time being everywhere, and I'm still not on the mindset of it. And then somebody will send me something from an establishment I'm at. And a text or something like that, and something like, "Hey, Greek, I didn't know you were in the house" or something like that. I'm totally always surprised, but there's cameras everywhere. You shouldn't be surprised.
But now you got to send them an invoice, and
it's a big drama.
It's a hassle. It's a freaking hassle.
So I got the eclipse today. I got to go to a casino. I mean, that's how bad it is. I think you're right, though. I really do think you're going to start seeing some more people, and unfortunately, I hope nobody ever gets really hurt. Because I think when you're waiting for somebody, you know what I mean, you're anticipating it, and I'm sure it's people who have had something, a package taken from them.
I've seen some pretty interesting ways that people battle these portraits, especially ones that use a lot, where they're buying a lot of things online, and that in that way where there's like a box or something where if you lift up the lid, you put it in, and then once you close it, it kind of drops it down to another container area underneath, so it kind of locks it in, right? And it makes it a little bit harder to steal. I think something like that's pretty interesting. But just people trying to find ways to combat the theft out there.
Oh, yeah, and like I said, probably not. Who would be happy about it? You know what I mean? It's like the same probably level as when your car gets towed and a boot's put on it. You get pissed off, especially if you don't, you're not in violation of anything. But if you guys have had any situations with porch pirates, call us at 877-927-6969. Let us know. Last night was Larry David's last show on Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Jerry Seinfeld was the guest. And last week he had Bruce on as a special guest. First time I ever seen Springsteen do any kind of acting.
I was like, what Bruce?
Any kind of acting. It was funny, though, at the end of the show, and it was tied to Seinfeld, Larry David he got put in jail. And then Jerry Seinfeld came and bailed him out. And they were like walking out. They go, "This is what we should do with Seinfeld."
Okay, I was gonna say, is that a spoof off? You got there. Okay,
yeah. And they showed Larry David like sit in jail. Then all of a sudden, the guy goes, "You got a visitor," and it's Jerry. He goes, "Hey, the case got dropped. You're allowed to get out." And then they were walking, and they both said, "Hey, you know what?" He's done a lot of interviews. His quote, not mine. He said, "I'm just an idiot from Brooklyn who got lucky and seemed to know the pulse of what people want to watch." But yeah, he's that was his last show last night. He had some run on that show too. I think over 10 years, and a lot of special guests over the years. But yeah, it was pretty funny where they did it because everybody complained, or a lot of people. Let me not say everybody. A lot of people thought Seinfeld's conclusion wasn't a great one when it ended. But they said it when they walked out. I thought it was fun. They go, "This is the way we should have ended this one. Us getting out of jail." Because I think Jerry and them were still in jail, right? Like when
I
the show,
I
they were
believe
still
so.
all
When
sitting
it,
in the cell.
when it faded to black, I believe all of them were
still in the cell.
Were still in the cell. It was like they panned out from them in the jail cell, if I remember right.
Yeah, and then he walked out, and he was the jail opened up.
That makes sense.
Yeah, they were like, "Yeah, this is what we should have done."
That's funny.
So it was funny, but he's had a great run. Unbelievable.
Can you believe? And because they took some time off, it wasn't just they didn't go on consecutively throughout the years. But the first episode was HBO 2000.
Wow.
That was the first episode.
Oh, really?
24 years ago. But there's only been, because they have taken some time off, there's only been 12 seasons.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, great success. Who knows? Maybe he'll do something again. But some of the things that he brings up are just like unbelievable. And 2 weeks ago was also the one where Richard Lewis was on there.
He was on there a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying, before he passed. Yeah, which was sad to see that. But yeah, some of the things he asked people, he'd be like, and it's a show, but you're still, I am still like, I can't believe he asked this person that. You know what I mean? Like there was this one character, and supposedly she was very, distraught over divorce, and she said, "Oh, I committed suicide," and he goes, "Well, how'd you do it?" Like, who would ask somebody how you do it? And then the woman says, "Who would ask me that?" He goes, "I don't believe you." Just let him just being that way and that crazy. And a good cast with him, too, over the years. A lot of funny people were there. But, yeah, wow, I didn't realize it was that 24 years.
One of those shows that I still have not seen anything of, and it is obviously so well liked, and I gotta check out at least.
I think
a
it'd be your cup of tea.
I think you would like it.
I do too.
I'm sure I would. Larry David is one of those guys that his humor is one that I get a lot. It's funny. I just started watching. I watched a couple of the very, 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 very first episodes of Seinfeld the other day, and it's so kind of strange to see it because back then they focused more on his stand-up.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And they kept cutting back to him doing a stand-up and it would almost set up the next scene type thing.
Yeah.
And, to me, I don't remember that. I remember more the later years where it was just, maybe they did his opening, right? The opening to the show was
The
him
monologue.
doing, but then it went right to the show and whatever, situation they did in that. But they didn't cut back and forth to his stand-up.
I read someplace where they said that wasn't, viewed great. So they eliminated that as the show got more and more popular.
Mm-hmm.
I am surprised, though, watching him. No, obviously Kramer was fantastic. But I am surprised watching him that he did not play himself, years on Seinfeld. Because he might have been, I don't know if it would have been as funny. We're used to Kramer, you know what I mean? But he obviously enjoys it. He does it. He's been doing it for years. He never did it on Seinfeld. He was never even like a special guest or anything like that until he got his own thing on HBO. But I was surprised. Like, I thought that last night. I said, wow, I wonder why he just never wanted to do it. But he was behind the scenes writing and everything.
Oh, yeah. Well, then he ended up being the cameo of himself there, when Jerry and George started pitching the show, right? Within Seinfeld, like it was this show pitching itself as the show.
Yeah, but I don't know if he was ever. Maybe you saw it. I never saw him on one episode.
I thought he was in with it. Like it was like he was the in it.
I didn't see it.
Okay.
I don't remember. You could be right.
But,
I don't. Yeah.
But yeah, I can't imagine him playing the Kramer role.
Yeah.
Kramer is just the wild hair and the real super tall and skinny. That lankiness about him really gives it an extra punch. I couldn't imagine. Maybe. I mean, it's not to say no. I mean, oftentimes we hear about where another actor is going to play a role, and you think, well, no. But every now and then, there's one that you think, he might have been all right.
Our minds, we're used to it.
Yeah, we're just so used to it.
Sure.
Because, I mean, he's got that odd goofiness. And he's not, I think he's maybe like 6 foot or something, Larry David. I mean, he's tall.
Is he up there?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he has the thing about making love. He likes to make love on the floor to a woman because he doesn't want to cuddle. So if you make love on the floor, he goes, you don't have to cuddle.
Oh, no, there's no cuddling if it's on the floor.
All right. No, note to self.
All right. Take notes, kids, right?
Yeah. And actually, I just got a text from somebody. He was George Costanza. He wasn't Kramer.
Okay, that's who they based the character on?
Yeah. He was supposed to be George.
Okay.
But yeah, he's just unbelievable. Like I said, so talented and, great career. And in his apartment, and he was a huge, to this day, big sports fan with the Yankees and the Rangers. And the woman was like, "Did you ever cry?" He goes, "When the Rangers won the cup." He was like, "Cried." And she goes, "Were you ever so depressed that you didn't want to go out?" She was talking about the breakup. He goes, "Yeah, when the Yankees got swept by the Red Sox, they're up 3-0. But he could see him like he was a real fan of them. Right. And supposedly in his apartment in New York, he had 3 seats from the old Yankee Stadium and a TV. And that's all he had in his apartment for years. And then he obviously moved out to L.A. with the with the show and everything like that. But that was his apartment for years, the Yankee Stadium seats. I remember that when Yankee Stadium got pulled down, they were selling the seats. They do that at all the places.
Sure.
I
remember that. They were auctioning it off all kinds of stuff.
Oh, yeah. The turnstiles, there's people have.
I know somebody who has a couple of those seats from the Yankee Stadium.
In the turnstile, our good friend from Miller's Ale House has them. The ones that you get the tickets.
Right.
I mean, I saw.
That's cool.
Unbelievable! I can't imagine what they went for. He had a museum for the Yankees, and I remember going to see it. I was like, "Oh my God!" You know, the old ticket things. I don't know if you remember them in front of the stadium. And they had them with the Canes when they closed the Orange Bowl. I've seen them in a lot of people's office. A couple attorneys I know for the Orange Bowl, they bought tickets. I mean, that's a smart thing to do. People will buy them. I mean, you know what? Especially fans. They, I know what they usually do with the stadiums is ticket season holders. They give them the first crack. Like, do you want to buy your seat?
I like the seat, yeah.
Which is probably cool.
Yeah,
You've been here 20 years.
I bet that would be.
And they give them the shot. But it's amazing. But like I said, last show last night, and it was pretty funny. But the one before with Bruce Springsteen, oh, my God, it was just hilarious. Because I've never seen Springsteen in any capacity of acting, but he played himself. But it was a crazy spin. But Larry David, definitely check it out if you want to check it out. It was on HBO, Curb Your Enthusiasm. I'm sure you can look it up. It is the Penthouse, and it is a Monday. Final Four tonight. It's all over, baby. Championship 1-1. Purdue against UConn. We'll see what happens. We'll come back in a few minutes at 11:45. Your chance to win tickets to the Tastings event. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Here's the limited amount I know about earthquakes, okay? I believe this is right. But I think it matters a lot how deep the earthquake was. I could be wrong, but I
feel it more if it's deeper.
I think
sex reference.
Yeah, I think so.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Heavy traffic congestion this morning southbound on the Turnpike approaching Southern Boulevard. Northbound Turnpike delays right at Lake Worth Road. I-95 completely up to speed. I'm also looking at an accident just reported on Congress Avenue and Scanlon Avenue. That's traffic. I'm Zach.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll have the story of the ex-slave turned Wild West lawman, Bass Reeves. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Hey, it's the Greek for Jason Weiser, my attorney. Whether you were injured due to a car accident or a medical malpractice issue, a slip and fall, or any kind of injury due to a fault of another, their team can help you. Board-certified personal injury attorneys. They can help you determine the responsibility party and pursue the damages and justice you deserve. Contact them at 561-689-8180, 561-689-8180. No fees unless they win. Jason Weiser, my attorney for over 20 years.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows will help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. In office, West Palm Beach.
Hey, it's the Greek, and the greatest show on earth is this Saturday at Monroe's. It's breathtaking performances of magic, fire, and freaks at Monroe's. Sexy circus girls this Saturday. If you want to be entertained, make sure you go to Monroe's this Saturday night for the greatest show on earth. And Monroe's is open 7 days a week till 5 a.m. with beautiful ladies and a 5-star menu. But April 13th, this Saturday, the greatest show on earth, Monroe's in Palm Beach. It's gonna be magic, fire, and freaks. Peace!
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning.
And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup in the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract when you add one unlimited mobile line. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call to switch today. Ends 5/6/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
So, you finally have some time to yourself. Even if it is just the car ride home, it's you time. And look at you. Do not disturb set before you even got in the car? Impressive. You've earned this moment to just chill and drive. This break is brought to you by Target Zero and the Florida Department of Transportation.
I'm Dan Morgan. One question many people wonder is, does the law firm I hire for my injury case matter? Of course it does. At Morgan & Morgan, we've invested millions into making sure your experience from first call to your settlement is so easy. You can literally start your case right from your couch in just a few clicks. You'll also be able to text your case staff and lawyer anytime you need. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. Injured? The choice is easy.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
When you use Bounce dryer sheets and your clothes look amazing, it's the sheet. Less static in your life? Yeah, it's the sheet. Smelling fresher than ever? It's the sheet. Oh, so soft fabric? Ooh la la. It's the sheet. Less wrinkles on your clothes? You know it's the sheet. Bounce dryer sheets. More freshness, more softness. Less static, less wrinkles. It's the sheet.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
HOA and condo board members, it pays to have fiber. Let Bluestream Fiber show you how fiber internet provides revenue for communities while saving up to 50% off retail rates. Visit BlueStreamFiber.com/radio to find out more.
For more information about contests on the station, visit realradio921.com/rules.
This is former Notre Dame quarterback Brady Quinn. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Progressive Insurance.
Similar to standalone games in the NFL, after following a team throughout March Madness, we have to be extra cautious not to overreact to a player's performance in March. That applies mostly to Purdue big man Zach Edey. He's a great college basketball player, but the NBA is a different world. He's an old-school back-to-the-basket scorer. That style of play often struggles in the NBA. Let's not let that cloud our judgment on making the major leap. I'm Dan Patrick.
Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com. That's Progressive.com.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like Lost 80s, playing those songs you forgot you knew from the 80s. Duran Duran, Huey Lewis, Tina Turner, and more, all commercial-free. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Lost 80s, and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Real Radio 92.1. We are an iHeart radio station. To the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you're in the Penthouse on a Monday. Getting ready for the madness tonight, baby. It's all up in the air at 9:20 as UConn takes on Purdue. Jimmy's in the house.
Good morning.
Francis is here.
Hey, what's up?
And your chance to win tickets to our tastings event at 11:45
Yes.
today.
I just was in there shooting a video. It should be up at some point today, Real Radio 921 on our Instagram. If you have not given us a follow, why not? Because we've been doing a lot of teasers and tastings and stuff like that for the people who are going to be there. And we just had Everglades Distillery in, and they've got all kinds of delicious flavored vodkas. They have whiskeys. I have a honey whiskey here. I know. Bye. See you later.
Jimmy's
they have, I didn't try it, but the coffee whiskey they said was delicious.
Really?
Carmine tried it for mornings.
Right.
And then they also have moonshine, which is 100 proof moonshine they have in there. But they're going to be at our tastings event, Tanger Outlets, April 13th, and they're going to be pouring all that goodness. So make sure you get your tickets, pbtastings.com.
Thank you. And it's time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
All right, break up the Marlins because they picked up a W yesterday. First win of the season. Let's go, Marlins. They ended up picking up a W over St. Louis. Had a tough start, 1-9, but it's going to get easier. They got the Yankees next couple days and the Braves. So can the Marlins have another tough week? We'll see what happens. College basketball, the big news is the tournaments this weekend. Women's unbelievable ratings, obviously, with Kate and Clark. And South Carolina becoming undefeated. And then tonight you got Purdue and UConn. UConn looking to be the first team since 2005. But big news last night, if you're a college basketball fan, John Calipari is leaving Kentucky after all those years, 15 years, highest paid coach, getting $9 million a year. He's going to Arkansas. So that was a shocker that nobody saw. Kentucky the last 2 years did not play good in the NCAA tournament, but this is a huge surprise. If you're a college basketball fan, it is really taken away from the madness tonight, and that's all anybody's talking about. I don't know if it was done on purpose by Mr. J, but it's big news. It really is if you're a college basketball fan. He's been at Kentucky for 15 years, great success. So many guys in the NBA, but he walks away from almost a $9 million contract, and he'll be at Arkansas, a school that is more known for football than it is for basketball. But I'm sure that might change. And also, the women on Friday night set a record. They ended up having almost 14 million people that ended up watching the game. We'll see later today or tomorrow the ratings on the finals. But UConn took on Iowa, and it was like 14.8 million people watched it. So hats off to women's college basketball. Caitlin Clark has really, in her senior year, really piqued everybody's interest. It started last year. It peaked at the end of the season when she was in the madness, and it just picked up more and more speed this year. Everybody knew who she was. You couldn't get away from her. And like Jimmy said, I like to see the number of jerseys that were sold, the number 22's jersey for Iowa. I don't think you'll ever hear her complain or ever say anything like, hey, you know what? I didn't get my money. It's a different time now, and the athletes are getting paid. So she did pretty well with other situations. But that would be an unbelievable number. What do you think, Jimmy? Ballpark. Could you even guess?
No.
I couldn't guess because I don't know how many. Like, you made a valid point, and I understand that it's not to be sexist, but there aren't too many guys that will wear.
Yeah.
And since it's obviously a more male dominated to view, even though it's the women's. I mean, she obviously made it so where guys wanted to watch, and I'm sure more females did too. So the female uptick on it, I'm sure is up there as well. So I don't know. What do you any guess? 5 million jerseys? Is that low, high? I don't even know if I'm ballpark.
I don't know. Like I said, you don't know. I know a lot of young girls are big fans of hers. You know what I mean? Throughout the country.
Yeah.
So could have surpassed a couple million. I know a lot of women, they said with Kelsey's Chief jersey, oh my God, they said unbelievable. Yeah. You see him at concerts now. You never saw it then.
And that, again, there's that little
standard.
bit of, I don't know what you want to call it, double standard there where, the women will wear, a guy's jersey.
Yeah. But I don't think you would see too many men's. I haven't personally from people. But yeah, I think that girls, you'll see Kelly, and that's the only one I really see.
I mean, this
once
is
in a while.
Sort of the first time. I mean, really, when's the last time that we saw some, female phenom in like a sport like this that the guys gravitated to, and where you would think that? I mean, because they make, they'll make a female version of Kelsey's jersey, right? I mean, they're
size,
they're cut, they're sized, more for a female's body, but
it's the same way.
But do they make a male version for hers?
I don't know.
Her 22.
I don't know. You would think so. They might have it male. But I haven't seen many. Even at the stands when I watch them, I see a lot of guys wearing Iowa sweatshirts.
Sure.
Or hoodies.
Right.
But I don't see the 20.
But they make, their jerseys aren't that much different, the basketball jerseys, than they are for the men. So I know they do make the guys cut.
That typical tank cut, top type of a cut.
Yeah, you would see it on some, but when I watched the stands, you saw a lot of guys that just had Iowa on, sweaters and stuff like that.
22.
Yeah, she's, again, unbelievable. No, I don't think you've seen anybody. And there's been some great teams. Like I said, there's been 10 undefeated basketball teams. Connecticut had 6.
And you know who's probably the most upset right now is South Carolina, because they're getting no love. Yeah. They just won, and again, who are we talking about?
And they were
today?
the favorite the whole time too.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the one girl that got a lot years ago, and there was before the WNBA, was Reggie Miller's sister. She was very well known.
That's right. I do remember there was some chatter.
She was
about
huge.
Her. Yeah.
It was a different time. There was no WNBA. She got hurt her last year. She was with USC, and they won the title. Again, and the WNBA, the big thing that they said, it hopes that the ratings help for the women to make more money because of last year, all the problems that happened with, Brittany Grimes. So a lot of girls this year didn't go overseas. They were like, hey, you know what? We're going to just stay home, because that's what they usually do. They play for the WNBA, then they go overseas and get paid really good money.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. But again, it's like Taylor Swift. There are 2 names you might not be fans of, but if you're out in society in any capacity, people are talking about it, saying it, comparisons, and sports brings that out. People can talk about it all the time. Friday night they had her on. A lot of the girls who are in the WNBA were not too friendly to her, I thought, listening to the game. They were like, well, we'll see how she does when she comes out here with us. But I think she's just been unbelievable for women's basketball. And the aspect, too, going to bring it up. People might not like it. A lot of people bet on it. And a lot of people made money on her. No doubt about it. I think she went over her total yesterday as far as what she was bringing in for the game. But Iowa covered a lot of games, too. And when guys bet on it, they're going to get interested. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call.
We got a text line, too, 47142. We're talking about Curb Your Enthusiasm and Larry David. And somebody texted in and said Larry David was voiceover on Seinfeld a lot. He was George's dad's lawyer, too. They called him Man with a Cape.
Okay.
Yep. And then somebody else texts at 47142, like, thanks a lot. And this is all in caps, just so you know. Says, thanks a lot, Greek, for spoiling the ending of Curb. We were going to watch it tonight. Hope your cigar burns a hole in your new Armani shirt. So, spoiler alert.
I didn't think of that, and I apologize. I never want to hurt anybody's ending. I am surprised, and I will burn a hole in my shirt tonight. 877-927-6969. And that's fair. That's fair. I didn't know about that. I should have thought of that. I totally apologize.
Have either of you or anybody else out there, please text in 47142. Start off that text with Real Radio. You see, guys, see a bunch of videos yet about the earthquake? that happened in Jersey over that was Friday, I think. And
Yeah.
I've seen all kinds of videos all over social media this weekend.
I have not. Like, I saw a still shot and click, but they were saying that it unfazed people in Times Square. They're just walking around and nothing ever happened. Then there's that really crazy story about the guy. Do you have that story?
Yeah, the 33-year-old. So he's getting
the one place you don't want to be while there's an earthquake.
He's getting a vasectomy when it happens.
Oh, my God. Poor guy.
And he was awake.
Oh,
so
my
I mean, like
God.
he saw, I think the doctor said something about it too, and he's like, "What was that?" And
Hopefully not me.
Was that a train? Because they thought it might have been a train, because it was near Philadelphia-ish or so not too far away from where the landfall was, or per se. What are they calling it? The point of impact, where the actual I don't know, they got that name for it, but anyway, point being is it wasn't too far away from it, and the doctor made a joke about it. Oh wait, I think that was an eclipse, but yeah, he's getting the boy snipped.
They showed the Yankees at Yankee Stadium when it went on. There was a video going around with that. The Four Letter Network had a couple of hosts that were on, and they said they felt it live. Doing the show. I've seen some other people put some up, but I saw it on Times Square. It didn't seem like anybody even noticed. I talked to my mom.
Well, that was a little far away. I mean, Times Square.
Yeah.
New York City, it was fairly close.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to my mom, and she didn't feel anything. My brother, a couple of my friends, they didn't. But again, certain people, certain areas, you might have. Still a huge story. I mean, where the hell would you hear that?
A bunch of aftershocks, too. They had after that, a bunch of 2 here, 2 there, and somebody posted a map of northern New Jersey where all the different aftershocks were, and it was all in that same vicinity. I haven't heard of any injuries or anything like that either, or any massive amount of damage. It doesn't seem like it was. I mean, again, 4.8. I don't know
that's
what
good.
Medium of the road as far
that's
as
pretty big
size wise, But the biggest thing that I noticed with a bunch of the different videos is it was very quick.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a tremor, and that was about it. It didn't last very long. It wasn't something that kept going on and on and on for any length of time, at least from what I saw.
And I guess the other thing might have been, too, people didn't even expect it or know what it was. You know what I mean? You might
well, again, like in this case, we joke around about the dude getting, getting the vasectomy done at the time, but at first they just thought it was a train.
Yeah. Choo-choo. We ready to give away tastings tickets?
Yeah, let's do it up. We have a pair of tickets, general admission passes to our tastings event going on this Saturday at the Tanger Outlets in West Palm Beach. This will get you in at 5 to 7 o'clock is when these will work for you, and you'll have unlimited samplings from all kinds of food and beverages that are going to be there, like Pei Wei Asian Kitchen. Am I saying that right, Franny?
Pei Wei, yeah.
Pei Wei, yeah, they were in here the other day. Had some great food that they gave us a sampling of. Earl's Slow and Low Barbecue. Oh, how about that?
I heard they were fantastic. I'm sad I missed that.
Drive Shack. I know you guys went over and did a video with them the other day.
Great
Boy,
food.
that was some great looking food there.
Great food.
And, of course, unlimited samplings of wine, craft beer, and spirits from Everglades distilleries. They'll be there. Knox and Dunn, Florida Rum, one of our favorites in-house. And Voodoo Juice from Hurricane Grill, all of which will be there amongst a bunch of other people. We have a pair of tickets right now, 877-927-6969. What game we playing today, kiddies?
Who's most likely to?
Who's most likely to? Franny's going to read a scenario, and the three of us are going to vote amongst ourselves who's most likely to fit that scenario. And if you guess who we voted for, we're going to send you to our tastings event. We're going to be there, too. That's so you'll be able to catch up some of your favorite personalities from all over the iHeart spectrum here. And so I see the phone lines are blowing up. I'll get some people lined up, and we'll get going in a minute.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. That is going to be this Saturday, April 13th at the Outlets. It's going to be a great time. Weather will be nice. Your chance to taste some great food, sample some drinks, and just have a good time to be out there and enjoy South Florida. The following Friday, we'll be at Barrett Jackson, Whitman Rose, and Palm Beach doing the Penthouse. Hoping somebody buys us a car out there. It'll be so nice. That's our goal for Barrett Jackson. But that's always a great event. A lot of fun. You'll see some beautiful cars, all makes, all models, classics. A great day at the fairgrounds. Barrett Jackson back in the neighborhood, and it's just something cool to see all these cars on display. That'll be next Friday. Francis and I will be there April 19th. Whitman Rose of Palm Beach, so we're excited about that. If you guys are excited about the outlets and looking at the phone lines, they are blowing up. It looks like you are excited. Give us a call at 877-927-6969. UConn tonight, -7 over Purdue. Franny, who do you think wins? Not covers, just wins.
UConn.
All right,
Yes.
there it is. Franny thinks UConn. Jimmy's got UConn on his Hard Rock app, and you can make that happen. And there's also a prop bet offshore that I started. We have a champion in college basketball tonight before Madonna hits the stage. She's playing with a Miami Heat play, and she's known to be late. I think she's supposed to come out around 9:30, 10. She might not come out till 11:30, 11 o'clock, so it could be a good prop bet. Big odds, though. But, again, all you need for a bet is two sides, and you're in good shape, and you'll check it out. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. Jimmy, are we ready?
We are ready, and we're starting our contest with Nadina. She called in because she wants to go to our tastings event. Nadina, welcome to the Penthouse. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much. We're going to play a little game called Who's Most Likely To. Now, if you know the show, you know Greek, you know Francis, you know myself, Jimmy, and you kind of have an idea of our personalities. Franny's going to read a scenario, and we are going to vote amongst ourselves who's most likely to fit that scenario, and you have to guess who we voted for, okay?
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Okay, let's get this done, Nadine. I'm going to ask the question, and you are just going to give us a moment to place our votes. Jimmy will cue you up for your answer. And let's stick to, I don't know, something food-themed here for tastings.
Sounds good.
So out of Jimmy, Greek, or myself, Franny, who is most likely to start the day off with some ice cream?
All right, we have our answer. Nadina, out of the three of us, Greek, Francis, or myself, Jimmy, who is most likely to have ice cream for breakfast?
Greek.
Yeah, you hit that.
Nice.
There you go. How about that, huh?
Wow, that was
Nadina
strong.
knows the Penthouse. All right, great job. I'm going to put you on hold, Nadina. If you can hang in there for a couple of minutes when we go to break, I'm going to get back on the line with you off air, and we'll get you set up with those tickets, okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Great
Thank
job.
you.
Congratulations. You're going to have an
Nice.
absolute blast. But guess what? We're giving away tickets to tastings all week long, so you have your opportunity. 11:45 is when we do our prize giveaways. But if you just can't call, make sure you go to pbtastings.com and get your tickets today.
Appreciate it, Franny. Thank you, Jimmy. Great job. Again, tastings all week. We'll be giving them away on the Penthouse. 877-927-6969. If you were at Tortuga this weekend and you went, we gave you tickets. Love to hear if you had a good time and if you enjoyed yourself. What was the highlight? If you got an opinion tonight about UConn and Purdue, if you think, hey, this is who I think is going to win, maybe your bracket, this is the last piece, and there could be a situation where you walk away with some big money. And I know a lot of people who have UConn, some people have Purdue. Should you bet the other way to protect yourself and guarantee yourself some money? That's always a good thing to do, but let us know. And the Marlins, how many games do you think the Marlins will win this year? They are 1-9 with the Yankees the next few days, and then they are home for the Atlanta Braves. So that's a good thing. They are home for the Braves this weekend. Should be a decent crowd. Atlanta always draws in a lot of people, but we'll see what happens because of the Marlins. And Tiger Woods is in the Masters this week. He's going for a record at the Masters to qualify and make the cut for the 24th time.
And we will know the cut April 12th, right? The Masters starts April 11th?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Thursday and Friday. Yep. So Friday night we'll know. He's going for the record 24 times that he will make the cut. He's a 5-time champion, so he gets an automatic bid every year, invitation. Doesn't have to qualify, and he plays. So we hope he gets that and he gets out there. Supposedly he's doing good. He's in great shape. He got there yesterday, reports. He's been training very hard for this. Cut sex out of his diet. No sex.
He is getting beat up on social media because of that.
Yeah.
They're like, dude, you were slaying it with the ladies when you were winning.
Yeah. That's what everybody
Like,
said.
why are you doing this now?
That's what everybody said. You're right.
You were banging everybody in sight when you were doing good. What's happening? What are you doing?
Yeah, you're right. I heard that so many times.
Social media has been just trolling him.
And I got to tell you, if he doesn't make the cut, That's going to be the biggest thing you're going to hear people say. You should have been banging. You should have been banging if he doesn't make it.
Yep. Somebody else who's just showing off and looking really good, too. We talked about Mike Tyson. He's got that fight coming up against Jake Paul, right?
Yeah.
And he was doing a signing, and he's showing off what he's working with. He did the signing completely shirtless. Mike Tyson did the whole time, and he looks good. I'll tell you what. He's
fit.
The training is definitely paying off.
So you think somebody would tell Mike, why don't you put a shirt on?
No.
Mike!
I don't think anybody would tell him what to do.
I wouldn't tell it. Not a thing.
Nope.
Mike, you want to put a shirt on? Yeah, he's probably trying to show everybody that he is in great shape. And he is. If you look at pictures from him a couple years ago to now, he looks great. He's working out every day. I did see an interview where he said he's going to stop smoking. So he said, I'll be even more angry by the time of the fight.
Because he's not high anymore.
That's what he said. Now, Jimmy did report, we talked about it in Dallas, where the fight is. They have a drug test, I think, a week before. So maybe that's why.
Do they?
Yeah, I remember you were talking about it.
Well, Franny actually brought it up that state because of the fact that it's that state and they might be subject to drug testing and the fact that it's not legal the way it is in some other states, and we weren't quite sure what they were going to be bound to as far as that.
Yeah, because it's not an official fight.
We had a feeling though that they were probably going to get drug tested, and he might end up having to lay off for a little while.
Yeah, it's not a sanctioned fight, so maybe, I don't know. But the interview I did see with him, he goes, I'm not going to be smoking, so I'll be even more angry. Okay, Mike, no problem.
Well,
who's going to argue with you? I guess, again, I haven't found out yet. I looked at a lot of articles whether or not they're wearing headgear. I thought I heard that they were, but I don't know if they're not, if they are or not. We'll see. And how many people actually show up? I've had some people say that I know, man, I would love to go to that fight. And I've had some people say you couldn't pay me to go to that fight.
Is that something that they can determine, the two of them, whether or not they wear headgear? Or is that something that's regulated
With
by
an exhibition kind of thing?
Yeah, that's because of that they have to, like, for safety reasons, or is that like the venue requires that? I mean, I'm kind of curious as to whether or not, because I think you're right. That's going to turn some people off.
Oh yeah,
if it is that way, and if they can get around from doing that, I mean, I think it would be in their better interest. But
yep, I think when he fought Roy Jones Jr., I think they had headgear on. And that was a little while ago when he got into the ring with Roy Jones Jr.
Okay.
And I'm not 100% sure. I'm just remembering, I think he had headgear on. And I think it would take away from a lot of people if they knew that.
Yeah, if they know, well, especially ahead of time, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't know till the night of the event and you book it anyway, not book it. It's
they are saying that they will not wear headgear.
Okay.
Right.
Yes.
Well,
so
there you go.
according to this, so I don't know if everything on the internet is real, but yes,
of course it
that's
is,
right. But that's what they're claiming.
I mean, if I got tickets, I would go. I wouldn't buy them, in person. The whole thing with Netflix, like I said, if I had it, I would watch it. I don't think I would get Netflix for it, but that's just me.
Right.
But they're like I said, I've heard mixed reviews. I heard some people say I can't wait. I heard some people say, you know what, I'm not going to that. I wouldn't go to that if you gave it to me. So it's like anything else. I think they're having it a great time of year. There's no other sports. I'm sure they'll hype it up, and we'll see what happens. And again, how many people show up? Who knows? Will they get 70,000? That's a lot. But I'll tell you one thing. If you ask me any event with WrestleMania, I wouldn't doubt that they wouldn't sell out. I mean, they crush it.
Guaranteed.
I think they'll sell out.
You think?
Yeah, I do too.
It is the Penthouse, and it is a Monday getting you out of the gate strong. I hope you just had an opportunity to win tickets for tastings. We're going to do that all week on Real Radio 921. It's our big event, and it's this Saturday, April 13th. It's Jimmy, Greek, and Francis. We'll come back with some fun facts and so much more. Peace.
What's a Real Radio podcast? It's Real Radio on demand. Find your favorite show at realradio921.com.
Hey, it's the Greek and Jimmy. We'd like to invite you to join us at Tanger Outlets this Saturday for tastings and unlimited food, wine, and craft beer event.
Get your tickets today at pbtastings.com, and you'll sample food from some of the area's best restaurants, finest wines, and great craft breweries. And your ticket lets you sample as much as you want.
For tickets and all event information and VIP options, head to pbtastings.com.
Tastings is presented by FAMU's Mary. Educate, learn, talk.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
keep an eye out for stop-and-go traffic northbound on the turnpike right as you approach Lake Worth Service Plaza. I-95 up to speed, passing Okeechobee and 45th Street, and the rest of the county free of major accidents. That's traffic. I'm Zach.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll have the story of the first martyr of the abolition movement. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Hey, it's the Greek, and it's a Monday, so make sure if you start thinking about your retirement after you had a great weekend, you call Trajan Wealth. Trajan Wealth at 561-390-1000, 561-390-1000. Trajan Wealth approaches wealth management by looking at the longer time horizon and incorporates the economy cycle into their tactical considerations of your investments. They are constantly checking and evaluating the markets for you. Make sure you give them a call today at 561-390-1000, 561-390-1000. You just came off a weekend, and I'm sure it was good, and you want to enjoy your retirement because the weekend is a snapshot of your retirement. Call Trajan Wealth so they can help you figure out a plan and reach your goals. 561-390-1000, offices in West Palm Beach. Peace. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
It's Palm Beach Harley's Keep the Same Payment event. Trade your bike for a brand new 2024 Harley with no money out of pocket and keep the same payment. Finance specialists are on site to get you approved only at Palm Beach Harley.
On approved credit ends Sunday.
Ocean breeze, tropical beach, pina colada. You can buy an air freshener to make your car smell like you're in an oceanside paradise. Or, better yet, you can point your car toward Daytona Beach and come experience the real thing. Visit DaytonaBeach.com to discover all there is to see, do, and enjoy along the world's most famous beach. Daytona Beach, Florida. Beach on.
Elevate your outdoor living space this year using stone. Tanzite has developed stone decking crafted without any plastic composite materials to redefine durability. Visit Tanzite.com to see how stone decking doesn't scratch, stays cooler, isn't slippery, and has all the durability you would expect from stone, which is why it's guaranteed for life. At Tanzite.com, you will see how we developed stone to easily transform any ordinary wood deck. You can even make your deck waterproof for a dry space below. Versatile and adaptable. Tanzite is perfect for decks, stairs, over concrete, or ground applications. Visit Tanzite.com to start planning your project with a free 3D design and construction plan tailored to your space. Order a sample today to witness the incredible beauty and durability firsthand at Tanzite.com. That's TANZITE.com.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Lost 80s. Just search Lost 80s and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. A mix of sun and clouds will continue throughout the rest of the day today, as we do have the partial solar eclipse that will finish around 4 p.m. this afternoon. We'll still have some clouds in the area around that time. Highs today around the upper 70s along the coastline, getting into the low 80s inland. We'll see a gradual warm up throughout the rest of this week.
This report is sponsored by HCA Florida Healthcare.
Whenever you need us, just reach out and we'll be there with more locations, more experts, and more resources to deliver the healthcare you need to comfort you and make you feel your best. Find a care site near you at hcafloridahealthcare.com.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows will help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
You been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. Listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Hey, it is the Penthouse on a Monday. Hope you guys are having a good day and enjoying yourself and getting ready for March Madness tonight. And that'll be at 9:20 as UConn takes on Purdue. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello and good afternoon.
Francis is here.
Yo, yo.
And it's time for some fun facts.
It's Freddy's Fun Facts.
All right. Well, today is the day where we have a solar eclipse. Here where we live, we're only getting a partial solar eclipse, but a lot of people are getting total.
That's today?
That's today.
I haven't heard a thing about it.
Right? Nothing about it. Well, now you will, Jimmy, because I have some fun facts about it.
Oh, thank you.
So this will be the first total solar eclipse in the continental U.S. in the past 7 years. The last one occurred August 21st, 2017, and it crossed the country from Oregon to South Carolina, and millions of people viewed it successfully. But they said before that, you got to go all the way back to 1979. Then, a solar eclipse occurs when the sun, the moon, and the earth are aligned. The moon, directly between the sun and the earth, casts a shadow on our planet. If you're in the dark part of that shadow, the umbra, you'll see a total eclipse. If you're in the light part, the penumbra, if I'm saying that right, you'll see a partial eclipse. So I guess we are in the penumbra. A solar eclipse only happens at new moon. The moon has to be between the sun and earth for the solar eclipse to occur. The only lunar phase when that happens is the new moon. Also here on some solar eclipse fun facts. A lot of people were traveling to Cleveland. They were traveling to Ohio. They were traveling to New York. Some people didn't think about traveling to Mexico. And maybe you should have, because they say that that's where they're going to have some of the best viewing. I don't think we really talked about it that much. But in Mexico, they said they're going to have the longest time of the total.
Oh, really? Okay.
Uh-huh. Right. Yeah. Would have been a good excuse to take a trip to Mexico, huh?
Can we still make it?
Hey, I was going to say, it might be a little too late.
You think?
Well, we can make it.
It doesn't take that long.
Yeah, was it like 3 hours? To Mexico?
Like where I was at, it took like an hour and a half.
Okay, good. We got
Fort
time.
Lauderdale.
We can go at 2 o'clock.
Let's go.
Let's go. Do a live broadcast.
Here we go, Mexico. They say wildlife may act differently. We've even heard, like, how are you supposed to take care of your dogs and cats during this? They say when the sky suddenly becomes black as though it's nighttime, it confuses animals, dogs, cats, birds. They do act very differently. 2017, that last eclipse we had in the continental USA, says scientists tracked, or that we could see, that scientists tracked that many flying creatures began returning to the ground or on their perches up to 15 minutes before totality, because it's just seeking shelter. It's a natural response to a storm or weather conditions that can prove deadly for these small flying creatures. They said then right before totality, a group of flying creatures changed their behavior again, suddenly taking flight before quickly settling back into their perches. So you may notice. They also said sometimes your dogs will look at you like, hey, is it time for dinner?
Yeah, what's going on? My clonk is off.
Yeah, it's dark out. That means it's time for food, right? And then the temperature does drop. When the sun is blocked out, the temperature drops noticeably during the last total solar eclipse. The National Weather Service recorded the temperature dropped as much as 10 degrees during it. They said in a certain area, Carbondale, Illinois, for example, the temperature dropped from a peak of 90 degrees Fahrenheit just before totality, excuse me, to around 80 during the totality. And then they say that there will be a long wait for the next total eclipse in the U.S. The next total eclipse in the U.S. won't happen until March 30th, 2033, when totality will reportedly only cross parts of Alaska.
I was going to say, it's only up there.
Yep, Alaska. The next eclipse in our states is expected to occur August 12th, 2044, with parts of, only up there too, Montana and North Dakota experiencing the totality here. Uh-huh. And all those are your fun facts for today. And just a reminder that we are hearing here in at least the West Palm Beach area around us, it's around 303 is going to be the peak of that.
Cool. Thank you so much, Francis. Great job with fun facts. We do it once a day, and it usually reflects on the days that, what's going on a certain day. 877-927-6969. If you went to Tortuga this weekend, we gave you tickets, call us. And if we didn't give you tickets, call us anyway. Maybe you went and took it in. Let us know what you think. Let us also know what you think about the big game tonight. Who's going to win? Is it going to be Purdue or UConn? Now, Jimmy, I know you had a story about a Lyft driver who got a tip, and I think it worked out for him. And not that that's unusual, but maybe the way he got it.
Yeah, well, great. It ended up working out for this guy who is a Lyft driver in Virginia. He got a $5 cash tip from a passenger. Nowadays, that's pretty unusual, right? A lot of times, they'll just put a tip right on the app itself, but he actually got a cash tip. So what did he do? Well, he went over to a local convenience store, grabbed himself a scratch-off lottery ticket, and hit for $150,000.
So great to hear.
Ryan Pash is his name. He's from Virginia Beach, and he told Virginia lottery officials a customer handed him a $5 cash tip. So he shot right over to a 7-Eleven there nearby, grabbed himself a Strike It Rich scratch-off ticket, hit for 150,000 buckaroos. He said he was pretty stoked. I got a little lightheaded, and the driver did not reveal whether he has any immediate plans for his winnings, but 150 grand will go for
fantastic.
Quite a long ways there.
That is unbelievable story. He gets a tip, and again, he wouldn't even have went if he didn't get the cash.
More than likely not, right?
Yeah, you hear stories like that all the time. So if anybody sees me over the next 12 hours, you want to give me $5, I'll take it.
It's the least you can do.
Yeah, and then they'll get a $5. Yeah, they'll get a scratcher with that.
And then I'll be like, all right, I got a scratcher.
Did you guys talk about it yesterday or last week when I was out for a bit on Friday about that stat about rideshare drivers and accidents?
No, we did not.
So just to bring it up, I don't know if you have saw this.
All right, I saw the
Yes.
stat. Go ahead.
Yeah, so a lot of us do take rideshare. I know I do quite often. Luckily, I've never had to deal with this, but I have seen drivers do this, and I have called them out. And my friend, because a lot of time they're following a map too, because they're taking you from point A to point B. But I've been in one where the guy was just texting the whole time, and we're like, "Can you please stop texting?"
You're driving.
The whole time.
You're driving.
And so it's not just us to do it. So unfortunately, sometimes your rideshare driver does when they have people in the back of their car, and also you do want to be careful because your passengers do rate you as well too. Yeah. But they said, has your driver ever been in a crash? More broadly, how often do rideshare drivers generally wind up in accidents? So there was research that was done at University of Illinois, and they uncovered a startling answer. In fact, 1/3 of rideshare drivers surveyed reportedly have been involved in a crash while on the job.
That's bad. It's a high number.
I'm surprised. They say this is the first of a kind research that was published. Journal of Safety Research sheds light on the growing workforce, unique challenges and hazards. And the study analyzed survey responses from 277 rideshare drivers who self-reported their crash history and driving behaviors.
And I'm sure there's some that don't report it too.
Mm-hmm. They say, well, what's behind it? Survey shows that cell phone use, driving while tired, or navigating unfamiliar roads have increased that likelihood of a collision. Some drivers hit the road early morning to catch airport passengers who need a ride. Then they spend long hours on the road for the rest of the day. Conversely, some could start their day in the afternoon and drive until the middle of the night. Either way, it can be a tiresome experience, and the lack of knowledge about where they are only adds to the risk of them getting in these accidents. They said, add in the fact that drivers often respond to their next call in the middle of driving a passenger right? So they're looking at their
okay.
phone
Yeah.
or might be making a personal call or text during a ride. And it's clear that there are plenty of distraction that increase the odds of being in an accident when you're in a ride share. But yeah, a third
That's a high number.
have fessed up to it.
And I don't think there's anything wrong if you're taking one. If you say something, I say something to my friends. It's rare anybody drives me anywhere, but if they're texting, or betting or something like that, there's nothing wrong with saying, hey, man, put the phone down. I don't think you're paying for it, and it's your safety and other people's. So I don't think there's anything wrong with saying something. If the guy gets mad or she gets mad, just say, hey, I just don't feel comfortable.
Mm-hmm. And not just that, they're like, listen, yeah, those are some things that maybe might be at fault on their side, but they said sometimes the passengers can be quite distracting too.
Oh, yeah.
They said people being drunk on the verge of vomiting or passing out, the back seat, they said can be very disruptive to the driver, especially because it's happening in their vehicle.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. So they said that there's a lot of stressors. It's not just everything that's on their ends, but sometimes the passengers can be an issue.
I'm sorry, Jimmy, go ahead.
Oh. I was just going to ask if either of you, in your years of using ride shares, I can honestly say I don't think I've ever seen one of our drivers doing that where they were texting and driving,
I just
looking
told you
down.
I did. Yeah. It was bad.
So.
Really bad. To the point where it was scaring us. And we're like, can you please put your phone down? Yeah.
Do they have, and again, I took one my whole life at the Honda with, and Brooke Terry for me. Can they ever pull up and see you and say, I'm not taking you, I think you're a little loopy? Like the Uber driver?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, they can?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I didn't know that.
If they don't want you in their car because they think you're too drunk, they can 100% deny you.
Okay.
And it's
I didn't know that.
Yeah. That probably happens more often than you think.
Yeah.
It's actually more shocking. So we were, when I did the bartending gig in Maryland, somebody that we were with, and it was a guy, and he got very, very, very drunk. And so we called, and there was not many Ubers, ride shares in the city that we were in. It was a small town in Maryland, and there was only one guy who had, and he was the one who picked us up most of the time because he was the only ride share that had an SUV that could accommodate all of us.
Oh, I see.
So he came and he saw the condition of this guy, and we were like, listen, we understand because I know sometimes they won't. You don't want people to get sick in your car.
Sure.
And he was a trooper, man. He gave us paper towels for him. He rolled down the window to make sure he was next to a window. Most people would say no, and he was very nice. And I was shocked because a lot of time they see somebody in that condition, and they're like, nah, I'm going to pass. And I was like, if that happens, we would have been screwed because there wasn't many ride shares.
Or he would have been. You would have left him.
We would have left him. He was part of our team.
Oh, man, that is unbelievable. I didn't know they had that power. And I guess,
it's their car.
Yeah, you're right. I don't want to take you, and I'm not going to. 877-927-6969. Text us also at Real Radio 47142 or email Jimmy at realradio921.com. If you had any of these situations where you were in a car and somebody was driving, or was there ever a situation where somebody was a little bit too loopy?
Somebody was driving during the earthquake. It says 47142. My youngest daughter lives 14 miles north from the epicenter of the New Jersey earthquake. She said she and her mom were driving to the store, but she didn't feel anything. Her mother said she felt it while driving. So I told my daughter that she probably just thought it was her mother's driving. That's why she didn't realize she didn't feel anything. Because they were both in the same car. And I was like, I felt. She's like, I didn't. just mom's driving.
Just another Jersey pothole.
I was just going to say, you probably thought it was a pothole.
You ever drive up there?
Oh, my God.
Ever seen those roads?
Oh, man, those potholes could break an axle. Oh, my God, get you flat? They have. Oh, man, they were bad.
Ooh, some of them.
And you know what? From maybe November, and I know, Jimmy, you've seen it a million times, so March, April, there's always somebody filling in one. You always saw workers on the side of the road.
All they do.
Yeah, it's just filling those potholes. And,
going around with coal patch, just filling in the holes. And, it doesn't last long because it's just a cheap fix. It's not a very good fix, but...
Yeah, it's one of those situations.
But that's just anywhere in the cold climate. Yeah. It's just the way it is.
It's something we don't have to deal with. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call for you guys if you want to get involved in the show. Let us know. Maybe you went away, did something this weekend that was awesome. And I know a lot of guys and women are on dating sites. And, Jimmy, I know you said you have something about men making major mistakes on their online dating. You guys are doing something wrong. You need to lie more.
That's what they say here. I'm not so sure about it myself, but I'm not on dating sites, so maybe it won't matter. But, they're saying that this is a huge mistake, and there's a new study out on dating apps that claims men are making a huge mistake on their profiles because they're talking about sports too much. Men talking about sports. Hey, you don't say.
Yeah.
But any which way, he says there's nothing wrong, according to this. Now, there's nothing wrong with listing hobbies like playing or watching sports or sharing sports-related anecdotes on dates if that's what you're interested in. But if you're trying to stand out as a potential partner, you should, include a more diverse set of hobbies and interests, including ones that might appeal more to another person or that you'd like to do with that person. Or maybe you could be honest. I don't know. I don't know. It's just a thought.
What? Honesty?
Just a thought.
No, that's silly.
According, I kind of find this strange. It's one of those times where I read an article like this and I just don't agree with it. I think if you're going to put, you're putting sports on there, it's because you're interested in sports, and you're probably better off finding somebody else that's interested in sports, right? You would think. But anyway, they say that that's a bad thing. According to the data, the top 5 interests for men on Tinder are football or soccer, sports, lifting weights, bars, and comedy. Meanwhile, the top 5 interests for women are travel, music, movies, coffee, and walking. And only 4% of women mention football compared to 23% of men. The results may seem a little sexist, but they're apparently based on actual profiles. So it's a fact that male singles are more obsessed with sports and female singles are more intrigued by the arts and long walks on the beach, that type of thing. So again, I take it for what you want. Again, everybody has their own opinion on something.
Mm-hmm.
I think that if you're interested in something and you put it up there, you're looking for somebody that's like-minded. I think that's a better idea, but that's my own take on it. What's your take? 47142. Start off that text with Real Radio. Do you think it's a better idea to put up other hobbies or interests that you have that might be more appealing? Is that a better idea? Or put up your own, what you really are interested in, and trying to find a match that way? What do you think, Greek?
I think it's better to put your own stuff because it's going to come out. I mean, eventually, right in the beginning. You know what I mean? Like, you can't say you're into hiking, walking on the beach, and the girl says to say second and third, you want to walk on the beach? No, I want you in LSU and Notre Dame.
Yeah, I have absolutely no interest in that.
Yeah, I mean, so I just think you have to be yourself and be honest. And, if somebody likes you, they like you. I mean, and what happens is the two worlds collide and you share things with each other. But I think if you're out there putting stuff that's not true, I don't think that's good. Because that's going to come up real thing. Like if one likes to travel and you don't.
And you put on there that you like to travel.
That's, And again, if you're going in with an open mind, it may be a deal breaker to some people. I don't know. But it wouldn't be to me. It would just be like, okay, you like to do that. I'm not a big fan of that, but I would not date you because you like to do. Me, personally, I wouldn't be like that. There's very few deal breakers I have with a lot of things. Because you got to get to know the person, I think. I mean, if you say there and I'm not doing this or I'm not doing that, I think you're also making your pool smaller. You know what I mean? When you're like that. But I think you should be honest, especially with sports. And if you say, I think guys do look at girls, and I've seen a lot of times wherever I'm at a cigar bar, and they're cool watching sports, they think it's really cool. They'll be like, wow, that's cool. She likes the game. Or
they can share. It's something extra they can share with them.
That's my point. Something you could do together. Because, again, most people, not all, you work Monday to Friday. That's the norm. That's not be all. But then on weekends, if you always hear women say, oh, I lose my boyfriend or husband or whatever for the weekends. You know what I mean? So it is a nice thing to do. But I don't think you should lie. Because I think it's going to come out in all capacities.
And that's the thing. Yeah, share what you like, share your team, share your sports. But I understand if it's just everything about your page, right? Yeah. Like if that's it and you're like, oh, that's all you have interest in? Like there's nothing else besides your favorite sports team?
Yeah.
Like I get that. I think I understand when it can be too much.
Yeah. I mean, you could say other things too that maybe you like. Like you say, I like cooking. When somebody cooks for me. You didn't read the fine print. But I think a lot of people are trying to put their best foot forward, but you're going to it's going to come out in all capacity. I mean, there's only so much you can keep quiet if you want to date somebody a couple times or something like that.
And maybe they're looking at it from a standpoint of, and Fran just mentioned it, like if it's all that you put up there, then that's only going to attract that small minority group of women that really, really, really are heavy into sports. I mean, if you do have other interests, put them as well. I mean, and I don't see anything wrong with that. The way I was reading this articles, it made it sound like, lay off the sports and put stuff down there that you may not even necessarily be interested in all that much just to attract another person. And I don't think personally that's a great idea, but I guess
I don't either.
Teach your own. I think, if you put it up there, I could see if you do like others say, if you do like to travel as well as sports, okay, put it both up. Yeah.
I think that it is what they're saying, though. I would get that. I think they are saying, like, you know what, don't put that down because it's going to keep some people away. And it may, and it may not. But I think, again, you should always be honest because eventually people are going to, they're going to find out. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you want to get involved in the show. And if you have something to say on this category, maybe you are on an online dating scene. What do you do? Do you tell the truth? Do you lie? Do you make up stuff? Is it like a resume where people lie, they say on something? But, let us know what you think. Franny, what do you think? You think that you should be as honest as you could be?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
I know people aren't, but of course. I mean, if you're going to find out eventually, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why BS your dating profile unless you just want to keep everything online and you don't want to have anything, real interactions, and you do what you want. But yeah, I mean, if you're out there planning on meeting people in real life and wanting to have a connection, then you should be honest.
877-927-6969. That is the number to call. What'd you do this weekend? Is something good? Were you surprised with the women's numbers that they're so high in college basketball because of Caitlin Clark being a household name now for everybody? And the WNBA draft is this week on Monday the 15th. Also, tax day is coming up. So if you didn't do your taxes, make sure you get on them this week because before you know it, it will be tax return day on April 15th. Now, I thought they extended that a couple of days last year. I thought it went up a couple.
Yeah, because I think like the 15th fell on a weekend or something.
That's right.
So that's why the 15th is on a Monday, I believe.
Yep. It was Saturday. Last year would be a Saturday since it's a leap year this year. So we jumped 2 days, and here we are on a Monday. Yeah. So as far as I know, it is just the 15th. I don't think there's any sort of extension then, right? Because if it's on a regular business day,
I believe you're correct.
Shouldn't be a problem then.
Yeah, so get ready and get your taxes done. There are so many people every year wait to the last minute.
And most of those people are the ones who owe.
That's right. I was going to say that.
When you're getting money back, you're like, let's do this thing.
But that is so true, too. I had a return coming. I was waiting.
And the other thing, too, is if you are getting money back and you don't file till afterwards, you're not going to get fined.
That's right.
You're just kind of postponing when you're going to get your refund. But I don't believe you get fined because you don't owe.
That's right.
Right?
I think that's true, and I think that everybody thinks you get fined no matter what. But if they owe you money, it's no worries.
I'm not 100% on that, so this is obviously not a lawyer speaking, but most people want their money anyway. So that's the.
I do find it funny though. Some people just out of nowhere, men and women I'll talk to, and my buddy's dating some girl, and she hasn't done her taxes in like 9 years. And he goes, he was talking about her taxes, and she has a regular job. And he was just like, I got to do my taxes. She goes, I haven't done them like 9 years. He said he was shocked. I was like, how do you not do them? And I got a buddy of mine who hasn't done his taxes in a while. And I'm like, what do you mean you don't do you have to? He goes, no, you don't. And I said, yes, you do.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
I go, dude, you unless you like pinstripes, you got to pay. 2 things in life you're going to do. You're going to die, and you got to pay your taxes.
They'll find out at some point.
Yes, they will.
I mean, it may take a little while, but they'll find out eventually.
It is the Penthouse, and it is a Monday. Excuse me, I thought it was a Tuesday. It is Monday. I hope you guys had a nice weekend. Tastings all week for you guys. An opportunity to win our event on April 13th. It's going to be a great event. Great foods, liquor. You guys will have a great time at the outlets, and it's a perfect afternoon. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Here's the limited amount I know about earthquakes, okay? I believe this is right. But I think it matters a lot how deep the earthquake was. I could be wrong, but I
feel it more if it's deeper.
I think
sex reference.
Yeah, I think so.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
You're going to be under speed northbound on the turnpike approaching Lake Worth Service Plaza over on I-95 passing Okeechobee and 45th Street up to speed, and the rest of the county free of major backups. That's traffic. I'm Zach.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
Hey, it's Franny. And did a nice tax refund put you in the market for a new car? Or maybe, unfortunately, you didn't get a refund and need to free up some extra cash? Sell your car for the most money now at GimmeTheVin.com. They offer a 60-second bid process, pressure-free, and free pickup. Plus, they're 5-star rated by the Better Business Bureau, which says a lot considering their big 3 competitors are all 1-star. Selling your car, truck, or exotic has never been easier at GimmeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. That's why over 100,000 Floridians have made StormSmart a part of theirs. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows are designed to help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. In fact, StormSmart can protect every opening in your home. If you live in Florida, extreme weather is a part of life. But for year-round storm protection, you can count on StormSmart. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
Hey, it's the Greek for Tito's Handmade Vodka. Tito's Handmade Vodka makes a good night a great night. No matter what you're doing, make sure you put Tito's Handmade Vodka in your lineup. You have a tough day at the office, grab a bottle of Tito's, sit by your pool, and enjoy yourself. Playing golf, and maybe your score wasn't that good? You want to make it a better score? Have some Tito's Handmade Vodka. Enjoy yourself and enjoy South Florida. Pick up a bottle. Tito's Handmade Vodka today. Any day is a good day, but with Tito's, it becomes a great day. Tito's Handmade Vodka. Peace.
There are products that offer up to a 20% upfront bonus just for opening an account and up to 12% per year for retirement income. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I've heard from other advisors saying this is too good to be true. No, it's not. We are one of the few who can offer products like these because we're independent. We're not registered with a broker-dealer who tells us what we have to sell, and we don't have to answer to a board of directors who prioritize shareholders over clients. So, is an upfront bonus up to 20% and 12% per year growth for income too good to be true? For most advisors, yes, but not Trajan Wealth. The fact that many of our clients come from other financial advisors is a testament to our value. Experience the Trajan Wealth difference for yourself. 561-390-1000. That's 561-390-1000.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims-paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in Florida as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
They're modern-day con artists, and they're the focus of Creating a Con, a true crime anthology podcast. Season 1 spotlights Ray Trapani and his tech startup scam, endorsed by DJ Khaled and Floyd Mayweather, and built on empty promises and millions from bilked investors.
If someone's like, oh, what's your best way of making money? I don't think start a business. I'm like, oh, we should start some sort of scheme. And I can't help it.
Listen to Creating a Con on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Creating a Con.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com. Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
Real Radio weather.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. A mix of sun and clouds will continue throughout the rest of the day today, as we do have the partial solar eclipse that will finish around 4 p.m. this afternoon. We'll still have some clouds in the area around that time. Highs today around the upper 70s along the coastline, getting into the low 80s inland. We'll see a gradual warm up throughout the rest of this week.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like Lost 80s, playing those songs you forgot you knew from the 80s.
Gotta get back in time.
Duran Duran, Huey Lewis, Tina Turner, and more, all commercial-free. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Lost 80s, and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Yo, Penthouse, here we are on Eclipse Day. Hope everybody enjoys it. You guys were just talking about Jason Kelce at the WrestleMania. Actually, Lane Johnson, our starting right tackle for the Eagles, was involved in that as well, so he was in there too. And just so happens that my girlfriend worked with a family in Michigan, and she's working with a family today in Memphis. She made these appointments months ago, didn't realize the eclipse was happening, and she's going to be right in there. Pretty cool. Bye, guys.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
And I had no clue there was an eclipse today. I did not. I had no knowledge. I mean,
We've been talking about it.
I know. That's why the only reason I knew.
What's an eclipse?
That's what
So
I
you
said.
did know.
I like to eclipse some days in my life or some people
Isn't that
in my
a vehicle,
life.
right? Mitsubishi?
I didn't even know. Like, what's going on? I still think the best place for the eclipse is a casino. Jimmy's in the house.
Where you can't see it.
And good afternoon.
Francis is here. I'd love to be at a roulette table laying down at 5 after 3 today. Be like, come on, 17. It's time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
All right. You might not have heard about this, but the Marlins won yesterday. That's right. The Marlins won. The Marlins won. Break up the Marlins. They got a victory. They are 1-9, but their schedule gets a lot easier. They're playing the Yankees in the next couple of days, one of the hottest teams in baseball, and with a payroll triple the amount of theirs. And then the Braves are coming to town. So can the Marlins lose every game this week? There are props out there right now that you can bet on. They play the Yankees, I believe, for 3 and the Braves for 3. But the Braves are down in Atlanta. It is March Madness. It's almost over. The women's were yesterday. South Carolina, undefeated, untouched, untied, 38-0. Unbelievable. Caitlin Clark went home without the NCAA trophy. And then tonight you got UConn -7 over Purdue. And I'm going with the Huskies. Yes, that's right. I'm going for the Huskies tonight. UConn has covered 11 times in a row in March Madness. And I know the whole world's on it by this point, but I don't care. I'm just going to do it. And even if you lose, it doesn't matter because you won 11 times if you had them. So just stay on the Huskies, ride that train, and choo-choo, baby, all the way to the bank. There is a prop bet you can bet tonight. They start at 9:20. Will the game be over before Madonna takes the stage tonight in Miami? She's playing where the Heat play. That is a prop bet offshore. She usually comes down around 11 o'clock. The game starts at 9:30. It's going to be close. It's going to be right there. We don't know if it's going to happen. And that is your lunchtime trifecta. So, Franny, you have a little bit of a story about bartenders, certain drinks that they don't like that people order.
It's sometimes the way that you order a drink or certain drinks that they may be like, well, what are you doing? And they're just trying to help you out here. But first, 47142 is that text line. Somebody did want to let us know with taxes that filing them, a lot like she said, didn't know somebody who hasn't for 9 years.
A girl.
So even if you are getting money back, there still is a late filing fee that even if they owe you, that they just take out of whatever you're getting back, according to the text. And then somebody else, I'm curious, so we're putting the bat signal out if you're listening, Sarah B. Somebody said, did I see Sarah B? Only for like 2 seconds, but on Jersey Shore last week.
Oh!
They said that they were in Nashville and they went to a karaoke bar and they went to Wild Beaver Saloon.
Oh, maybe
the crew,
it's her.
The crew,
No kidding.
The crew of Jersey Shore. So were you on TV? Somebody said they thought they saw you just for a couple of seconds. So
I think she would
know.
tell us.
Let us
like
know.
that she was on. Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, 47142 started off with Real Radio. But yes, these are ways that you order your drinks that have bartenders possibly shaking their head at you. And some of these, they really are trying to help you, and sometimes they're just judging you. So we've talked about this before, specifically
Awful
with
judgy.
so judgy. Specifically with like margaritas, I always say don't put in like a premium. I mean, you want to do a decent tequila, but don't go, you don't want to go top shelf because you're mixing it with all of this sugary stuff. And that's what they have here. Number one. They said asking for a sugary cocktail with premium spirits. Listen, there's nothing wrong with having one every now and again. But like choices like a pina colada, strawberry daiquiri can be safe choices for some. But they said don't order it with top shelf liquor because you're just wasting your money. These expensive liquors, they're priced pretty high because obviously how they're made, high quality ingredients. But they said just kind of be careful with that because you're also masking those delicious qualities of those premium liquors with all of that sugar.
So would
in
you
those
just
drinks.
say well drinks?
I go just above, yeah.
Oh, okay. So there is a time when you would ask for a better rum or
Yeah,
something
I'll
like
ask,
that.
yeah.
Okay.
But definitely not going top shelf. And then they have on here, if you are a scotch drinker, if you order a single malt scotch, don't do it with ice. If you just want it like a really nice scotch, single malt, they said don't. They said it's actually like science behind it, though, right? They said the problem with asking for ice in the single malt scotch is the cooling down effect that it has. They said temperature is a real problem, and this guy is a scotch expert. He says if you remember, back to science at school, a basic lesson of physics is that warm things go up and cool things go down. As a result, you put ice in your single malt, and all these carefully balanced flavors will get confused and your tongue won't pick up any of the intricacies that you're supposed to. As well, using it will dilute that single malt scotch. So they say that the best way to do it is just neat. Opting for wine by the glass. If you're dining solo, it's low risk option. Do it by the glass, whatever. But if you're with other people who will also be drinking wine, you should almost always order by the bottle, because ordering wine by the glass is one of the least cost-effective choices you can make at a bar. They say restaurants and bars tend to attach high markups to them. So you're actually getting a better deal when you order by the bottle.
I'm sure if people, when they, if they're by themselves and they get a bottle, they might think the guy might, or whatever, they might prejudge me. But like you said, it could be more expensive.
And not just that, when you order by the glass, you don't know how long that bottle has been open for, too.
That's a good
so
point.
sometimes you're not
Right.
getting a nice, fresh glass of wine.
Yeah.
And you can always, I've had it before where it tasted like it was a few weeks old. I'd be like, can I get another glass?
Has there ever been regulars where they order something like a bottle of wine and they maybe have one or two and they say, I'm coming back tomorrow night? And
I've had that happen.
And you keep the wine for them?
I've had that happen. Yeah, there's actually even places like Capitol Grill and stuff where they have wine lockers.
Oh, really?
Where people purchase their bottles
no
and they
kidding.
keep
I
them
never
in.
knew
Yeah,
that.
and you have to pay for it, but you have your own designated little wine lockers there
Wow,
too.
that's pretty cool. Like cigar lockers. That's pretty cool.
Yep. Picking a standard cocktail when the menu has specials. They said many people have their go-to cocktails of choice, right? But if you're at a new bar, your instinct might be just to kind of have them make whatever cocktail you're normally doing. But they said if it has a special menu, try one of those instead. You can get standard cocktails anywhere you go, any old dive bar, anything. But typically these signature cocktails are creations that are specific to that restaurant. So they say, so give it a go. You might find something that you really like instead of going to your old school stuff. Also here, this is a few things when people, and I'm very guilty of this, and I am a bartender, requesting a shaken martini. I like mine just really, really, really shaken. I want little ice crystals on the top, and that's called bruising, and other bartenders will be like, how dare you?
What a pain in the ass.
But that's just how I prefer it. But they said ordering a shaken, not stirred martini has been popular for decades, thanks to the influence of the world's most famous spy. But doing so actually ruins your drink. And I have heard this. Martinis with the gin, vermouth, or vodka. If you're ordering vodka and vermouth, it's pretty delicate. So they say you should keep on just with that stirred. I disagree.
Have you ever Have you ever been out and said, I can make it, and they let you come behind the bar and make your own
I
drink?
have never, no. Get out of the way. I have been behind a bar and be like, man, I would be handling this bar way better than someone that's like, yeah, because I look around and I'm like, there's only 3 people here and I can't get any service.
That's a big problem.
I have. I've been like,
well, 2 on the phone.
There's been some part like where I wanted to jump behind the bar and start making myself a drink because somebody's busy texting somebody in the corner.
Yeah. Give me an apron.
Yeah.
That is funny.
Put me in, coach.
Yep. I have thought that. Saying that you want your beer ice cold. Okay, yeah, we all want our beer ice cold, right? It's natural to want a nice frosty beer, but asking for it ice cold may not put you in the good books. If you're ordering a draft beer, it will pass through a cooling system.
I was going to say, if it's draft, you can't change the temperature.
Yes,
now,
and whatever fridge the beer comes from, that too.
Have you ever gotten a bottled beer and it's warm and that kind of sucks?
Yes. Like, if you have to go in the back to get the cold stuff, get it for me. Because sometimes, and I've always taught, especially, with the festivals I work, sometimes we have new bar backs, and I see them stacking the new beer because we have coolers on top of the old beer. And I'm like, please don't. I was like, take the cold beers, rotate them, put them up, and they're like, oh, okay. So they don't know that unless you tell them. But it is kind of common sense, but you just have to let people know who aren't aware.
Yeah, it's important. Yep. Like you said, trick of the trade.
And then a few more on here while asking for a White Russian. Every now and then they're pretty good. I don't understand. But they say that White Russian, Mr. Big Lebowski's favorite drink, the combination of Kahlua vodka heavy cream is pretty delicious. But the problem your bartender will have is with the cleanup operation. So you're thinking about the bartender. I know you don't want to because you want your White Russian. They said any of those that contain cream require the bartender to clean the cocktail shaker way more thoroughly than they would normally because that cream tends to stick to the surface of those. But you know what? They can do a little extra.
Yeah, do your job.
They can do a little extra work.
Clean a friggin'
What is a White
I
Russian?
love this.
What's in it?
Kahlua vodka cream.
Oh, okay.
Picking a Long Island iced tea on a busy night.
I've heard that.
See, to me, and it's just to each his own. Like I can do 4 bottles at once, and then I have to do one more. Like I can pick up 2 and 2 on each hand, and so you just like make it. And so I know, very impressive. Watch me make a Long Island.
Yeah, watch out, Tom Cruise.
All right, hold on.
Yeah,
video is rolling.
4 bottles.
Let's go.
Your sister's ass.
A lot of people could do that. Don't act like it's not that impressive.
Well, we don't know too many.
Bartenders don't like when you say "surprise me" to your bartender.
Oh, yeah.
That's good in the sack. It's not good at the bar. In the sack, it's great. Surprise me.
Yeah.
Surprise you? Okay.
They do. They get annoyed. They say,
yeah. That's a surprise.
That is a surprise. Yeah.
That's a surprise. Oh, my God.
Yeah, there's a bartender when somebody's like, hey, just surprise me. And they're like, I don't know what your taste is. I don't know what you want. I don't know what you like. Are you vodka? Are you gin? So they tell the bartender, surprise me, but can't give them any kind of idea of what they want. Do you want fruity? Do you want not their bartenders say they're not really a fan of that surprise me thing.
Going back to the one on the iced tea,
yes.
We were out a couple weeks ago, me and a couple of my friends, and he ordered an iced tea, and the girl goes, I'm in the weeds right now. Can you order something else?
A Long Island iced tea or just an iced tea?
A Long Island iced tea.
Okay.
Yeah, and she was like, I'm in the weeds right now. Can you order something else? And, I don't know.
You should get what you order.
Yeah. So he was like, what does that mean? She was, it's going to take me a couple minutes to get to you. I just want to let you know. And she came back, and then she did it. But, it seemed odd. Like, it was a nice place, high end. So you just thought it was odd that she's like, I can't do it right now.
Yeah. The only time I ever had issues with banging out drinks that fast was when I worked at Kapow because they had a fantastic custom drink menu, but it was fresh herbs. It was like all these different kind of bitters. It was all these ingredients that I had never. So I basically had to retrain myself to bartend, making all these drinks. But at night we were high volume, so it wasn't just a restaurant bar. It turned into a clubby atmosphere, and then you have all these people ordering these insane drinks. You don't say no to them. You just tell them it's going to take some time.
Yeah,
because I'm making your drink fresh. It's not like a vodka soda. But
you can always leave some stuff out.
And then finally,
think they'll notice.
Gin and tonic. It seems a little too much tonic. You got half of it. What else you want?
And then finally here, they say, which I guess is common, I've never seen this, but asking for a drink that you've seen on TikTok. Your bartender will roll their eyes. They said, for your bartender's sanity, make them yourself at home. They said, can't imagine bartender will have time for you to go through and explore a page and be like, here, this is it. That's what they say. Sometimes people will show them if the bartender's not familiar.
My God, that is so
show them the video on TikTok
terrible.
or explain. And they're just like, nah, dude. Like, if you're going to do that and you're going to show them a brand new concoction, how about you buy the ingredients and you try it out at home?
Yeah,
Don't make the bartender do it.
Here's our menu. This is the menu you order off of,
Yep.
not your TikTok videos.
Oh, that's going to be a pain in the ass. I mean, and I'm sure, obviously, dealing with the public is very difficult. And I think when they're drinking, it's worse. And if it's a packed place, you know what I mean? You got so many people in front of you. I mean, that's got to be so intimidating when you look up and all you see is people. You know what I mean? Give me this, give me that. Especially at like big events and everything. That's got to be a pain in the ass. And I know, obviously, you're getting paid, but, you know, when people are not nice, it's got to suck. It definitely does. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. If you want to get involved in the show, you can also text us at Real Radio 472. Or you can email Jimmy at realradio921.com.
I'll walk into a restaurant, hand the chef my phone, and go, here, make me this.
I saw it on TikTok.
I just saw this on TikTok.
Yeah.
Can you make this for me?
I bet you that has happened. I bet you it has.
You know what? I hate to say it, but you're probably right.
Yep.
Can you get the chef to come out? I have a question for him.
Yeah, I want to ask him about this.
And not really think there's anything wrong. What are the sayings in betting? And we talked about, you know, where sayings come from. We always come up with that. I don't know where this one came up with, but I heard it a lot yesterday and today. With UConn tonight, everybody and their mother is betting on UConn. And I always said, like, it made no sense to me in gambling because whose mom bets? Yeah, just like at the track, you'll hear everybody's got the 5. Everybody and their mom's got the 5. It's one of those sayings that I don't know where it came from, but it is a popular saying. And when one team's on when the public's on one team, you hear it a lot.
I think it's just a whole your mom thing. You know, like there's just your mom jokes, your mama. I think it's just
your mama.
Yeah, it's just. I guess people just think it's just fun to talk about your mom.
Everybody and your mom is on,
UConn. If your mom bet, let us know. Give us a call at 561. No, 561.
I couldn't keep my mom away from the bookies.
That is rare, though. It is rare that you would see. I've noticed more girls betting now than I ever have, especially on the Hard Rock app. I've had a lot of girls I'm friends with ask me and text me, what do you think of this game? What do you think of that? And a lot of them say, it looks so easy. You know, is it hard to win money? And I'm always like, yes, it's very difficult.
Well, it's difficult to win.
Yeah.
It's easy to bet. The betting part is pretty easy on the Hard Rock app. Anybody can do it. Winning?
That's another story. That's a great one, Jimmy. I got to use that. Betting on the app is easy.
Perfect.
Winning, it's a little bit tougher. Oh, that's a great line. 877-927-6969. I'm definitely going to use that. I got to steal that from you. I'm like, yeah, betting is easy. Winning, some people have it, though. They just end up doing very well with it. And some people don't. Just be careful. Have fun. Look at it as fun, and I think that you'll enjoy betting.
Yeah, a couple friends of mine have had some pretty good luck.
That's great
on the Hard Rock app, and I love seeing that. I love seeing all those greens. You know, you win. You know, winner. Awesome. And it's pretty fun. And again, it's, you know, especially the one person that I'm talking about, he bets like I do, you know, $3 here, $5 there type of a bet, maybe even $1 parlay that, you know, if you put in a 12-teamer or 10-teamers, you know, maybe a 10 leg, I should say, team. And, you know, $1 will pay out 1,000, you know, just because obviously the odds are so high and all that was coming in. But it's fun. Those are really fun. And one of the things that we've noticed the most, at least I've noticed the most about it, is how much people love the parlays.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They love it because it pays higher. I got a buddy of mine has a 14 parlay. He put it in months ago for 4 teams to win it all. And he picked South Carolina women. UConn men.
For men, okay.
He picked the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl.
Oh, okay.
So he might have 3 out of 5. He has the Yankees and he has the Avalanche to win. So if the Avalanche win,
like a division
championship.
These
are all world champions.
Okay.
So he might be already 3-0. And if the Colorado Avalanche win the NHL, he could put a huge amount of money on the other team.
But he's got to wait till November to whenever the World Series is over.
Yeah, but I mean, when he gets there, he can bet the other team because
there's that too. If he's got 4 of the 5 going into that.
Oh yeah, he might have 3 tonight.
Yeah,
so we'll see.
Yeah,
and
true.
again, all favorites, but he had the Chiefs, he had South Carolina, and he had UConn. So we're rooting for him, and it wasn't a lot of money, but it will pay a big amount because it's a future bet championship.
I imagine.
But yeah, we'll see. He's got Colorado, and they got a good chance. They're one of the teams that's favored out west, and then he has the Yankees to win the World Series.
For NHL, huh? Colorado Avalanche, they're up there. Okay.
Yeah, they're.
I haven't looked too much. I just been seeing it. The Panthers, how they're doing, still in second place. I got a couple of regular season games left, and then we'll be getting into playoff season here. And the NHL, I would imagine the Knights are still up there as probably one of the favorites as well. I would imagine.
Yeah, I think the Avalanche are ahead of the Knights out west.
Okay,
because they're the Western Division, and we did have the Panthers on Saturday. They did lose though in overtime.
Did they?
Yeah, they did lose in overtime. Because we were talking about it. We had a little streak going. Lasted one. I don't know if that's a streak. It's not really a streak.
One game streak? We're on a 1-game streak, yeah. You can catch the rest of the Panthers games on Real Radio 92.1 for the last 5 games we got coming up this week. Tomorrow night, I know, is their next game that we're going to have a coverage at 7 o'clock right here on Real Radio.
Nice. Speaking of Panthers, I caught myself watching a little UFL yesterday, and it was the Michigan Panthers and the Birmingham Stallions were playing yesterday, and it was my husband and I were watching it, and it was nice. It was cool. It was. We were like, yay, football. I mean, it was different, but it was still.
Anybody in the stands?
Was still fun to watch. Yeah. Well, they were even saying. The game before that had a pack. I think it was maybe the Renegades. Maybe I can't remember.
Okay.
Because there's only 8 teams in the UFL.
Yeah, that sounds right.
That's it.
Yeah.
And I think Bob Stoops was one of the coaches. Who was the coach of? I can't remember. I know he used to be Oklahoma.
Oh,
no
kidding.
He's one of the head coaches.
Yeah, he was Oklahoma for years.
But yeah, no. My husband was saying because we were watching this game, and I want to say it was the game before that it was packed.
Really?
Packed
Michigan?
stadium.
Wow.
Well, the one that I watched was it was a Michigan Panthers against the Birmingham Stallions.
Who was home,
That was
remember?
the game yesterday. I think it was Michigan.
Yeah, it's funny because years ago when the USFL was there, Michigan team was one of the teams that always drew a lot of fans for whatever reason in Detroit. They always did. So that's great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I totally forget it's on. That it's on there.
Houston played the DC Defenders before the game that you're talking about, Franny. And then, of course, the Stallions and the Panthers played in Michigan. And that was because what they do is they do 2 games on Saturday and 2 on Sunday.
Okay.
That's been their schedule so far these past couple of weeks. And if I remember right, wasn't it I want to think, was it the Stallions? Or at least the Stallions were in the game where the kicker, he hit 64-yard field goals in a row. Of course,
right.
The first one was he got iced, quote unquote.
Yeah.
But then he turned right around and hit another one again, and that was the first time he's kicked since high school.
It's amazing.
Oh, wow.
Yep. I mean, just so. But yeah, I was curious to see how it was. Again, it's one of those things that it isn't on my mind.
No.
It's not that time of year for football, so it's not in my mind.
Happened to be on. We were sitting having some lunch at a bar outside.
Oh, perfect.
And it was on, and we were glued. We were like, yay, football.
It's awesome. It is the Penthouse, and it is a Monday. One more hour for you guys. Then the Greek Zone. Today, we will have a special guest talking about the big game tonight. We'll try to break it down and give you a guaranteed winner. It's either going to be UConn or Purdue. I mean, there it is. I mean, that's pretty much, what else do you want us to do for you? But we'll get into that in the Greek Zone today. Franny, I know we got some Florida stories coming up. What's on the hopper?
On the hopper, well, we have some crime going on in the Florida villages once again. I will let you know what happened after a tequila drinking birthday. Then we have a really terrible situation with a woman who disguised herself online as a 14-year-old girl. And then on top of that, why did a guy get tackled in the park? I will give you those details when we come back on Real Radio 92.1.
Got something to say? Text us at 47142. Start your message with Real Radio. Standard data and message rates apply, and don't text while driving.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. We're giving you 13 shots a day to score $1,000.
Oh, yeah.
Can't believe it. Woo! Every weekday from 9:05 in the morning to 9:05 at night, we're giving you a keyword at 5 past the hour. Take that keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Every keyword is worth $1,000.
Thank you. Thank you. That's awesome.
It's $1,000 in your hand. Good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
More stop-and-go traffic to look forward to this afternoon northbound on the Turnpike approaching Lake Worth Road. Over on I-95, you're up to speed at Okeechobee and 45th Street. The rest of the county also up to speed. That's traffic. I'm Zach.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
What could you do in 15 minutes? How about a premium oil change? At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, our certified technicians will guide you in, use only premium products, and get you back out on the road in no time. Quick, easy, trusted. That's Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Hayes the Greek and the greatest show on earth is this Saturday at Monroe's. It's breathtaking performances of magic, fire, and freaks at Monroe's. Sexy circus girls this Saturday. If you want to be entertained, make sure you go to Monroe's this Saturday night for the greatest show on earth. And Monroe's is open 7 days a week till 5 a.m. with beautiful ladies and a 5-star menu. But April 13th this Saturday, the greatest show on earth, Monroe's in Palm Beach. It's gonna be magic, fire, and freaks. Peace!
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. When dining out or shopping at the grocery store, ask for sustainable seafood. By choosing sustainable seafood, you can help reduce overfishing, bycatch, loss of top predators, illegal fishing, and other harmful environmental impacts. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Rita Fowler. I was in the car actually relaxing. I was talking to my sister, and all of a sudden, boom, the car hit us. I wound up actually having a stroke. And that's when I decided to call Morgan & Morgan. The whole operation, everything they did from day one, it was self-explanatory. It was text messages. It was emails. It was a no-brainer. When you think that hiring a lawyer is hard, you haven't called Morgan & Morgan.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. We're just a phone call away. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
When you get nachos, tacos, empanadas, spicy queso with jalapenos, Pepto-Bismol's there. Pepto-Bismol provides fast, effective relief from nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, and diarrhea. All the things that can happen unexpectedly on vacation. So before you travel, pack the Pepto. Pepto-Bismol.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Lost 80s. Just search Lost 80s and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center, have you or a loved one been injured through no fault of your own? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. A mix of sun and clouds will continue throughout the rest of the day today, as we do have the partial solar eclipse that will finish around 4 p.m. this afternoon. We still have some clouds in the area around that time. Highs today around the upper 70s along the coastline, getting into the low 80s inland. And we'll see a gradual warm-up throughout the rest of this week.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
The Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. Listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, it is the Penthouse on a Monday. Hope you guys are having a good day. Get ready for the eclipse. It's coming. 3:06. Take my advice. Perfect place to watch it and see 100% is the casino. Get down the Hard Rock and get ready to bet for tonight's big game. Go to the casino and hang out. Check out the eclipse. Jimmy's in the house.
Good afternoon.
Francis is here.
Hello.
Time for some Florida stories.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida?
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
All right. Well, we will start with a 23-year-old woman who has just got something for very young boys. In fact, I'm talking about middle school to high school year boys. It's not her first time being busted, but yes, she has been busted once again. This she I'm speaking of is Alyssa Ann Zinger from Tampa, arrested for the second time this past Thursday and charged with an additional sex crimes with minors. After 4 more victims came forward, they think there might be more. So she was first arrested in November for engaging in at least 30 sexual acts with at least one middle school student between the ages of 12 and 15, sending them explicit videos. And she sent explicit videos to several more students, not just that one. She posed as a 14-year-old girl to meet and molest these teenage boys. So not only was she had this whole fake persona she created on social media, saying she was a homeschooled 14-year-old so she could communicate with these minors. She specifically targeted Wilson Middle School in the Tampa area. They said that one time she was even busted for shoplifting with one of these kids at a mall. And so when they were asking for identification, she said she didn't have any because she was only 14. As I mentioned, she's 23. So because they couldn't verify it, she's like, yeah, I was born in 2009, and they couldn't verify it. But they ended up finding some information by doing some digging, found that she was born in 2001. But she told a desperate lie saying that she had a half-sister with the same name, and that's who was born in 2001, not her. But then they kept on investigating. I mean, they kept this going for about a year, according to the warrant. And they learned that she was lying by reviewing school and employment records, contacting her employer. Can you imagine that call?
Oh,
the employer is like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Which confirmed she was an adult. So, yeah, she is in a bit of trouble. and hopefully will stay behind bars for a bit. Then we have a guy who got tackled in the middle of a park. Well, why? It's because he thought it was a good idea to take a stroll while everybody else was, but he wanted to do it with his penis hanging out. According to an arrest affidavit, this was at the Indrio Savannas Preserve Park. There was witnesses who said that they saw what was going on, but they said that he specifically was exposing himself to a woman while she was exercising in that wildlife preserve. Thank goodness they did intervene. There was not only film taken of it, but claims were he was tackled by them too. So the cops were able to detain him, and they did applaud the actions of the citizens who got involved. He was taken into custody. Then next up, get it, girl, I love tequila too, but you shouldn't be driving after the fact. Courtney Alice Callahan lives right outside that Villages area, Ocala, and she was found at about 1 a.m. in her car, which was parked on the northbound ramp of I-75. So they said the car was still running, and she was fast asleep inside of it. Cops pull her over because they see, they're like, all right, that's kind of odd. It's on that northbound ramp, just hanging out. So they knocked on the window. She woke up. And they were asking her questions. They're like, what's going on? Why are you asleep over here? She claimed that she had a shot of 1,800 tequila after work. Just one shot. That was it.
That's it. Just one. I only have one.
Knocked her out cold. She said, but I love this. She was like, I only had one, but she was like, but multiple people were trying to buy me shots because it's my birthday. And she said, but I refused.
I turned them down.
I refused. She said that she did have a shot that she consumed, and she said it was a pretty big one. It was a large shot. They said that she had difficulty, shocker, maintaining a coherent conversation. She refused to perform field sobriety exercises and refused a breath sample. They were like, all right, well, we've got enough evidence just because of the way you are right now to arrest you and charges of driving under the influence, even though she was not driving because that vehicle was on and she was in that driver's seat sleeping. She was booked into the Sumter County Detention Center. And that is your What the Florida.
Thank you, Francis. Great job. We do it twice a show, 11:05 and 1:05. So 420 is the time of day where people sort of light up. And I know you have a list of cities where they like to light up.
They love to light up. And 420 is actually a holiday, too. A holiday. I don't know how to say it. But
it's coming this month.
April,
it's a holiday.
That'll be next, what, Thursday?
April 20th. Yeah. No, not next, because we got 12 days.
Okay.
Yeah. But are you still counting on your fingers?
Next Saturday.
I was like, you might need your toes too there. So this is the most 420 friendly cities in the U.S. Upgraded Points has just released a study revealing the U.S. cities with the most and they said most affordable marijuana friendly rentals. So they use data from Airbnb and Bud and Breakfast. I've never even heard of this. So this is a rental site for
wacka.
Yeah, so it's a rental it's a rental site for weed-friendly lodging. I didn't even know this was a thing that existed, to come up with the most welcoming and least expensive cities to celebrate April 20th, 420. I don't think that we are surprised to hear that Boulder, Colorado has the highest number of 420 friendly rentals.
Really? That's surprising.
Yep. So we do know it's legal in 24 states today, decriminalized or available medically, and many more, leading more folks to map out their travel to include some of these locations, specifically seek out 420 friendly states. And a lot of people, pot smokers, like to celebrate this around the world. And so they were looking into it. They said that they found U.S. cities and states where recreational pot use is already legal, right? The most weed-friendly rentals, as well as the most affordable ones. So when they were looking into this, 104.3 per 100,000 residents was the amount of marijuana-friendly rentals that Boulder, Colorado had. Now, they said 2 more Colorado cities were in the top 10. I don't think we're surprised. Denver at number 6, Colorado Springs at number 7. Then when you look into it, they put the whole list there. So quite interesting enough. You have Boulder, Burlington, Vermont, number 2 on there. Las Vegas was number 3.
I'm not surprised.
For affordable weed-friendly rentals. Scottsdale, Arizona at number 4. Beautiful if you've never been there. And this place is too. Portland, Maine at number 5. Then you have Denver, Colorado, Colorado Springs, Detroit, Ann Arbor, Michigan, and then Eugene, Oregon to wrap up your top 10. For the 5 U.S. cities with the most affordable ones, so this was the most 420 friendly. But if you want affordability, not so much friendly, but affordability, Columbus, Ohio, Spokane, Washington, Portland, Oregon, St. Louis, Missouri, and Colorado Springs, Colorado make up those. But they have that source was upgraded points that did that. So it's funny. I know a lot of people like on 420 were like, oh, I'm going to light up on 420. But I didn't realize how many people traveled for that holiday, too.
Wow. Again, some people, like the eclipse today, people put trips together for a lot of different things, and they want to check it out. 100,000, you guys said we're going to be at Indianapolis 500. That's a ton.
And if you want to make sure that you're in a place that is smoker friendly, then that's budandbreakfast.com is the name of that website where it finds weed friendly lodging.
In New Jersey, a lot of weed places that sell marijuana are having a hard time putting money in the bank. Or banks are just closing their accounts. That was reported over the weekend. It's not something that companies have not dealt with before, where banks are not accepting their money because I guess federally it's not legal. And then there are a lot of places you can't put on your credit cards. They were saying that, Visa and MasterCard. But this one gentleman was talking about, I saw the interview, how he has a hard time. I run a legit business and I can't find banks to put it in, and has tons of money, has to hire his own security system and armored cars sometimes. And there is one place he said that he just found, but other places he had, and then all of a sudden they would close his accounts and say, you know what, we're done. And I find that odd because if you're in the state and it's legal, why wouldn't they take the money? You know what I mean?
That was the thing years and years ago when it was first just becoming medically accepted as far as the public is concerned.
Yeah.
When I say that, and then some states started to make it so that it was okay for medicinal purposes. But that was one of the biggest issues even back then. That was one of the reasons why a lot of people were saying, well, you know what? It's a great idea, but I'm going to stay away from it because I can't deal with it business-wise.
Well,
it's tough.
Yeah, banks are licensed federally, and it's not federally legal.
Yeah, that's what they were saying.
So that's the issue.
Yeah, and this is an article I read in the Post, and also is in New Jersey where it's legal, and a lot of these guys say they're having a difficult time. They don't even know what to do with the money. But they're 100% legit, obviously.
And even not just that, even some of the workers in the industry are having difficulty qualifying for mortgages and other kinds of loans too.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah. For the same thing. And I mean, I understand it, and I just wish maybe just get it off that, the federal ban list, what do they call it? The Schedule 1. Is it still that? Is that what it is, if I'm not mistaken? So just get it off that list.
Yeah, so if you got to pay cash, I can see the guy, you know what, he said, he's got an unbelievable amount of cash, very successful business. It's any business that's cash. You don't really see that anymore. Everybody uses cards and debits. I'm a cash guy, and every time I say cash, I still get a look like, wow, you're surprised, even if it's a high-ticket item. But
and we're going cashless.
Yeah,
I mean,
just crazy.
The push for cashless society is still out there.
Not there. Not in those dispensaries.
Yeah, I mean, it's everybody's just playing there like they are cash, and you can't put it on certain credit cards. I don't know about American Express. But
you can't most of the time put it on it. It's all cash. I know a lot of time when you go into these dispensaries, they have ATM machines and stuff like that where you can they're like, hey, if you don't have it, they have ways of going around it.
Wow, so no American Express either. Wow, I didn't know that. Ooh, who do we have on hold, Jimmy?
We got our buddy Evan checking in with the Penthouse. Hey, Evan, what's going on, pal?
Hey, everyone.
Hey, Evan.
Yeah, Franny, you were talking about a story about a lady portraying as a 14-year-old to pick up young boys.
Yes.
Remember 10 years ago with Deborah LaFave out of Tampa, the teacher that was having sex with her students?
I don't know. That's not ringing a bell. You guys?
She was a beautiful blonde, and she got busted, but she got out of going to jail because the judge said she was too pretty to go to jail.
Really? I never heard that.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking at her now, and yes, I am looking, and she does look familiar. That was
I'm surprised they let that go down.
That was 2004. That was a while.
Yeah, that sounds like a little fugazi for a judge to say that. You're too pretty.
So I think she got house arrest and that kind of deal.
Yeah, I never heard that. That judge said you're too pretty. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy.
You see the picture of her. Yeah, you see the picture. She is beautiful.
Again, I don't have to see it, but it doesn't matter. It's not. You never hear that. You're
No,
too pretty.
you don't. And I'm curious.
What does it matter?
Statutory rape here.
Yeah. And not to knock,
terrible.
but this one girl in Tampa, too, this is another woman in Tampa from the Florida stories, that Alyssa Anzinger, 23. She's not bad looking either, but that's how, because these boys are initially having sex with her because they believe in her lies.
Yeah.
And then to find out she's actually 9 years older than what she says. But I hope the judge doesn't tell her she's too pretty for jail. Because she deserves
you
to go
break
to
a
jail.
law, you break a law. It shouldn't matter your appearance or how you look. Evan?
No, I'm listening. I was listening. Yeah, it was a big story. Well, obviously back then, but then it just seemed like after that, then there was just like these teachers were getting arrested for multiple years afterwards. They haven't learned yet.
I'm surprised the judge didn't get, people didn't say something about him with that. I mean, that's crazy. That's you know what I mean? That he said that and she didn't have to do jail time. The next person comes up and says to the judge, "What do you think? I'm not pretty? Why do I got to go to jail?"
Actually, it was her attorney that was his defense with her, and that's when the judge agreed. So the judge didn't automatically say it, but he agreed that they wouldn't give her. But basically, it's the same thing.
That's still pretty shabby. I'm shocked that he got away with that. That he said publicly she's too pretty. And what did that mean? We can't protect her in jail. She's going to get harassed. I mean, what the hell is that? I mean, I don't know. It's not a great thing to say. Obviously, the eyes of justice. You can't see anything. So what does it matter? You commit a crime. But again, who knows?
Remember, and then also a few years ago, there was a guy in, I think it was L.A., was arrested for burglary. And they said he was his mugshot was he was so handsome that a billionaire's ex-wife married him or something like that. Did you hear that story?
No.
The only big story I heard about mugshots that you hear them once in a while, there was a girl recently, but there was a gentleman.
Yeah, Jeremy Meeks.
Yeah, and he ended up with a big contract for Dolce & Gabbana to be a runway model and got millions of dollars. But again,
he was actually in prison, wasn't he? If
Yes.
I remember right.
Yes.
Yeah.
He got out in 2016, and they gave him a modeling contract.
Yeah, for Dolce & Gabbana. But yeah, I mean, you hear it once in a while. There was a girl recently who a lot of people were talking about mugshots, but I've heard of mugshots that people say something like this person's attractive, male or female. But the first time I ever heard a judge say, "Hey, she's too pretty to go to jail,"
especially a statutory rape. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it's not like she's just a criminal.
Yeah, it's not like she's doing 85 on 95.
Robbed the 7-Eleven or something.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Well, anyway, on a happier note, I'm sure you're happy. The Yankees are 8-2.
Yeah, and it's playing the Marlins, because I'm a Marlins fan as well, so I'm like torn. But I want to see the Yankees. Marlins aren't going to have a chance this year, so I want to just see the Yankees roll over everybody.
Yeah, get the wins when you can. Obviously, every game counts. I know people say it doesn't in April, but it does. It's on your record, and the Yankees are off to their best start in 2003 with a lot of experts. That's why you don't listen to people said they were going to have a terrible season and that they were not going to be good with Coles going out. But the bats are alive. Stanton hit a grand slam yesterday. It was shocking because him and Judge suck right now. And the shortstop's playing great, and so is Soto.
Yeah, no, you said your friend had the Avalanche, and then who did he have to win the World Series? I didn't get that part.
Yankees.
Yeah, Yankees, yeah.
Oh, he has the Yankees. Wow.
Yeah, he's got the Yankees, Avalanche, had the Chiefs, South Carolina, and UConn men.
Yep. Yeah, that's a. And you didn't say how much he put down for a couple hundred, maybe.
Yeah, a few hundred, but I know it pays like $22,000.
Yeah, that's a great deal. All right, I'll be listening for the your sports talk in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you, Evan. I'm glad the Yankees are winning for you. 877-927-6969. If you went to Tortuga this weekend, let us know. We had a subject. We brought something up on online dating. Guys, if you're putting down that you like sports, it might be hurting you. So they said mention it, but don't let it dominate it. Because women get turned off by that, and everybody's looking for the perfect person who doesn't exist. We know that, but, just don't be putting that down on your thing. But if you have an opinion on that, let us know. Me, Jimmy, and Francis said you should be as honest as you can be, which is tell the truth. because people are going to find out eventually.
If you like sports, put it down. If you like movies, put it down. And I have another list of movies that people say are overhyped and not worth it. So I'm going to put them out there. And, of course, you can participate. 47142 is the text line to start off that text with Real Radio. Or I've got the email wide open, Jimmy@realradio921.com. A couple of these I've never heard or I've not seen. So I'm curious on your take on it, whether Greek you saw it or Franny, if you've seen these movies. Or if you have seen it, let us know. If you thought it was overhyped, like Lady Bird was on this list. It was a Reddit thread. Someone wrote that everyone went mad for it, but I just don't get it. Apparently not a super fan of the movie Lady Bird. I watched the trailer for it. Didn't really strike anything out to me either. That's a movie.
I've never watched it.
No? Haven't seen it, Greek? You seen that one?
No, what was
Lady
it
Bird?
about? No.
I
didn't see it. I didn't even hear
about a young lady, I think, coming up in hard times type thing.
Okay.
Obviously, it just goes to show my age. I saw it and I was like, oh, it must be about the Lyndon Baines Johnson's wife, Lady Bird, right? And that's the first thing I went to, right? Another movie, and I beg to differ on this one, Thor, Love and Thunder. This person said it sucked. Why? Well, there's no Loki in it. So I guess he's a big fan of Loki.
It sucked.
My cousin and I had a bet on that movie. That if Loki was in it or not, which apparently somebody lost that bet. But yeah, they weren't too big fans of Thor, Love and Thunder. I guess if you're not into the whole Marvel thing, not all of them are going to tickle your fancy. This person said Peter Jackson's The Hobbit trilogy, which should have been just one and maybe two at the most. They just did think it went on a little bit longer.
Lord of the Rings I did, but not the Hobbit trilogy.
Mm-hmm. How many of the Lord of the Rings have you seen?
Oh, man, those are so long ago. Maybe 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, we saw the first one, and we just one of these days I got to sit back down and watch the others too. We've been really on this the traders, all the different ones. They've got the traders in Australia, and New Zealand, and England, and all the different versions of it. We've been going through those left and right. Another person, as far as overhyped movies, didn't like the Eternals very much. I started watching it 2 years ago, and I still have 45 minutes left.
Wow.
That's funny.
I have not seen that either.
I love the way they rate some of these up, too. These are movies that people thought were
Or
overhyped.
have I? Maybe I have.
The
I think I
Eternals?
saw the first one. Yeah, that's got Angelina Jolie. And yes, so I have seen the first one. Maybe
Remember-
that's why I don't remember it. Maybe I didn't like it.
Yeah, I was going to
It
say,
sucked.
Not
Maybe
a
that's
super
why.
fan of it.
I don't know.
But somebody wasn't a very big fan of Star Wars The Last Jedi. They wrote that one down. And you know what? If you're not a super Star Wars fan, I think a lot of people weren't too into a lot of them. Other than Empire Strikes Back, that is usually one that no matter what age, whether you really are into the Star Wars series or not, they kind of like that one. And the last one on this list that jumped out at me was apparently this person was not a very big fan of Ferrari. It was very disappointing. Mostly boring, too, was the actual words used for that one. Is there a movie out there that you thought was overhyped? I know I've mentioned recently about Oppenheimer. I know a lot of people were talking about it was really, really great, or they really thought it was mediocre, was Top Gun Maverick. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people loved it. It broke box office records. I'm not saying taking anything away from it, but it was either that or it's mediocre.
I'm on that train.
For some people, just because it was very, 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 very similar to the first one. That was the only thing that I thought was
And it
kind
was
of
just so
disappointing.
overhyped, too.
Yeah.
It really was. And I know some people will be like, blasphemy, especially someone. Barbie, I thought the same thing. Good.
Yep.
But not as, same thing, too overhyped.
Yeah.
Right.
Both,
I mean, it was
both of those movies.
unbelievable. I mean, but great success.
I mean, good. I
Sure.
watched it a couple times,
Yeah.
and I tried to get my mom and my husband to watch it with me a second time, and they fell asleep the first 5 minutes. And even the first 5 minutes, that's all they gave it. My mom still talks about what a bad movie it was. I was like, you only watched it for 5 minutes.
You're
She
tough,
was
Ma.
like, that was enough.
Yeah, I guess that's all
Yeah.
she needed.
That was enough.
Another one that I thought was a little bit, I mean, I saw it again. I would have said it was a good movie, but not the greatness that it got was Avatar. I mean, I just, again.
Still haven't watched any of those.
I thought it was good. It was very long. You know, I mean, another one you got to have some patience for.
And that's the thing.
and
When
a
I
good-
see that,
yeah.
I'm like, I don't know if
I'm
I
out.
want to sit through that long of a movie.
Yeah, that's all.
But again, a nice ending and everything. It was a good flick, but I just a little overhyped maybe. And that's what this was, a list of overhyped movies. Do you have one? 47142 is the text line to start off that text with Real Radio.
The only one I thought was a little overhyped that and it was more me with the expectations was the movie with the Sopranos.
Okay. Many Saints in Newark.
Yeah.
Another one. I think that a lot of people would have said that. Yeah.
If I
Because they
didn't
had the
more-
high expectations of The Sopranos, and this was a much different time, much different storyline. And yeah, I've heard that before too.
And again, not doing enough research in it. Should have done it. Thought there was going to be a lot of people that were in Sopranos.
Oh, right.
And they weren't. I
Right.
heard that from a lot of people, including myself. But yeah, I mean, again, you got to research everything when you're looking into it and want to check it out, because if you're expecting one thing and there was no actors or actresses from there.
I think the biggest hype, obviously, with that was James Gandolfini's son playing Tony Soprano in that version of it.
Yeah.
And that got a lot of the hype, right?
did.
But you didn't hear much about, any of the other actors. Well, a lot of them weren't from Sopranos.
Yeah, I thought there was going to be the actors that were in this series, and they were going to just show Tony, in my mind, as a kid.
Right.
And then it was going to go to that, but they would always allude to him and stuff like that. But that's what I thought. But it was more about the times, obviously the 60s, and we talked about it, and the riots going on in Newark.
A lot of that. Yeah,
it was more of that.
It showed a good part of that, and I think it was trying to set up. I kind of took it too that they were setting it up for the future as well. Haven't heard anything since then.
No, nothing. There wasn't anything. Speaking of another one coming out,
Right.
But yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations. But if you have a movie that was too hyped up that you thought, or the amount of money, and a lot of times people say that with the amount of money they spend on advertising, because you can't get away from it. And then when the movie comes out,
or the cost in general, right? Some of these movies that cost so much money to make, and they barely break even. Even if they make a decent amount of money, they don't break even.
Yeah, it's crazy, the amount of money you need to do a movie, but you need a ton. There's no doubt about it. It is the Penthouse, and it is a Monday. We're going to come back in a few minutes with a trifecta. And New York City is reporting, New York area, a lot of schools are letting everybody out because teachers called in sick today because of the solar eclipse. We'll be back.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Fritz seems like he's got the healthiest organs. I don't know if you really do, but you seem like you do. I mean, Sea Lion's organs are fine. They seem to be functioning.
I would like his liver. It's bigger than mine.
Yeah, but it's not supposed to be, I don't think.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Roadways and expressways up to speed along the Palm Beaches. We're not seeing any major delays or incidents if you're traveling 95 or the Turnpike. Drive safe. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
What could you do in 15 minutes? How about a premium oil change? At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, our certified technicians will guide you in, use only premium products, and get you back out on the road in no time. Quick, easy, trusted. That's Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Hey, it's Franny, and did a nice tax refund put you in the market for a new car? Or maybe, unfortunately, you didn't get a refund and need to free up some extra cash? Sell your car for the most money now at GimmeTheVin.com. They offer a 60-second bid process, pressure-free, and free pickup. Plus, they're 5-star rated by the Better Business Bureau, which says a lot considering their big 3 competitors are all 1-star. Selling your car, truck, or exotic has never been easier at GimmeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
I'm Jason McIntosh, a partner with the law firm of Lytle, Ryder, Smith, Ivey, and Fronrath. Our firm has been proudly representing South Florida residents since 1985 and has recovered billions for our clients. With offices in Broward, Palm Beach, and St. Lucie counties, we have attorneys all over South Florida ready and willing to fight for you. Don't just take my word for it. Check out our online reviews and see for yourself. If you've been injured, call Lytle Ryder. We will pay absolutely nothing if we don't win your case. Visit us at foryourrights.com. Main office, West Palm Beach.
You wouldn't know it, but most financial advisors are put in a box. I'm Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I want to provide you a little insight about financial advisors. Most financial advisors have to sell what their company requires them to sell, and many advisors have to only adhere to what's called a suitability standard. A suitability standard is a limited standard of care, not requiring what's sold to be best just suitable. Advisors with this loose standard often have limited investment and product selection. Trajan Wealth is held to a fiduciary standard, which is the highest standard of care in the advisory business. And that's just one of the many reasons we have billions of dollars under our care and attract clients from other advisors. Raise your standards today and call Trajan Wealth. Call 561-390-1000. That's 561-390-1000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Does your garage door ever go down part way and then just stop, just to frustrate you? Or stop and go back, just when you thought it was finally going to close? That's the proximity detector, and it's designed to save your life, so don't get mad yet. That sophisticated piece of light sensor technology is like NASA-level rocket science in your very own house. And you don't have to live in a space station, but you do need to fix it if you want the thing to close. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Our garage door experts know exactly how to get your technology working the way it should. We can recalibrate or replace faulty components so you can dock your spaceship every night after a busy day exploring the final frontier. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. I mean, it's not rocket science, but it is still science.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
It's Palm Beach Harley's Keep the Same Payment event. Trade your bike for a brand new 2024 Harley with no money out of pocket and keep the same payment. Right out of Palm Beach Harley with the same amount of cash you walked in with. Finance specialists on site with the best financing in Harley history. You don't need perfect credit, don't need a cash down payment. Palm Beach Harley has over 100 bikes in stock and ready for immediate delivery. Trade up today for a new Harley and keep the same payment at the Keep the Same Payment event only at Palm Beach Harley.
On approved credit ends Sunday.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach.
News Junkie is sponsored by FAMU's Mary. Educate, learn, talk.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
We're recording this Progressive commercial on a real boat to let people know that when you bundle your home, boat, and other vehicles...
What was that, Flo?
Progressive saves you money, Jamie.
Why are we doing this on a boat?
We were going for authenticity.
We're going to the city?
Authenticity.
You mean Atlantic City? But we're not in the Atlantic. Are we?
Bundle your home and other vehicles with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
The good folks at Wendy's have a revolutionary new product for you. Introducing the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. It's like a time machine that takes you all the way back to now, the year 2024. It's the classic, creamy, orangey flavor you remember. Dare I say, it's new-timey. It's the flavor you grew up with, just all grown up. Head over to your local Wendy's establishment and get yours while supplies last. The new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. Here for the now, for now.
Limited time only at participating Wendy's.
As humans, we like having options. One option you might like is speaking with a real person when you call about your credit card. With 24/7 live US-based customer service from Discover, everyone can talk to a real person anytime, day or night. Limitations apply. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. A mix of sun and clouds will continue throughout the rest of the day today, as we do have the partial solar eclipse that will finish around 4 p.m. this afternoon. We'll still have some clouds in the area around that time. Highs today around the upper 70s along the coastline, getting into the low 80s inland. We'll see a gradual warm-up throughout the rest of this week.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll have the story of the ex-slave turned Wild West lawman, Bass Reeves. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
I'm Johnny B. Good, the host of the podcast Creating a Con, the story of Bitcoin. This podcast dives deep into the story of Ray Trapani and his company Centratech. I'll explore how three 20-somethings built a company out of lies, deceit, and greed.
I've been saying since a very young age that I was going to be a millionaire. If someone's like, oh, what's your best way of making money? I'm like, oh, we should start some sort of scheme.
Listen to Creating a Con, the story of Bitcoin, on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Greg's Trifecta is sponsored by the physicians at MMJ Health.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Marlon looked it up about she's too pretty to go to jail. It wasn't the judge that said it. It was the girl that said it during her trial.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Thank you for always getting involved with the show. We appreciate it. Again, that was Evan, our caller, who brought that up. We had no knowledge of that. Evan said the judge said it. So sometimes things are right or wrong, and everybody has a different interpretation. Jimmy's in the house.
Hello, and good afternoon.
And good afternoon, Francis. And it is time for the last trifecta.
Nuts.
Riders up. It's Creepy Trifecta.
And tonight it is the men's championship. UConn -7 after they've covered 11 games in a row, taking on Purdue. Do you stand in front of that train? Choo-choo. No, you do not. You later would. You later would tonight. And if you lose, who cares? Because you've won in the past. Tonight, that game's at 9:20. My mom said I could watch it, so I'm excited about that. Whew, I was nervous. I thought I was going to have to check it out on highlights in the morning. But it is 9:20. Yesterday, the women's was finished. South Carolina became the 10th team in the history of college basketball for women to be completely undefeated. 10 times it's done. They were 38-0. Connecticut's done it 6 times out of the 10, which is amazing. But hats off to all those ladies. The ratings on Friday night were the highest ever, 14 million and change, as UConn took on Iowa. Caitlin Clark is finished with college sports. Next Monday is the WNBA draft, and she is supposed to go number 1. We'll see if anything happens with a trade, and maybe she ends up in a big market team. She's going to Indiana, and Indiana loves their basketball, no doubt about it. But maybe she ends up in a big market like L.A. or New York or Chicago. Could that happen behind the scenes? We'll see what happens. As of now, she's supposed to be the first pick, and she is supposed to be going to the Indiana franchise in the WNBA. And hats off to the Marlins. Break up the Marlins, Jimmy. Break them up.
Break them up. They
Break
won
them
one.
up. They won a game.
Finally.
They won a game. And now it gets easier. They got the Yankees and Braves. Can the Marlins go 0-6 this week? Jimmy, would you get on the train again, starting with 200?
Let's do it.
Bet against the Marlins.
Let's do it. I tell you, they're doing a pretty good job, too, hyping themselves up, though.
Yeah.
They're doing a lot of videos, a lot of the players doing videos.
Yeah.
Hoop up to the 305, that's where they pump it up. I like it. I like
they're
what
trying.
Doing. Yep.
I mean, but this is a week that you can set it and forget it. I mean, Yanks and Braves, whew, it's going to be a tough week for the Marlins. We'll see what happens. And like Jimmy said earlier in the show, you never know. They might end up winning.
But that's the thing. They'll come out like 5 out of 6, against the good teams, right? I mean, that happens.
Yeah.
These guys, they go against some of the better teams, and then they end up playing better, and then they lose to the easier teams.
That's right.
There's no rhyme or reason sometimes.
It's happened for years. That's why sports betting is not easy. Jimmy gave me a great line to use. Girls ask me all the time, is it easy to bet on the Hard Rock app? And now I'm going to say, yes, it's easy, but it's hard to win.
It's easy to bet, hard to win.
It's definitely better. In a lot of ways, though, I have talked to a lot of guys, and we talk about it, and a couple of girls that I know who bet, and what is the better bet? And one of the better way to bet, a lot of people like it because you're already paid, and they don't feel the pressure of owing somebody. And when you bet with a bookie, you pay once a week, and you have 7 days. So it's really how you look at life. Like some people hate credit cards and hate to owe, and some people are like, oh, my God, I can't believe I owe, and they feel pressure from a bookmaker. Not that you're going to get hurt. That's just that you feel pressure you owe somebody. And some other people said, man, I like betting on the app because once I lose, I'm finished, and I don't have to worry about it. So,
or if you win, it just goes right into the account. And it's quick, too. I mean, once the game is over, within 5 minutes, I want to say, your money's back in your account.
Yeah, I mean, again, you're not going to feel any pressure if you win because you won. But when you lose, some people feel the pressure. You know what I like with the Hard Rock app that you said is the green-red thing? I think that's pretty cool where they rate it.
Yeah, you can see it says win, was win or loss.
That's cool.
But, it's green or red, depending.
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. If you got a lot of red there, I guess it's not cool.
Yeah.
And
want to see mine? It's all red.
Yep, so not cool.
You got UConn tonight, baby.
Still had fun, though. Still had fun. Every bet that I put in on there, it's a lot of fun doing it, and you can watch the games and be part of it. I just haven't gotten lucky yet. How's that?
Tonight, UConn wins it all. We'll be bringing in Cheerios tomorrow and whipped cream. And that is your last trifecta of the day.
All right.
Go the other way, quick.
I have some overhyped or overrated movies. Then a text about this past Friday. So 47142, somebody says, I think the movie Behind the Green Door was overhyped.
Okay. I'm not familiar with it.
Not either. Then overhyped, Where the Wild Things Are. Growing up, I absolutely love these books. And when I saw the preview for this movie, I was so excited. What a letdown. It was almost destroyed. My childhood imagination and memories of those wonderful stories. I don't think I watched them, but I remember those books, too, as a kiddo. And then we have, you always ask, like, what do we learn from the show? It says, after years of listening to this show, I finally learned something. It says, on Friday's show with Greek, Franny, and Jimmy, it started with a normal pop culture, sports, sex talk, and Greek with his multiple misspeaks and his typical aloof personality. Then Franny had an appointment and left. With just Greek and Jimmy, the show went to sports and pop culture. Greek was actually intelligible, logical, and rational. Then within the last minutes of the show, Franny returned. Greek immediately went back to being unintelligible, aloof, and ambiguous person we all know. I always thought Greek was the instigator of the show, but I realized it's been Franny all along. So there you go at 47142. Started off with Real Radio. That's what they got from it.
It's a show, people.
They found us out.
Yep.
They found us out.
Franny's the one.
All along. Wah, my evil plan.
No.
So speaking of an evil plan, just kidding. This guy doesn't have one, but he is a self-claimed why can't I talk? Time traveler.
Okay.
This guy.
Oh, really?
Yes. He's on TikTok all the time, and he's always talking about what the heck is going on in 2024. So he talked about the beginning of the year, and he gave us some predictions that he saw in his time travels. Surprisingly enough, none of these things came true.
Oh, well.
I know. I'm sorry.
What happened?
I know.
His time machine broke?
Did he say anything about the game tonight?
But he's got predictions for the remainder of the year, and I will tell you.
Sounds good.
So if you are on TikTok, you can follow him. His name is Radiant Time Traveler on TikTok, and he's at it again with more predictions. Chaos, mayhem, heading our way later this year. He said so. Hold on to your butts because it's gonna get ugly.
Will there be an earthquake in New Jersey?
So write these dates down.
It's an election year. Surprising.
Yeah. Write these dates down. May 27th. A second civil war breaks out. Looks like Texas. It looks like Texas is going to go after the rest of the country.
Oh, okay.
Yes. They said other countries take sides, beginning World War III, and nuclear weapons are used.
Oh, this is terrible.
So Texas is going to try to take over the whole USA.
Is that before Memorial Day or after?
That's after. That's the weekend of. It might be Memorial Day, actually. It is. The 27th is Memorial Day.
All right, because I got a golf tournament in Acapulco.
Yes, that is Memorial Day.
Hurry up. I'd move that trip up if I were you.
Yeah.
2 weeks?
Uh-huh.
Oh, my God. Look at this guy.
All right, June 4th. Write this date down. The first ever human-chimp hybrid is made.
How's that? I thought we were dead from nuclear war.
Complete with, right? I know. No, we're not dead yet. But there will be a civil war.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Complete with fur, a tail, and it can speak to both monkeys and humans.
Ah, nice.
Yes.
Bilingual.
There's no word, though, on how it's going to fare with the whole Civil War thing when it plays out, just so you know.
What side does he choose?
Yeah, I don't know. July 24th, the Yellowstone volcano erupts, covering almost all of the U.S. and Canada in ash. They say likely making the whole Civil War monkey thing tougher to fight, all right? August 15th. This one is insane. Write these dates down. Time Traveler says this is what's going to happen the rest of the 2024. Dragons are discovered in the Rocky Mountains.
Now, man,
yes.
You got me.
They fly.
Now we know why we can't find them. They're in the Rocky Mountains.
They fly, they breathe fire, and speak.
This guy on Babanya or what?
But we don't know what language yet.
Do they drink Coors Light?
I don't know.
Coors Light.
I don't know. However, we know it's not monkey because the time traveler mentioned earlier that chimps could speak to monkeys and humans. We don't know the language of this, but there was no mention of dragons. It's also worth noting that being able to tame a dragon would give one side of the Civil War III a significant advantage if utilized properly.
Wow, just like right out of Game of Thrones.
Right, just being able to. And then finally here, the remainder of the year, the Radiant Time Traveler wants to let you know this is what he's seen in his time travels.
Kiss is coming out.
September 15th, the first ever hypercane hits the U.S. East Coast.
Oh, what's that?
A hypercane. I don't know, but has wind speeds exceeding 500 miles per hour.
Oh, hurricane. Okay.
Yes, but instead it's a hypercane. Yes, 500 miles per hour. September 15th hitting the East Coast, which is the side we're on. You guys, we got to be careful.
Is that category 8 now that we're going to?
Yeah, so between the war, the volcano, and the hypercane, it wouldn't be at all shocking if both the talking people chimps and the dragons teamed up, said screw it, and just left for more stable climates. But the time traveler didn't get that far into his predictions, so I guess we will wait for his next ones coming up.
Nothing on UConn and Purdue tonight.
No. That's all I got. So just be aware of chimps, hybrids, and dragons.
Nothing on the Kentucky Derby.
No, no, just distraction, mayhem, that kind of stuff is what we're getting.
Yeah.
Man,
I warned you.
If you guys have anything on the UConn Purdue game, like the exact score, that'd be nice if you can call us and let us know. 877-927-6969. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142 or email Jimmy at realradio921.com.
Well, speaking of predictions for 2024, I've got a list that's left over, and this is some predictions that were made back in 1924 about what we would have or see in this current year that we're in. Like this one, people thought back in 1924 that we would have beds that would launch kids up and onto their feet in the morning. Then a flying bus would pick them up and get them to school in 2 minutes flat. This is
that'd be cool.
Predictions from 1924 for our current year. Our legs wouldn't work anymore.
They do make those, though. You can look it up. Find it. There's high voltage ejector beds.
Nice.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yep. Spring it right back up.
It's good for a one-night stand.
So I guess that one worked, huh?
Yeah. It launches you into the air each morning.
Perfect.
Uh-huh.
Well, sign me up.
Imagine if you had a couple in you. Wow. And you hit the button.
All right, now that's why you need it. Apparently, our legs won't work anymore. By 2024, the muscles in our legs would have, what's this word? Atrophied? Atrophied?
Yeah.
From never being used, all thanks to the invention of cars.
Or maybe it's because your bed launcher launched you so hard you broke your legs.
That's
and then
why.
You can't walk anymore.
That's what I was thinking. Probably more along those lines.
That's probably it.
Traveling to other planets would be easy and common. Well, we're trying like hell. They compared it to crossing the Atlantic in 1924. Flying clothing. Someone predicted we'd all basically wear suits that made us fly everywhere.
Okay. I thought your clothing was just flying away.
Yep,
Just like, come here, clothes.
Our clothes would make it. They would be what we know today is like a jetpack. That type of thing.
I like it.
Concerts would be happening remotely. Well, that one sort of did come true during the pandemic. Another prediction for 2024 from 1924 is we'd run out of diamonds. Jewelers thought there wouldn't be any diamonds left.
Well, now we have the lab made, so I don't know if that's happening.
Well, that's what they thought that we would only have is just the synthetic ones that we made. We're running, let's see, New York City would have 30 million people and Canada would have 100 million. The real numbers are around 8 million in New York and 40 million in Canada. Another prediction for 2024 from 1924, jazz would be lumped in with classical music. Another one is men would stop wearing corsets. I didn't. And finally, people would think radios were silly and old school. They think the radio would go away. Just no one would find the technology amazing anymore.
Radio's cool.
How wrong was that?
So wrong.
More predictions for 21-24. The Dallas Cowboys will still be looking for their 6th Super Bowl. This is predictions from this year for the year 21-24. Keith Richard will celebrate his 181st birthday with a Coke binge. So many people will be on Ozempic that airplane rows will have 6 middle seats.
Wow. That's funny.
That's funny.
That's funny.
Everyone will have a jetpack, but keep crashing because they're made from Boeing. That's terrible. Who wrote that? You can't have that. Just looking at a quarterback will be roughing the passer. Well, that's true now.
Yeah,
that's true now. Yeah. A couple of jokes for you to go with predictions for 21-24. But yeah, I like reading those every now and then. We'll get them for from 100 years ago, what they think we would be doing now.
And some are on point. I mean, crazy as it is. Some of these things that they do say seem to be happening, which is unbelievable.
It's funny when you see there is some variation of it. Like jokingly, they thought that that's how we would get our kids out of bed, with a bed that launched them out. Now, granted, there is some weird form of it.
It's like 2015, somebody invented it, but those things are not hitting the markets. Like nobody, you do not want your kid to launch out of bed like that. I watched a video; it looks very dangerous. Yes.
Hey, Bobby, you want to get up? And
Time to get up, Bobby. Here we go.
You hit your phone, bzz, you pop him, and then he comes flying out. Are you ready? Are you ready for school yet? Well, guess what, kids, boys and girls? It's time for us to say goodbye. And it's always sad for us to say goodbye, but this is a good show. We want to thank everybody for listening. You can thank us with monetarily, an envelope, be nice, 3071 Continental Drive. Jimmy, great job as always on a Monday. You never let down or disappoint. Thanks for all your help behind the scenes and in front of the microphone.
Thank you, Greek. Thank you, Francis. Thank you for listening. Happy Monday.
Franny, Monday is the best day of the week for me. You know why?
Why?
Because I get to see you. Yeah.
Shucks.
What a tough weekend I have, but I get used to it. But great job. Thank you so much for everything you do. Behind the scenes, in front of the microphone, on the app, everything. You're great.
On the app. Thank you. I'm always on that app. Yeah, thank you so much, you guys. It's always fun in the Penthouse with Jimmy and, of course, you, Jimmy. And, of course, you. Thank you for being a part of the Penthouse. And another heads up, we got the partial solar eclipse kicking off, but you have that peak around 3:01, 3:03 I did see here in West Palm Beach. So wear your protective eyewear.
Go to a casino. Be perfect. I mean, that's what it's all about.
Oh, there it is.
Wow,
yep, you can check
cool.
it out. RealRadio921.com. Jimmy put something up on the Penthouse blog.
That's cool.
So you can watch live footage of it, too.
Yeah, actually, a couple links up there, so it'll take you to the NASA site.
Awesome.
If anybody knows what a saying came in, everybody and your mother's got a bet on the team tonight, let me know. UConn tonight, baby. Stay on the Huskies. Go Huskies, baby. We'll be back with the Greek Zone. We'll get into all the madness, the NBA, break up the Marlins as they take on the Yankees, and so much more on a Monday for you, baby. Have a great afternoon. Peace.
Hey, it's Rover from Rover's Morning Glory. Wake up with me each morning. Just tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio. And you can wake up with me right next to you. Romantic. Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. We're giving you 13 shots a day to score $1,000.
Oh, yeah.
Can't believe it.
Woo!
Every weekday from 9:05 in the morning to 9:05 at night, we're giving you a keyword at 5 past the hour. Take that keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Every keyword is worth $1,000.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's awesome. It's $1,000 in your hand. Good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Major road work, State Road 7. This is right after Belvedere Road. We do have a right lane block. Expressways are up to speed. No major incidents or delays if you're traveling the Turnpike or 95. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by the Tudor Dixon Podcast.
On the next episode of the Tudor Dixon Podcast, Rescuing the Innocent from Haiti, I talked to two men who led the remarkable effort to save lives. An episode you have to hear to believe. It's the Tudor Dixon Podcast podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hayes the Greek, and the greatest show on earth is this Saturday at Monroe's. It's breathtaking performances of magic, fire, and freaks at Monroe's. Sexy circus girls this Saturday. If you want to be entertained, make sure you go to Monroe's this Saturday night for the greatest show on earth. And Monroe's is open 7 days a week till 5 a.m. with beautiful ladies and a 5-star menu. But April 13th, this Saturday, the greatest show on earth, Monroe's in Palm Beach. It's gonna be magic, fire, and freaks. Peace!
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. When dining out or shopping at the grocery store, ask for sustainable seafood. By choosing sustainable seafood, you can help reduce overfishing, bycatch, loss of top predators, illegal fishing, and other harmful environmental impacts. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract when you add one unlimited mobile line. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call to switch today. Ends 5/6/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
When you use Bounce dryer sheets and your clothes look amazing, it's the sheet. Less static in your life? Yeah, it's the sheet. Smelling fresher than ever? It's the sheet. Oh, so soft fabric? Ooh la la. It's the sheet. Less wrinkles on your clothes? You know it's the sheet. Bounce dryer sheets. More freshness, more softness. Less static, less wrinkles. It's the sheet.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Real Radio weather.
From the Gordon & Partners Weather Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. A mix of sun and clouds will continue throughout the rest of the day today, as we do have the partial solar eclipse that will finish around 4 p.m. this afternoon. We'll still have some clouds in the area around that time. Highs today around the upper 70s along the coastline, getting into the low 80s inland. We'll see a gradual warm up throughout the rest of this week.
This report is sponsored by Fresh from Florida.
Hey guys, Chef Justin with Fresh from Florida here, reminding you that Fresh from Florida sweet corn is in season now. And for amazing sweet corn recipes, visit freshfromflorida.com. Fresh from Florida, there's sunshine in every bite.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. Live from South Florida, this is the Greek Zone. The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter.
Yes, it is the Greek Zone, and you are involved. Every single day we get into sports betting, the trends, the money, where's it at? We try to give you a little edge to put a little cash in your pocket. It's always time to pay a bill, and we want to try to help you pay that bill. Couldn't do the show without this gentleman. Good afternoon, Jimmy.
Hello and good afternoon, Greek. How you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing fantastic. On the verge of some madness tonight. UConn -6.5 or 7, depending on where you're shopping. Over under 144.5. Money line Purdue +240. UConn is on an unbelievable run. Don't step in front of them now. Just my opinion. Do what you want. Want to see them win for 2 reasons. One, the most important one, Jimmy has UConn on the Hard Rock app. The second one, I have UConn to win it all too. That's the way it breaks down. So we're excited about that. 877-927-6969. Cheerios and whipped cream tomorrow in the Greek Zone if we end up winning. UConn has done everything they had to do. Purdue, a number 1 seed. 2 number 1 seeds today. Very interesting. That doesn't happen a lot in the NCAA, a tournament where it's really a tournament that has the landscape of always a lot of upsets. But these are the 2 teams that were 1 seeds, and we're going to see what happens. That game is scheduled tonight for 9:20. I wouldn't stand in front of them. I just wouldn't. 145. I also maybe would lean a little bit toward the under. It's not a bet, just a lean, because I think they will try to slow it down at the end of the games. Both games on Saturday stayed under the total.
Oh, did they? Okay.
Yeah, they both did. Now, the interesting one was the UConn game by a basket. So I don't know how many, you know, my world is so different than yours, like we said, but I'm sitting next to somebody who has the under. And, you know, there's 13 seconds left. Right. And my God, I got to tell you, it was the longest 13 seconds.
And it's one of those bets that you've said, you know, over the years that, you know, you sweat them out.
Oh, God.
Because you're just, don't score. But yet if you need your team to win, if you've got a side, right? Yeah. So you want them to score, but you don't want anyone else. Oh, boy, that's you're battling yourself in that case.
Oh, yeah, it's tough. It is. Now, winning margin is something that I've done over the years in total with the teams. I did a lot in NFL and college football. So tonight, if you want, say, UConn to win between 1 and 5, it's +325. If you want Purdue to win between 1 and 5, it's +475.
That's a cool bet.
It is. Because what I love about this bet, and I always have, is that it doesn't matter the outcome of the game. I just, you know what I mean? It's really like, if they don't cover, okay, but I could win because of the margin, which is nice.
And that's all. It doesn't matter which side or do you have to pick a side?
It picks a side.
Okay.
Yeah, so the underdogs are more points. So like I said, UConn 1 to 5 is +325.
Okay, gotcha.
But Purdue is +475.
Oh, right. Okay, all right. I see your point.
The next one is big. UConn 6 to 10. That means they would cover. They're +3 to 1. Okay? Now, let me explain something to you guys. Line is UConn -7.
Okay.
And that's even money when you're betting. Okay? So that means that you got to put up 110 to get 100. If you think UConn's going to cover, bet that at 3 to 1. They could blow out Purdue, but if they stay within that number, and I think it's going to be around 10, you win 3 to 1. That's good money. And they still got, if you're betting them to cover, is my point.
Right.
If you bet Purdue to win by 6 to 10, it's 1,000 to 1. So 10 to 1. That's nice. UConn by 11 plus is +145. Purdue 11 plus, it's +1,200. When you go total points, you go bet the total points tonight. UConn total points is 74.5. You want to bet that. Purdue's total points is 68.5. Right on the number again. 7. Perfect. There it is. These guys do know what they're doing. That's why they do this for a living. But so many ways that you could bet. Odd even, a buddy of mine had that the other night. I looked at him. I said, dude, you have a problem. And he was like, and he bet a nice piece of money on it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
But, again, it's
50-50.
a black-red, right?
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
right.
50-50.
There are some people out there, when they're betting, what they're looking for are the odds, and it's a 50-50 shot. And he said it's like the coin toss. I got a shot. It's nerve-wracking to watch, obviously, and you would not watch the game until the very end because it doesn't matter what's going on. Yeah. That's it.
Nothing else matters.
You really matter. Like last night, the Heat were playing the Sixers. And again, I noticed because I watch it, and then the Pacers were giving the Heat 2. So the Heat are at the foul line at the end of the game, and there was a lane violation. Now you're thinking right there, Indiana gets the ball back, and maybe they'll cover and they'll foul. They ran out the ball. The guy caught the ball and just took off. Now, the other way could have happened. The Pacers could have got fouled, and they would have went to the line and took a shot. Again, the last 5 seconds are dictating the game, which you don't know what's going to happen, and it's crazy. And it happens at all games. But, this is the finals. This is it. This is the last game for college basketball. Again, Purdue is plus 6.5 on the Hard Rock app, over under 44.5. And if you want the money line, Purdue's plus 240, and UConn is minus 325.
Been a heck of a season, so,
it was fun.
and here we go. It's coming down to what should be a good game tonight. What do you think Purdue has to do if they want to come up with a victory?
UConn is so deep. I mean, that's the thing. They go with a 7-8 man rotation. Their guards are fantastic. I mean, they really are. Spencer plays very good. The transfer, I've talked about him. Newton is unbelievable. Castle, a freshman. I think they would have to control the guards for UConn and also hit a lot of three-pointers. Because what they do is they go inside to the big man, and then he passes it back out. And then they go inside, and he passes it back out. And one time, it either he shoots it right in the lane, or one of the guys shoots the three-pointer. They have to have a high percentage. I did say the other day, and I think I was right on the locker room, that Alabama was going to have to hit 17 threes to cover.
Okay.
I don't think they hit 17 threes. They did great in the first half. They hit 8. But they didn't. I'm almost certain they did not hit a 9 in the second half. Tonight, Purdue, I'm going to say Purdue's got to hit about 12 or 13 to cover. And UConn's defense is very good. UConn, the last 2 games, has started out very slow. They started out slow against Alabama, and they started out slow against Illinois. Maybe, again, I don't know. I thought the other night they were going to start a little different, but they didn't. Halftime close, and then they took it over in the second half. And some of these bigger teams, that's what ends up happening. But it's going to be a very good game. I'm excited to see it. 9:20, and rock and roll, baby. Staying with UConn all the way. The Huskies.
The big question is, did your mom say that it was okay to stay up and watch the game tonight?
She said after the first half, I had to call her.
Okay, all right.
I talked to Jules last night. I said, can I stay up?
So that's 11 o'clock. So you have till 11. So we'll see if you can get the second half.
Yeah, I said I got to say. I said, if I did that, I'm going to see Madonna, and she's coming out at 11:30.
Oh, forget about that. No, you can't do that.
The things that you asked your mom the most. Can I stay up a little late? Can I go out?
Yeah, one of the most common things that we asked
when you were a teenager.
When we were kids, yeah. Staying up late has got to be it, right?
And when you first started
when you're young, yeah. That's your 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, yeah, forget that.
When
10
you had
years
a bedtime, you know.
Yeah, 10. And then when you first start going out, can you stay out a little later? I remember I used to hear, this is a classic line, I'd be like, nobody has a curfew except me. She used to always say that. I used to always say, like, why do I have to be home like this time? She'd be like, gee, if you don't like it, move out.
Yeah, Joey doesn't have to be home by 10.
Oh, yeah. You want me to call your father? I'd be like, no, it's all right. But, that's when we had to turn to other things, when we got a little bit older and sneak people in the house. Baseball tonight, we got Cleveland and the White Sox. And the White Sox are Cleveland big favorites over the White Sox, minus 260. Wow. You got Miami Marlins. Break up the Marlins. They are big favorites, big underdogs tonight, as the Yanks are only minus 135. Little surprised about that line. Detroit and Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh minus 125. You got Milwaukee and Cincinnati, and that's about 110 each way. Seattle and Toronto. Toronto minus 120 over Seattle. The Mets playing Atlanta. Ooh, Mets getting 170. Atlanta minus 220. The Dodgers and Minnesota. Dodgers minus 135. Philly and St. Louis, even. Houston and Texas, another game that they played over the weekend, and that is going to be Houston is favorite in that game. So that should be one of good teams, both of them. Obviously, World Series winner in Texas, and you got Houston, who's always good. I don't like them, but they're always good. Houston is favorite tonight in that game, and Texas is home. Arizona taking on Colorado. Always high-scoring games. Look into that. And minus 175 is Arizona. Another team you want to look at. Tampa Bay and the Angels. Tampa Bay. Ooh, man, another team. Minus 145. And Chicago and San Diego. Chicago plus 115. San Diego minus 135. So Tampa's another team you might want to look into. Tampa Bay. And then also you might want to look into Arizona taking on. These are your baseball lines for tonight. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you want to get involved with the show. Talk NBA, talk the madness, talk whatever you guys want to talk about. Tonight, Marlins are playing the Yankees on the Hard Rock app. Jimmy, you could bet first player to hit a home run.
Nice. Let's do it.
Just something that you could do if you want to do it. Marlins total runs. 2-5, 3-5, and 4-5. Yankees total runs. 3-5, 4-5, and 5-5. These are the runs of the game by the team. And also, you can bet winning margin on the Yankees and the Marlins. It's all there for you. I mean, every single day, there's something there that you can bet on. In the NBA tonight, or the association, like they like to call it, Dallas and Charlotte. Dallas, unbelievable game yesterday, losing all game to Houston, went into overtime, lane 9, and Dallas covered over Houston. Ooh. That's rare that a team lays 9 and covers in the overtime. Dallas minus 10.5. Detroit and Philly. Philly laying 15. Indiana and Toronto. Indiana laying 8. Boston and Milwaukee minus 1. Our Miami Heat coming off a loss taking on the Hawks minus 4. The Knicks and Chicago. Chicago Knicks minus 3. Orlando minus 2 over Houston. Sacramento, Oklahoma City minus 2.5 over them. And then you got Memphis and Sacramento. That is tomorrow night. So that's it. For tonight, the last game you have is all these games I gave you in the NBA are tomorrow night. There is no NBA games tonight, by the way. These are all tomorrow night's games. Dallas, Charlotte, Detroit, Philly, Indy, Toronto, because it is the madness, and that's what's going on.
Do they do that intentionally?
Yes.
I mean, you would think so. It makes sense.
Yep, they do it. For the Masters, if you want to bet that, Rory McIlroy 9-1, Jordan Spieth 17-1, Brooks Koepka 1750-1. Obviously, we're trying to look up Tiger Woods because he's got to be huge.
Ooh, yeah, I bet that's.
Yeah, I mean, Tiger. Sergio Garcia.
Sergio, he's still golfing, huh?
Tiger Woods 1,500-1 to win. He's a long shot. There's no doubt about it. So Tiger's out there. Also, in college basketball news, big news for this: the coach of Kentucky leaves. John Calipari, one of the highest paid coach in the league. $8.5 million is going to Arkansas. Arkansas not known for hoops at all. More for a football. But Calipari's going over there. I'm sure it'll become a basketball. And a couple of players already jumped out of Kentucky. Not surprised that they left. Tonight, and the Rangers are playing the Islanders, and our Panthers are playing tonight. They're taking on Ottawa. The Panthers are minus 1.5, and odds-wise minus 225. So the Panthers are there, and they're taking on Ottawa. And remember, you're going to hear a lot of games on Real Radio 92.1. The Panthers, we usually pick them up at the end of the season, right into the playoffs. So that's something that we could definitely, you guys can check out.
Yeah, we'll be carrying them all their games throughout the playoffs. I mean, obviously, we know they're going to make it, and hopefully they have another deep run and right to the cup, right?
Yeah. The odds on UConn Purdue going into overtime. Big odds there. Nice. Yes, it'll happen 750-1. I do like winning margin, though. That could be something interesting. If you do like them to win by 6-10, it was 3-1, if you like that. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call if you want to get involved in the Greek Zone. And in this show, where you talk about the odds of the games, the point spread, where the money's at, this line is not really moving too much. It's at 6.5. That's where it was when it came out after the conclusion of the games on Saturday night. You might get a little bump at the end where one line drops or not. Now, Saturday night when UConn was taking on Alabama, that was 11.5 during the day. It dropped all the way down to 10. When it dropped down to 10, that usually means the underdogs decide if you're one of those guys that bet like that. There are styles, but UConn ended up winning. But it dropped all the way to 10. That's a big drop, a 1.5. Tonight it's 6.5. Does it get to 7? I don't know. You hear so much about people saying this team's covered 11 in a row, 11 in a row, 11 in a row. I would be surprised if it didn't. But as of now, it's 6.5 on your Hard Rock app. Give us a call at 877-927-6969. Marlins finally got a victory yesterday. Thank God. They picked up a win. You do have the NFL draft coming up in a couple weeks. Very exciting with that. A lot of moves will be going on. WNBA has their draft the 15th of April. That should be very exciting, too. So we'll see what happens with all this stuff. A lot of different rumors. Rumors still out there about Odell. Is he coming to the Dolphins? And they say the Dolphins have pursued him, but I don't know if he's coming. It'll be interesting if he does come here. And, again, that'll be just another target for Tua. You got Waddle, a very good receiver, and obviously Tyreek Hill, one of the best in the league. And now you're going to add Odell. We'll see. The Dolphins, to me, took a big hit on defense. A lot of guys on defense that were stars are gone and starters. So we're going to have to replace them through free agencies. They've picked up some guys, but no household names. And they also, they got the draft coming up. So we'll see what happens with that with the Dolphins. The Jets have done good. They really have. The Jets have picked up a couple people. So we'll see what happens with that. But it's going to be interesting. And before you know it, just like tonight, college basketball is over. It's one day step closer to, obviously, the NFL, which most people are very excited about.
Yeah, well, the draft is obviously the next step, and then people start thinking more about what's going to happen, what their teams are doing, and you'll start hearing a lot more chatter about the NFL because baseball just doesn't get the chatter the way the NFL does.
No.
Nothing does, really.
No. You'll hear a lot about the draft, possible trades, guys going in different directions. Our team's going to trade up. We'll see what happens with that. Williamson is supposed to be the first pick for the Chicago Bears. Fields got traded went over to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So we'll see what happens. With our Dolphins, like I said, the only big news, we've signed a couple of guys on defense, but no real household names. But it is whether or not Odell is going to come here. He may. I mean, again, he got $15 million last year. That's a lot of money. He's not. I don't think the Dolphins they'll give him that. That I do not say.
If anything, he's got a good agent.
No, he does. Yeah, he's got one of the best ones. He's got the guy out of out of Miami for years. His name eludes me, but he's very, very good. He's got everybody.
Not the one that everybody knows, Rosen.
Yeah, that's who it is.
Is it?
Yep, that's who it is. Rosenhaus. So we'll say. I mean, again, it's going to be very exciting. North Carolina State Burns, he's a guy who got a lot of credit. People loved him. Big kid in the middle. They even talked about him possibly playing some football, but he said he doesn't think that. Alex Rodriguez, he got beat up a little for that tanning thing he had going on. But, A-Rod he's still in the news a little bit, trying to get money together to buy the Minnesota Timberwolves. He has a piece, but he wants to get a bigger piece. A-Rod also lost 32 pounds last year. He said one of the reasons he lost all the food is he cut out meat. No steak for A-Rod for a while. He said it really reduced it. Changes in his habits and obviously what he was eating were the biggest things that he proves to that. That was in Men's Health. But he said that he definitely took meat out of his lineup and didn't do that. A-Rod, some people like him, some people don't. I liked him as a player. Was with the Yanks. Didn't have some great years with the Yanks, but to help them in 2009. I thought he never handled himself well there with the Yankees, and it just went bad. It seems like him and A-Rod are a little bit friendly. I mean, him and Jeter are a little bit friendly more now than they were. Would have been great if they were more friendly then. I think it could have helped them. Caitlin Clark, a huge star, obviously. She did everything she could. Again, people are going to have their ups and downs, and yesterday was one of those situations. She scored 30 points in the championship game.
Yeah, she did her part.
Yeah.
She more than did her part.
She got some hate on social media. People are going to say that. LeBron James stuck up for her right away. And it's people on social media that I wouldn't listen to, and hopefully she doesn't either. But she did so much for the game. Jimmy pointed it out. Some other people who get paid, big money in big markets said the same thing. It was a great comparison. They put her to Tiger to golf as Caitlin is to college basketball. I don't think you'll see anything like this for a while. Whether or not it stays on, I don't know. There was talk a lot about young kids looking at her as a role model and wanting to play basketball. And I think that's always nice because I think it's good if there's anything we do to get the young kids out. Because the biggest problem we have in our country is we're overweight, a lot of them, one of the big problems, and nobody's outside anymore. It's funny, you think about it, and one of the things we talk about kids, you and I are similar growing up, and I remember playing sports in the street, and you always have to wait the car go by. Sure. And I think to myself now when I'm driving, I never see kids in the street.
It's out. Yeah, it's there, but you got to get into the residential neighborhoods. Yeah. But it's still out there because I see it from time to time, but it just doesn't feel the same way as it was before. But I think that does still exist. But, I think the one thing that's a little different now compared to then is like, it's hard to go down to the store and things like that where, when you're a kid, right? How old were you when you could first leave home and go to the local grocery store, grab a couple things and bring them home, right? We were probably 7 or 8 years old or 9 years old or something like that. Yeah. Now, teenagers.
Yeah.
And those are, that's a survey that was done by parents as to when they let their kids go out on their own, right? Just meaning walking down the road.
Yeah,
right?
I think I was like 12.
And now it's much older now where parents are much more protective than they were back then where it was a lot more open. But then again, we live in a much different world now than we did back then.
Yeah.
It's dangerous out there,
And a lot more things are shown.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, I was allowed different things with somebody always with me, but to be by myself, like to walk someplace.
Hey, you walk over to a friend's house.
Yeah,
like, even something as simple as that, right? You're going maybe 1 or 2 roads over or something like that. When I was 8 or 9, I could do that.
Yeah.
As
long as there's a neighborhood.
But now, but nowadays,
totally different.
Nobody dares, the way traffic is alone.
Yep.
Obviously, other crimes that can happen. But, it was a much different time back then. And, we just live the way we do. I can understand your point. It doesn't feel like there's as much as that where you have a couple kids playing pickup ball, and they got those hoops out on the side of the road. But even when you go down my road, I think there's 2 or 3 of them. Just right there on the side of the road. So, those ones on the wheels you roll
I don't. Even when I drive by parks now, not a lot, but you don't see, like I remember going to play ball as a kid, you would have to try to get there early after school to get it, to play. Yep. Or else you waited. You waited your turn, and then you got on with your guys, and you would always hear the term, we got next. You know what I mean? Right, it was 3-on-3 or whatever it was. But at different times, there's no doubt about it. We definitely have the championship game tonight at 9:20, and UConn is favored by 6.5 or 7, depending on where you're looking on your Hard Rock app. Over under 145. That's always a hard bet to make, especially in basketball. And if you bet the basketball, the under-over, don't watch it until the very end. Just don't. It's just too much torment for you. The ins and outs, every play. So don't do that to yourself. It's brutal, under-overs. Yankees and Marlins tonight. Don't forget the Marlins you can hear on 12:30 The Gambler. You can also hear the Greek Zone every day on 12:30 The Gambler and anywhere with your iHeart app. That's right. We do have a special guest all week this week. We'll be talking to guys about gambling and what's going on. And it's always good. These guys know what they're doing. They get the inside of what's happening, where the money's at. We do have Teddy Covers calling this week, Rob Vino calling us, Drew Martin calling us, Kelly from VEASAN. Defoe's going to give us a call. He's going to call us today. We'll talk about what he's got going on and just a lot of good things all the time in the Greek. So I'm going to have a special guest this week. Todd Rosenberg from Pep Capital is going to join us, talk a little bit about what's going on in the market and also cigars and some fine liquor and tequila. He's going to join us on Thursday.
Little Major League Baseball action. I got pulled up the standings here. Little surprise, the Red Sox.
Yeah, they were supposed to have a bad year.
Yeah.
They're playing good.
One game behind the Yanks right now.
7-3.
And I think even the Yankees are a little surprising. Yep. I don't think too many people were expecting them to have such a good start, which, hey, again, I know I didn't. I didn't think that they would. I was hoping for a split maybe with Houston in the first 4 games.
Yep.
They ended up sweeping them. That was awesome. But, yeah, I just pulled that up and saw. I thought I was a little bit surprised. I thought I'd get your take on that.
Yeah, well, nobody expected the Yankees because, again, Cole was out. So, again, the Yankees last year won 80-something games, 88, I think, 89, and Cole won 25. So they figured with him being out, they were going to get off to a rough start.
Okay.
They got off to the best start since 2003, 8-2, but they got the Marlins tonight. Remember, you could always hear that on 1230 The Gambler. It is the Greek. It is Jimmy. It is the Greek Zone on Real Radio 921. We're always got you covered, and we're trying to put cash in your pocket. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter. This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Rover's Morning Glory. A lot of people saying Doogie is a horrible person because her elderly mother was alone on Easter. Doogie refused to drive out there. She had to get Meals on Wheels for Easter.
There's just this strain that we have, and so I didn't drive the 3 hours there in the morning, bring all the food, cook in her kitchen, and then drive back 3 hours.
You don't even have to do that. You
What
could
do you
take
do?
her out to a restaurant.
Better than a lonely Meals on Wheels.
Oh, wow.
You can
Jeez.
say what you want. That's fine. What'd your mom do?
Oh, no, I didn't talk to her.
Okay.
Rover's Morning Glory. Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Real Radio 92.1 for the Palm Beaches and 101.7 for the Treasure Coast.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. A mix of sun and clouds will continue throughout the rest of the day today as we do have the partial solar eclipse that will finish around 4 p.m. this afternoon. We'll still have some clouds in the area around that time. Highs today around the upper 70s along the coastline, getting into the low 80s inland. We'll see a gradual warm-up throughout the rest of this week.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
Fraudulent tax returns due to identity theft increased by 30% in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan. Help protect your information with LifeLock. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code.
Hey, it's the Greek for Tito's Handmade Vodka. Tito's Handmade Vodka makes a good night a great night. No matter what you're doing, make sure you put Tito's Handmade Vodka in your lineup. You have a tough day at the office, grab a bottle of Tito's, sit by your pool, and enjoy yourself. Playing golf, and maybe your score wasn't that good? You want to make it a better score? Have some Tito's Handmade Vodka. Enjoy yourself and enjoy South Florida. Pick up a bottle. Tito's Handmade Vodka today. Any day is a good day, but with Tito's, it becomes a great day. Tito's Handmade Vodka. Peace.
They're modern-day con artists, and they're the focus of Creating a Con, a true crime anthology podcast. Season 1 spotlights Ray Trapani and his tech startup scam, endorsed by DJ Khaled and Floyd Mayweather, and built on empty promises and millions from bilked investors.
If someone's like, oh, what's your best way of making money? I don't think start a business. I'm like, oh, we should start some sort of scheme, and I can't help it.
Listen to Creating a Con on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Creating a Con.
In Florida, hurricanes are a part of life. That's why over 100,000 Floridians have made StormSmart a part of theirs. Our Category 5 storm catcher screens, shutters, and high-impact windows are designed to help protect your home from hurricane winds, rain, and airborne debris. In fact, StormSmart can protect every opening in your home. If you live in Florida, extreme weather is a part of life. But for year-round storm protection, you can count on StormSmart. Call 866-61-SMART today for your free in-home consultation.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. When dining out or shopping at the grocery store, ask for sustainable seafood. By choosing sustainable seafood, you can help reduce overfishing, bycatch, loss of top predators, illegal fishing, and other harmful environmental impacts. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
Have you heard of Nepo billionaires? Celebrity kids inheriting untold billions? Take Jay-Z and Beyonce, who are handing down over $1 billion to their kids, much of it in their blue chip art collection. That's right, for the richest families in the world, fine art is a vehicle for transferring and growing their wealth. And for the first time, everyday investors can invest like billionaires themselves in this potentially lucrative asset class, all thanks to Masterworks. With this platform, you don't need to be an art expert, and you can still invest in blue chip artists like Banksy and Picasso. Oh, and you don't need to be a billionaire either. Schedule a call with Masterworks advisors by going to masterworks.com/cake. That's masterworks.com/cake. This advertisement relates to the provision of advisory services by Masterworks Advisors, LLC, and is not intended to offer or solicit investment in any securities. Masterworks Advisors is affiliated with Masterworks.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Minimum purchase required. Interest accrues from date of purchase but is waived if paid within promotional period. Go to windowappointmentnow.com for full offer details.
Attention homeowners. Do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? Fog between the glass? Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's time to replace. And right now you can get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen. Plus, with our spring savings event, you can buy one window or door and get one 40% off when you buy 4 or more units. Just text OWN to 200-300 for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or patio doors for no dollars down, no monthly payments, and no interest for a year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Text OWN to 200-300 to buy one window or door and get one 40% off. And right now, save an extra $30 off every unit. Hurry, this incredible offer is only in April. Text OWN to 200-300. Text the word OWN to 200-300. OWN to 200-300.
Injured? Call Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather at 500-HELP. HELP is just a local phone call away.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Major road work. This is Lakeview Avenue in West Palm, headed west. It's right after Flagler Drive. That left lane is blocked. 95 and the Turnpike both look good. And during the eclipse, do not pull over and stop on the side of the road. Drive safe. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Pros, save big when you buy in bulk at Lowe's. Save 10% when you buy 68 or more select OSB sheathing, because Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like Lost 80s, playing those songs you forgot you knew from the 80s. Gotta get back in time. Duran Duran, Huey Lewis, Tina Turner, and more, all commercial-free. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Lost 80s, and listen now. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
All right. I should not be anybody for you to look up to, so because drugs are bad. But when I was working at Mount Asia Family Fun Center in Kennesaw, we had this little storage building, and that's where we had all the stuff like the gas and all the stuff for the bumper boats and anything that we need we had go-karts and all this stuff. And I got busted by the general manager there smoking something.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you weren't allowed to smoke cigarettes?
Sure. Yes. During my working hours. Did I get fired?
I would say no, because at age 15, you were probably like you are now. You're so likable and loved. So I would say no.
I'm going to say yes, because it's obviously doing something illegal. So that might be that might have some ramifications that way. I'll say yes.
All right. Well, Greek, you are correct, but there was more to it. My general manager then came in and said, "Can I hit that?" Not talking about. I was smoking.
You were just...
But I was smoking.
Oh,
Not that kind of hit.
I didn't hear you. I was like...
Not that kind of hit.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. I thought I was like, wow, that's a great approach.
No, you heard it right. You just took it wrong.
Wow. Wow, that's pretty blunt.
Ooh, nice. Nice pun.
Oh, did you do that on purpose?
Oh, I don't even know what I'm doing.
A blunt?
Just like the
I don't even know what I'm doing.
Bedroom.
Just
know what he's doing.
every day here. So they
The Penthouse. Weekdays 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk from the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Where the money line wins every time. This is the Greek Zone.
It is the Greek Zone on a Monday afternoon on the eve of UConn and Purdue. Jimmy, good afternoon.
Hello and good afternoon.
We're always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney. Give him a call at 561-689-8180. We have a gentleman on the show today, helps us out on Mondays. We get everything from A to Z on sports. We'll see what he thinks about Caitlin Clark, the game tonight, and John Calipari leaving Kentucky for Arkansas. Defo, how are you, my buddy?
I need to know before we get started here, Greek, and it's an honor to be on your show, a privilege as always, but is it true? I mean, do you know if it's true?
What's the question?
I know you don't know what I'm talking about. Well, I mean, is it true that you go blind if you look at this eclipse and stare directly at the sun? Because for years when I was growing up, my mother, especially when I was in puberty, was perpetuating the myth that if you participate in a certain self-gratifying activity too much, you go blind. And I looked at her when I was about 15 when she kept trying to insist that this was true. And I said, Ma, if that was the case, I would be singing My Cherie Amour. So is it true? Can you harm your eyesight by looking at this eclipse?
I don't know. I'm not a doctor, so I really am not in the seat to say it. I don't think it's an encouraging thing. I have been advising everybody to go to the casino today so you don't have to worry about it, where there are no windows.
Oh, good. Yeah. No windows, no way to even tell what time it is. So that's perfect. Yeah. You'll walk outside, it'll be pitch black, and you'll think it's normal. It's, oh, yeah, I stayed all night.
Well, I mean, it's
4 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm trying to help the people. I'm trying to help the masses, baby. That's what I'm trying to do. Go to the casino, you have no problems. You never know what's going on in the world. You come out, the weather's different, the time's different, and that was it.
Yeah. And your bank account is dramatically different as well. But you're in a casino right now as we speak, Greek? Get out of here. Are you at the Hard Rock or something? What's happening?
No. I'm in the studio in iHeart, but that's where I suggested that to people that you watch the eclipse. And again, it's a big thing. Yeah. I really have no interest in it at all, but I know a lot of people are to check it out. It happens. It's like one of my friends paying a tab. Happens like, what, every 10 years?
every 20 years, yeah. It's kind of like the women's basketball phenomenon, right? I mean, everybody's got a little curiosity about it. They're all going to look up at the sky today. A lot of people. Where do you get the funny glasses, by the way? Are they selling them on the street corners at Boca? I mean, can you go to Glades and...
yeah, they're selling them in Boca, but they're Prada and Gucci. And they're $800, but they are selling them. And you also get a free shot of Botox.
the designer glasses.
You get a free shot of Botox and the glasses.
That, huh?
I mean, it's a great deal on Glades Road today in Boca Raton, Florida.
It's like when they had Gucci bag night at those FAU games a couple of years ago. They draw 50 people, and now, all of a sudden, everybody's all excited about them because they went to the Final Four last year. Well, what's happening, Greek? How are you? Did you get involved in this women's basketball game? Did you actually send in?
Yep. But I did last year. I have over the years women's basketball. Years ago, I was at the Win on a Monday night, and it was the championship game, and or it was a Sunday night, the championship game, and I bet UConn. And I remember going to the window at the Win, and the guys looked at me a little crazy, and I sent it in pretty good on the women's basketball. And I don't care. I got a winner. But I have never had so many people ask me in the last 3 weeks or a month, who should I bet on? Who do you like? What do you think? South Carolina was the wise guy's side yesterday at 6.5. I think it's great for sport. She's unbelievable, one in a generation. She looked a little different yesterday. South Carolina is a very deep team. They go 10-11, deep. Jimmy brought up a good point today, and it's true. They're 38-0. Nobody's really talking that much about them, more about Caitlin Clark. But she has changed women's basketball. I don't think the hype will continue next year. I think it'll go back to what it was. We'll see where she gets drafted. It's supposed to be Indiana. But you never know. You might get a Patrick Ewing. You might get a Patrick Ewing.
Passing over Yeah, Caitlin Clark is the number 1 overall pick. You're going to be kidding me. If you were the WNBA of all leagues,
yep,
that would be impossible. I mean, it'd be kind of like when Joe Dumars went number 2 with Darko Milicic. Well, Carmelo Anthony, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh were all sitting there waiting to be drafted. Be one of the huge draft blunders of all time. But, yeah, it was exciting. It was nice to see the ladies get their chance in the spotlight. I think this was a phenomenon very similar to Fernando Mania, which I experienced when I was in Los Angeles, where whenever this girl was lining up, she was about to set a new record or do something phenomenal. The whole city and the whole country was abuzz about a women's college basketball game. But you could clearly see, Greek, which I think hinted this before this game took place, that you were going to have a Tim Donaghy officiated game that somehow when they were playing LSU, there was no way they were leaving them out of the championship game. And that where necessary, which they found a way out of it, they were going to just assess Gino with 2 technicals at the end of the game and put Caitlin Clark on the line. They came pretty close.
Yeah.
A lot of people debating whether that was a foul or not. We know that in most situations, the refs have a tendency to swallow the whistle in these spots. And you'll usually see some defensive atrocity ignored as a guy goes up for a shot that could tie or win the game, gets hammered, and no call is made, and everybody's screaming up in arms. I saw that with the Philadelphia 76ers about a week ago. Nick Nurse looked like Nurse Ratched as he was chasing down the officials after the ball game was over. But, you rarely see an offensive foul, especially with somebody that didn't have the ball. Away from the ball, an offensive foul called in that spot with 3 seconds to go. So I don't know how you feel about that one. Most basketball types are saying, oh, yeah, well, there was a foul. But, I mean, do you really call an offensive foul a moving screen in that spot unless, like, Rick Mahorn was throwing the pick?
You know, it's one of those things. I don't think it's so much a conspiracy theory where they wanted them to win. I mean, you go back to the Canes when they played Ohio State and that play was called where, the Canes won the championship. There's been there's been some memorable ones. You think about the Saints and the Vikings, the Saints and obviously the Rams, when that pass interference, the guy got mugged and they never call it. So there are ones. Could it have been overpassed? Yes. Doesn't mean they would have made the shot, but who knows? But I just think for women's basketball, and I also think the element of gambling, which a lot of people, just like a lot of people didn't like to recognize in regular sports, people talk about it. A lot of people bet on these games. I'm telling you right now, they were breaking records in Vegas and New Jersey every day. And I got to tell you, yesterday, I must have got about 45 to 60 texts about who do I like, what do we think. Friday night, the same thing. And because people started seeing, a side where they can make money, and you know this, I don't have to tell you, when anybody sees something or they hear something where they can make some cash, well, they're going to be on it. And it spread. Friday night, now Iowa did not cover. They were given 2.5, and she missed the foul shot at the end of the game, which was brutal because she usually doesn't miss. But it's just, one of those games where, it was great for the sport and great for everybody else. The draft is next week. I think Ice Cube helped her when he went out publicly and said, hey, I'll give you $5 million to play in my league. That was another thing. And almost, the same thing only down here was when Messi played. When Messi came here and everybody went crazy for him. So if it's a big enough person, you'll see it. People will go crazy.
Isn't Messi being in the MLS like LeBron playing in the G League?
Yes.
There's something just inherently wrong with this, where you have supposedly the best player in the world, maybe on the downside of his career, but what is he doing in this minor league hocus-pocus soccer league?
Getting paid.
Soccer league. And people, I know he's getting paid. He could have gone to Saudi Arabia there, like Phil Mickelson, and made himself a fortune. Where we kind of respect him for going ahead and abdicating that spot. But he's entitled to have as much fun as he wants. But it does seem odd that everybody's going crazy for this, because it literally is like watching the Washington Generals trying to go out there and battle the Globetrotters. You know that Messi's team is going to win because he's vastly superior to everybody else. That's great. All of a sudden, you're Rebecca Lobo, man. You're like an expert on women's basketball. I love it, Greek. Did you tell these people that you hadn't watched the women's game in the last 20 years, except when you had money on that UConn game? Because it's funny. Now everybody that's on the air is analyzing this stuff. I'm talking about it as if I know something. I wouldn't have known the Iowa coach from Sister Jean Would you? I mean,
no.
If you saw this woman in line in the grocery store, you would ask if you could cut in front of her. But, you would have no idea that she was one of the more successful women's college basketball coaches. And she was the least recognizable, I guess, of the coaches that were left in the Final Four.
Yeah, I mean, the other two coaches, the other one, the coach for LSU had a lot of stuff going on, almost said a wrong word, had a lot of stuff going on, and she's a little bit of a personality. The coach for South Carolina is definitely. Let me ask you about, let me shift gears, talking to Jeff DeForest here. What about Capari leaving Kentucky in the middle of the night going to Arkansas?
Where is he going to get his clothing? That's the question. I mean, Lexington has at least a semblance of sophistication. You got the University of Kentucky there, and I've been there many times, not to see basketball, even though I had a chance to go to a couple of games, but I only went out there for the Keeneland meet. That was a strange one. I mean, maybe it was getting a little hot there because people were getting tired of Calipari, and maybe his method of getting all of these one-and-doners just wasn't working anymore because these other teams have these 25-year-old kids that have been to 7 different schools and been in college for 11 years. So maybe that's changed the complexion and the dynamic of the game. I mean, we certainly see it where you have all of these transfers being so instrumental and so significant for any of the teams that are successful right now. And so Calipari, I have to change the strategy, but instead he just, he pulled one of those deals like the Baltimore Colts.
Yeah.
The night he's gone.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he went there. Arkansas of all places. I thought there was a couple other places he could have went, but surprised about that he went there. I'm sure he's going to get big money again. Our buddy Rick Pitino, who you are friendly with and had on the show, he finished okay with St. John's, but they didn't make the tournament. But I was surprised about him. Talking to Jeff DeForest. Steve, let me ask you tonight, who do you like in a game before I ask you about the Dolphins?
Well, you have to think this, Greek, and you're one of these guys that analyzes these ball games from a lot of different angles, including why are the bookies begging you to bet on Purdue? They are begging you. They are on their hands and knees like a masked wrestler begging for mercy in the corner, my friend. They're giving you 6.5 points with a team that probably, I mean, if you made your own line on this game, would you have made it 6.5? That
no, 4, 3.5.
A little exorbitant. Now we know that UConn, that they've won 11 straight tournament games, and they've covered the spread in all 11 games. So they're 11-0 against the spread in the last 2 years, winning the championship, of course, with a sweep of the 6 games last year. They've won 5 games in the tournament this year. They are 11-0 ATS. That is outstanding. Imagine if you would parlay a $100 bill on these games. By now, you'd be up to like $200,000 that you'd be letting ride on the ball game tonight. So, it would have been a great angle if you had that kind of faith. It just seems like, you just said it. I mean, if you made Purdue as a 4-point dog in this game, well, wouldn't you be tempted to take the 6.5? Or is this just an illusion where I believe the bookies are going to get crushed if UConn wins this ball game because everybody's riding that bandwagon and for good reason. But maybe it's a better matchup than people are thinking. I would be inclined to take the points with Purdue. I'm getting sucked in by the bookies just like a lot of people.
2-1 seeds, so that's a rare thing in the tournament, which for years the landscape has been upset. But this team's good. And when you win this tournament, you must have one thing. You must have good guards, and they have great guards. They got the kid, Newton, who's unbelievable. Castle, freshman. And they got Spencer, a transfer from Rutgers, who really plays ball great around it. And they got downstairs. They're good at forwards. And their center doesn't get enough credit. And he's a good coach. He's just a terrible dresser, but he's a great coach, and he's quiet. And you know what? Like I've said to Jimmy many times, and I know you'll confirm this, we've had many talks. In the sports world, Reese is a great example, the girl from LSU. Great talent, but she got more notoriety because she came across arrogant and cocky against Caitlin Clark. Dennis Rodman, the same thing. He got more famous. He won titles with Detroit, but when he started wearing dresses. Hurley for the UConn, it's a team we don't even talk about. This guy is on the eve of getting his second championship and had an unbelievable run since the Gators 2005, and nobody talks about them. They just quietly go through their tournament. They win the Big East. They win their division, and now they're on the brink of winning it all again.
Been phenomenal, and that's why the big question tonight will be exactly what you alluded to earlier, and that is with Danny Hurley. are you going to take the Kentucky job? Because you would have to think that you mentioned Pitino, and that's an interesting possibility. But Hurley, who is sworn up and down, like most coaches do, that he's totally loyal and would never leave the University of Connecticut.
No.
Loves it there. I would imagine. I mean, think about this. Kentucky has to be the most distinguished program in the history of college basketball, would you say? I mean,
yeah, them in North Carolina.
Is it North Carolina?
Yeah.
Is it UCLA going back, but no
Duke.
longer? I mean, they haven't been able to sustain it. Duke.
Yeah. But no, I would say North Carolina and Kentucky, no doubt about it. But he's been there 15 years. He's done a great job. But like every relationship and everything, he's had some problems at the end with the administrators. What I don't like about the administrators in college sports, and it was never more apparent than the University of Miami, they like taking all the money. They like taking all the money and building, new buildings, and everybody drives around in their cars and their boats. But they get mad sometimes at the coach for different things. He's there to win, and he's there to make these kids get jobs at the next level. And he has said that many times, just like a teacher teaching sociology or history. And he does that. They leave one and done. What are you going to do? But I think he's a great coach. Like him, like his personalities. And you know what, man? When the draft comes, his players love him. They all bring him. They love him. They speak so highly of him. So I think it's a big loss for Kentucky and a big game for Arkansas, whether or not he can make it. But like a beautiful bartender who's local is at one restaurant and goes down the street, and all of a sudden everybody's going there, he'll have the kids go to Arkansas. He's a winner.
Oh, no doubt.
Like Pitino.
I'll never forget this with Calipari. Luby and I were at the Final Four one year in Houston. I believe it was 2016. It's the only time I've ever been to the Final Four. And so we're hanging around the main hotel lobby there, which was the center where everybody was gathering. I believe it was a Hilton Hotel somewhere in Houston. And Calipari's sitting there. We couldn't figure out what was going on. You know how they used to have the felt ropes at Wolfie's Rascal House?
Yeah.
I don't know if you go back this far with the Florida, edition of it, but I don't know. And I'm not sure they continue to do this where a party of two would be in one row and a party of three would be in another row.
Okay.
A party of four would be in another row. They were literally lined up like this, and Luby and I come into the lobby. We see, like, guards, we see forwards, and we see 7-footers. They're in 3 different lines, and we're thinking, what is this? What's going on here? And sitting at the, unseen, but sitting down, dressed to the nines in kind of Greek style, real, Armani style, there's Calipari.
Yeah.
And he's just,
holding court.
All of these guys come up to him and kiss his ring.
Yeah.
It was amazing. Taking his pick of the recruits. All these other coaches are there. Bill Self, Shaka Smart, they're all rolling around. Izzo. They can't buy a glimpse from these guys, and Calipari had them lined up. So, yeah, I think he'll be successful wherever he goes. And I would imagine he'll make some kind of adaptation and take into account that you might need some of these guys that are in their 30s, like these other schools are putting out there, so that you can compete. And that it's not easy to do it with 5 high school all-stars every year.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a winner no matter what. Great personality, great leader, knows what he's doing with coaching, and he's a presence. He's a personality. People like him, kids like him. I'm going to go at UConn tonight.
Take this job, though. Does Hurley take the job if he's offered the job?
No, I think he stays. I think he's got too many roots to the East, his family. I mean, anything could happen. I mean, they could throw a ton of money at him, but he doesn't seem like he's a money guy. He doesn't seem like that.
Until they're offered the money, yeah.
No, not with the outfits he wears. No, he looks homeless sometimes. But a good coach, very good coach.
Yeah.
I like his expressions on the sideline. He's always bitching. He's always got his hands up, taking off the glasses. Oh, come on. Using a lot of profanity. He's into the game. I want to see UConn win. Jimmy's got UConn on the Hard Rock app, and I got a couple dollars on him too, so we're rooting for UConn. But why would you step in front of this train? And even if they don't cover it tonight, you can't bitch, because if you had them, you've been on a great run.
No doubt. I would think the approach would be, hey, look, I can win here. This is a major program, University of Connecticut. But is it Kentucky? I mean, if you get a chance to manage the Yankees, you're probably going to take it. You get a chance to, coach the Boston Celtics, you're thinking, hey, I'm going to take it. These are teams with just steeped in tradition. And not that UConn isn't. I mean, they've had an excellent run going all the way back to Jimmy Calhoun. And they became a national prominent power, and they kind of stayed at or near the top. They have rabid fan base interest in and around the university and around the state and the Northeast, and are recognizable nationally. But I don't know. I would imagine it'll it'll at least be tempting to entertain that answer. Or we might have a Nick Saban situation where he says, I'm not going to be the Kentucky coach, and then tomorrow we see him riding in the 4th race at Keeneland.
Oh, you never know. Defoe, always great talking to you, buddy. You always put a smile on my face. Stay out of the sun today. Take my advice. Get over to the casino and go Huskies, baby. Come on, UConn. Let's keep that streak alive. 12 in a row.
They're begging us to take Purdue, Greek. Begging us.
They ain't begging me because I ain't taking them.
They're begging us. They're begging us.
I love you, Deep. Stay out of trouble.
Good luck.
All right.
Good luck, my friend.
It is the Greek Zone. Jeff DeForest joined us on Mondays. Mike tomorrow will be giving us a call. Jimmy, great job. Thanks for your help.
Thank you, Greek. Have yourself a great afternoon, and thank you for listening.
Go Huskies. Remember, the eclipse, perfect place to see it is inside of the Hard Rock. Talk to you guys tomorrow. Peace.
Ciao, baby.
Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter. This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. A mix of sun and clouds will continue throughout the rest of the day today, as we do have the partial solar eclipse that will finish around 4 p.m. this afternoon. We'll still have some clouds in the area around that time. Highs today around the upper 70s along the coastline, getting into the low 80s inland. We'll see a gradual warm up throughout the rest of this week.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
What could you do in 15 minutes? How about a premium oil change? At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, our certified technicians will guide you in, use only premium products, and get you back out on the road in no time. Quick, easy, trusted. That's Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Did you know that your largest investment asset might not be your retirement account or home? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. Most people don't realize that their life insurance policy is actually an asset they can sell. But for almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. We've even created a free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com so you can find out in seconds what we might pay for your policy. There are no fees and no obligations, just information. Knowing the value of your life insurance policy is as important as knowing the value of your home, your equity portfolio, or your finances in total. Discover the valuable information you need to understand the current market value for your life insurance, and then get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Visit abacuspays.com to learn more and use our free policy value calculator today.
Business. It's all the things that keep this world turning. And behind every one of these companies is a partner helping to keep it all moving. It's why the local flower shop and your favorite pizza joint, the startup and the stadium, hospitals and hotels, banks and restaurants nationwide all choose the advanced network, cybersecurity solutions, and round-the-clock trusted partnership from Comcast Business, the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
See why Comcast Business powers more small businesses than anyone else. Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract when you add one unlimited mobile line. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call to switch today. Ends 5/6/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 100 megabits per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
This is the Greek here with Jeff Jr., owner of Trajan Well, talking about 401ks. I've always heard that 401ks were great, but you're telling me something different.
Well, 401ks are great when you're employed there. However, if you're no longer employed, you probably don't want to keep that 401k with your old employer, and you probably don't want to roll that old 401k into your new employer's plan.
Really? Why's that?
Well, most 401ks have limited investment options and can cost you thousands of dollars more in fees. And that's true even if you roll it over into your new employer's 401k. You also lose a lot of control by leaving your 401k with your old employer. If the company sells or merges, they often freeze it.
That's great insight. If you have a 401k with an old employer, stop what you're doing and call Trajan Wealth. 561-390-1000, 561-390-1000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Have you heard of Nepo billionaires, celebrity kids,
Inheriting untold billions? Take Jay-Z and Beyonce, who are handing down over $1 billion to their kids, much of it in their blue chip art collection. That's right, for the richest families in the world, fine art is a vehicle for transferring and growing their wealth. And for the first time, everyday investors can invest like billionaires themselves in this potentially lucrative asset class, all thanks to Masterworks. With this platform, you don't need to be an art expert, and you can still invest in blue chip artists like Banksy and Picasso. Oh, and you don't need to be a billionaire either. Schedule a call with Masterworks advisors by going to masterworks.com/cake. That's masterworks.com/cake. This advertisement relates to the provision of advisory services by Masterworks Advisors, LLC, and is not intended to offer or solicit investment in any securities. Masterworks Advisors is affiliated with Masterworks.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now, like Lost 80s. Just search Lost 80s and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Lake Worth accident. It's off to the right shoulder, 95 North at 10th Avenue North. Delays in Boca due to a wreck, 95 South at Yamato Road. Now, during the eclipse, do not pull over and stop on the side of the roadway. Drive safe. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll have the story of the ex-slave turned Wild West lawman, Bass Reeves. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
I mean, are you kind of picturing the act happening in the vehicle?
Yes, I'm picturing a hooker, but
Okay.
that's what
So
people do
you're-
when they pick up hookers.
You're picturing.
you're
she's picturing the act happening in
Yeah.
the car.
Well, then you can pull
I'm
over
not picturing
anybody.
that you're taking her to
Dairy
the
Queen?
park or something. Yeah, you're giving her a ride.
Well, if
I'm
you're-
picturing what hookers do in vehicles.
But if there's anybody in your car and you're having sex with, you're going to get arrested. You can't have sex in your car.
Oh, I know that.
Okay, so what's the difference between a hooker and your wife? Same thing.
Either way, you're getting arrested.
That's nice. Thank you.
What's the difference between your hooker,
I know.
a hooker, and your wife?
Talk to your wife about
That's
that.
going to be great.
Bring that up tonight.
That came out clear.
And the day of love. It is the Penthouse.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Only here, people. And Franny started this conversation, not us.
No, this started.
I have a high tolerance for swallowing that much. I'm sabotaging your computer system later.
The Penthouse. Weekdays 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk from the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. The News Junkie is on. The three best friends you never knew you had, running through the most viral stories of the day. The News Junkie Sean Wasson with Sabrina and C-Lane.
It is Monday, April 8th, 2024. Lots to get to today, from the total solar eclipse to Elon Musk is in huge trouble in Brazil, and Morgan Wallen faces 15 years in jail, plus your calls, dispatches, emails, texts, and more. Hey there, Sabrina.
Hello.
Hello, see you.
What's happening?
It's the eclipse, man. It's the eclipse. Hello to you.
Was the
You
moon
can join
blocking
us
your voice?
on the show today. All you have to do is send us a dispatch. Go to thenewsjunkie.com. Hit record on your first dispatch today. You can also watch the show on YouTube and twitch.tv/thenewsjunkie. Your message is rolling right into the studio in real time. How's everybody doing on a Monday?
Good. How the heck are you?
I'm getting ready here.
Ready for tomorrow.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
buddy.
Can you see anything?
I don't think
I cannot.
I can't remember the last time you've ever worn a piece of clothing to go along with the day.
I'm ready to